and world periods play a role in a number of details of the present edition of the tradition. This last was perhaps only by virtue of the exilic and post-exilic revisions. One fundamental Mesopotamian doctrine, that of astrological determinism, was apparently well understood and deliberately rejected. For, what was the use of the Levitical Torah or the prophetic oracle, if the individual's fate was written in the stars? This determinism, leaving room only for the gnosis of salvation conventicles, was quite incompatible with the Levites' interests in power and soul healing. They rejected these teachings as obstacles to a thoroughly political, Yahwistic conception of God. Even Isaiah, 24:23, and Jeremiah, 10:2, for the latter one should presuppose especially close relations to the Babylonian priesthood, assured Israel, that the power of the stars would vanish before the might of Yahweh. In exilic times, Deutero-Isaiah in the very city of Babylon scorned, not only the Babylonian magicians generally, but also, 47:13, their astronomical science and astrology. In post-exilic and rabbinical times, too, the sentence held, in Israel planets find no recognition. Not that people doubted the influence of celestial bodies on the processes of the earth. The prophets did not doubt it. Nor did the priests doubt the reality of oracles of the dead and the related conceptions of a beyond. Obviously, Babylonian astrologers were occasionally consulted during the exile, and a rabbi was still termed an astrologer in his private occupation. After all, astrological beliefs were diffused over all the earth from China to Rome and into modern Occidental times. People in Israel also believed in the stars. Rather, the following was decisive: in Israel the spirits of the stars are not the masters of human fate. Just as still in recent decades in China the president of the Hanlin Academy reproached the Empress Dowager in a memorial on the grounds that not the celestial constellation, but Confucian virtue of the ruler determine the destiny of the 204 country, and as in India, karma determined fate, including the horoscope. In rabbinical times this found expression in the characteristic belief, stated in the Talmud, that all other peoples be in bondage to the astrological Hamarmeni except Israel by virtue of being chosen by God. In pre-exilic times the spirits of the stars were the Zeba, and like all Zebaoth they were servants of the God of Israel. He alone was the governor of all fates. This was the important point and precluded the borrowing of the decisive foundation of Babylonian education. Accordingly, during the exile we find Jews in Babylon occupying all sorts of positions, some highly esteemed, with the characteristic exception of that of the scribe. This could not be because of linguistic reasons, for the Israelites had learned the popular Aramaic language and they would have had no difficulty learning the official Babylonian language. We also find in the later tradition the supposition that Jews became influential in all sorts of court offices and in the role of eunuchs of the Babylonian kings and their successors, the Persian kings. Doubtless the exclusion from the profession of scribes was based on cultic reasons, the impossibility of acquiring the priestly imparted education without offending against the commandments of Yahwistic religion. In contrast to its anti-Egyptian tendencies, Israelite religion remained related to those of Babylonia and official Phoenicia in one important respect. It ignored the beyond and related speculations. Specific to Babylonian religion was its syncretism, the pantheon of deities, the henotheistic absorption of divine forms to the figure at the time viewed as chief deity, the always preeminent position of the sun god. All this remained as alien to Israelite conceptions of deity as the different though actually often similar Egyptian conceptions. Where monotheistic tendencies appeared in Babylonia they were either solar in nature or they were dynastic, politically conditioned. Usually, however, they were both at once, like the Akhenaten reform in Egypt. But Yahweh happened to be neither a sun god, nor a god of the dynasty, rather, he was God of the confederate covenant. Furthermore, Yahwism had to remain alien to the tendency strong in Babylon which proceeded from the Chthonian and vegetation cults toward making deliverers 205. Out of the deities of fertility and life common to man, beast and plant, and particularly toward making Ishtar into a merciful intercessor. Yahweh personally and alone is the Savior. Nergal, like Yahweh originally, was a god of certain frightful scourges of nations, above all also of epidemics. As god of the kingdom of the dead he remained strange to Yahweh. Adad appeared related to Yahweh as god of thunderstorms and warfare. His worship was indicated also in Canaan by Theophorus given names, but exerted no visible influence upon the conception of Yahweh. In Israel there existed a cultured stratum of men comparable to the Babylonian priesthood. In Babylonia there existed no stratum comparable to that of the Israelite Torah teachers. No matter how many allusions in detail may be found, the rejection of the most impressive products of Babylonian astronomy is well ascertained. Again, this shows clearly the great independence of intellectual culture of Palestine opposite neighboring countries. 3. The Yahwistic and Elohistic intellectual traditions. We must beware of conceiving of Palestine at any historical time as an area lacking cultural strata of its own, as a country governed only by barbaric magic and quite primitive religious ideas. A Canaanite in a letter from about the 15th century to a prince heralds the Lord of God's grace for him, for the prince was a brother having love in his heart, hence, we may infer, he was a fellow believer. The sender then continues in almost missionary style to emphasize the importance for the king's success of the grace of him who is above his head and also above the cities. Such conceptions were certainly alien to the herdsmen and peasants of the old Israelite militia. All signs speak against assuming their complete disappearance in the more important cities. The successful rejection of the religious conceptions of great cultural areas, which evidently influenced all other spheres, and the creation of characteristically different and independent conceptions required the existence of an independent, cultured stratum which received and rationally refashioned the 206 old oracles and promises of the surrounding world. They could not be the ecstatic Nebi'im whose school tradition produced but mystery stories in the nature of the Elisha stories, nor court circles who disdained the Nebi'im, nor, finally, the herdsmen and peasants and their war prophets. We have no reason to conceive of the Israelite rural people as particularly dumb as is occasionally done. Peasants become dumb only where they are harnessed into and face a presumably strange, bureaucratic, or liturgical machine of a great state, or where they are abandoned as serfs to landlords, as happened in Egypt, Mesopotamia, and in the Hellenist and late Roman states. In contrast to this, the pre-exilic plebeian was at first in fact, later, in memory and aspiration, a free militia man of the Confederacy, who had defeated the knighthood of the culture areas. To be sure he could never have created the rational conception of the scriptures on his own. Others had to do this for him. But he was receptive to most of the scriptures. One of the secrets of the development of Yahwism lies, indeed, in the interaction between an enthused stratum of intellectuals and this public composed of demilitarized and socially déclassed strata under the impact of social change during the time of the kings. Rarely have entirely new religious conceptions originated in the respective centers of rational cultures. Rational prophetic or reformist innovations were first conceived, not in Babylon, Athens, Alexandria, Rome, Paris, London, Cologne, Hamburg, Vienna, but in Jerusalem of pre-exilic, in Galilee of late Jewish times, in the late Roman province of Africa, in Assisi, in Wittenberg, Zurich, Geneva, and in the marginal regions of the Dutch, Lower German, and English cultural areas, like Frisia and New England. To be sure, this never occurred without the influence and impact of a neighboring rational civilization. The reason for this is always the same. Prerequisite to new religious conceptions is that man must not yet have unlearned how to face the course of the world with questions of his own. Precisely the man distant from the great culture centers has cause to do so when their influence begins to affect or threaten his central interests. Man living in the midst of the culturally satiated areas and enmeshed in their technique addresses such questions just as little to the environment as, for instance, the child used to 207 daily tramway rides would chance to question how the tramway actually manages to start moving. The possibility of questioning the meaning of the world presupposes the capacity to be astonished about the course of events. Now, the experiences which the Israelites had before the exile and which gave them cause to ask such questions were the great wars of liberation and the rise of kingship, the development of the corvée state and of urban culture, the threat of great powers. Particularly, the collapse of the northern kingdom and the same fateful threat to the southern kingdom, the last remnant of unforgotten grandeur, stood before everybody's eyes. Then came the exile. The wars of liberation established Yahweh's prestige as war god. The social degradation and demilitarization of the exponents of the old Yahweh militia created the Yahwistic history legend. The paramount questions of theodicy, however, were raised only with the threatened collapse of the kingdom. The intellectual work which created the two great later combined revisions of the Hexateuch obviously belong essentially to the second period. They are products of two groups of religious literati, nowadays usually distinguished as the Yahwistic and Elohistic by the name they used for God. Registered, these collectors and writers apparently stood independently beside the original editors of the purely historical traditions and legends in the books of Judges and Kings, for all attempts to carry through the distinctions between the two schools in these scriptures seem to have failed. Both collectors or schools of collectors must be viewed as highly educated men, because they advanced numerous etymologies of names and etiological stories which are quite ingenious and, in the main, cannot possibly be popular in origin. The Jerusalemite Deuteronomic school belonged to the last period. The priestly completion and revision of the preceding epochs, in the narrower sense, belonged to the time of the exile and partially the following time, even though its beginnings may go back to pre-exilic times. The Yahwistic and Elohistic collections were not yet exposed to the grave problem of theodicy which had to come up by the decline of the national state. Their monotheism is naive. They had, as yet, no knowledge of the struggle of the 208 ascending priesthood with the prophetic movement and its indifference towards sacrificial worship. Likewise, as yet, they knew nothing of the later detestation of ancient rural sanctuaries, the cult paraments and images. However, these collections, one of which goes back to Solomon's time, the other to at least the 8th century, were influenced by the social problems produced by kingship. Hence, in both collections the patriarchal legends constitute an important part of the presentation. The Elohistic, indeed, begins only with these legends. And both collections then deal extensively with the exodus from Egypt, the conquest of Canaan under Moses and Moshe, the cultic, moral, and legal commandments which Yahweh at the time imposed on the Eopal. Regards the age of the material, various parts of both collections, as in the blessings, may come from earlier times. It is not certain whether the Book of the Covenant and the Ethical Decalogue originally were part of the Elohistic, nor is it certain that the cultic Decalogue was an original part of the Yahwistic collection. However, for the characterization it is not important. 4. The manner of the collector's account serves as an ethical paradigm as intended by the collectors, however little they succeeded in expurgating the often quite unethical features of the old sagas. Both collections utilized nearly the same material for the time since Abraham. It would be misleading to construe an actual oppositional bias between them. In agreement with the mood of their public, both halo the time of the people's origin. Likewise, one cannot make a case for the greater popularity of one of the two, or, if one wishes, sometimes one, at other times the other. It was hardly unintentional when both of them conceived of the then popular promises as having been given not to a king, or to his ancestors, but to the ancient legendary tribal fathers of the people, promises such as to make Israel a great people, to bless its friends, to curse its enemies, and to bequest a name which would still be a blessing to all other generations of the world at a late time. Perhaps this conception of the ancient legendary heroes as tribal fathers of Israel as a whole was one of the contributions of these authors. In their eyes, the promises were yet unconditional, without prerequisite achievements, i.e., pledges of God's 209 friendship for Israel through thick and thin. This ran counter to the later prophetic conception, as did the prophecies of hope of the kingly Nevi'im. Moreover, the glorification of Moses plays an incomparable role with them, one not found in the political, hymnic, or prophetic literature, nor, of course, in the later priestly revision, which put Aaron, the priest, as far as possible, in place of Moses. Yet, the Song of Deborah and the collection of blessings later inserted into Deuteronomy prove that Moses' prestige was absolute and ancient and no ex post facto construction. Thus, these collectors continued old popular traditions which were hardly agreeable to the kings, and each of the two schools did so in a somewhat different fashion. Both viewed the patriarchs as peaceful herdsmen. The Elohistic collection, however, placed greater emphasis upon their position as Jerem of the settled, and with them Berith-bound population, whereas the obviously more Levitically influenced Yahwistic account, in the story of Isaac's marriage proposal, already knows the disinclination against intermarriage with the Canaanites. To consider tillage as resulting from a divine curse is essentially the view of the Yahwist. For him paradise represented an irrigated and planted fruit garden modeled after an oasis in the steppe. The Elohist, who had included Moses' blessing, seems to know something of the claim of the tribe of Joseph to royal dignity, whereas with the Yahwist in Jacob's blessing, Judah, instead of Reuben and Joseph, is the champion of the promise. These and similar specific traits make the assumption of eminent scholars probable, that on the whole the Elohistic revision has been more subject to northern, the Yahwistic to southern influence. As regards the age of the collections, now one, then the other, has older elements, but on the whole, the Yahwistic one may be considered somewhat older. The fact that the Elohist is inclined to consider Abraham and, in general, all heroes as Nebiim, the heroes of the Joseph story as Nazarites also speaks for his, on the whole, northern derivation. The same is shown by the fact that in the Elohistic revision the appointment of the elders in Israel is justified ideologically, whereas for the Yahwistic collection, Moses, hence the Levitical priests, are the trial judges, as was presumably largely the case or at least claim in 210 the South. Puritanical influences are readily to be found in the Yahwistic account. With respect to the great part played by the snake in the Yahwistic story of man's fall, we may recall that staffs similar to the Mosaic snake staff in the Temple of Jerusalem were ascribed to the Egyptian magicians in the story of Exodus, and that the snake staff of Moses was brought into relation with magical therapy by the Elohistic edition of the desert story. Hence, if the assumption holds that a snake cult and Levitical medicine men existed, the sharp rejection by the Yahwistic Puritan tradition, under Hezekiah leading to the destruction of the idol, may here find expression in the very presentation of the snake and of its undoubted wisdom as the source of all evil. Whether, as is partially assumed, also the frequent quality of the snake as a divine animal for the kingdom of the dead played its part in this would appear doubtful. The difference in derivation also seems to find expression in the treatment of the conception of God. The absolutely firm point of departure for both collections was the quality of the God as a personal master who by his intervention determined man's fate in the world, but since Moses was bound to Israel by berith and oath and guaranteed its codes and norms, that was unalterably the case. The Yahweh of Moses and of the ancient war prophets simply never was the primitive fiend into which, in the interest of a theory of unilinear evolution, attempt has been made to cast him. On the other hand, he could not be spiritualized into an impersonal world power as in China and India. For reasons discussed earlier, he bears certain universalist features in both collections, only in different ways. The Yahwistic collection presents him, as often noted, in occasionally quite drastic anthropomorphic form. There is no mention of the grandiose but abstract constructions of the exilic priests which made the spirit of Yahweh, brooding over chaos, strike up light by a magic word, and then day by day one thing after another was made to originate from nothingness by his mere commandment. General 1. Yahweh, General 2, first made water spring from the thus far desolate and barren earth, then he formed man from earth, vivified him by breathing his breath into him, and then only he allowed plants and animals to originate. He presented 21 these to man and left to him the business of naming them, which according to the view of Moses' time and his, Egyptian, surroundings was quite important. At first he failed in offering to man an agreeable company until he fashioned out of a rib woman, whom man at once recognized as his kind. In the cool of the evening God like a sheik in an oasis promenaded in his garden Eden into which he also put man. He took him personally to task when he touched his trees against his prohibition and in punishment chased him out with a curse. In order to do so he had first to search and call man, who had gone into hiding. Likewise, in order to see the giant construction in Babylon he had to descend there. If he had to give orders or promises to man he made a personal appearance. In contradiction with the later tradition he still allowed Moses to actually see him face to face, also he dined on Mount Sinai with the elders. Hence, he is a God of corporeal epiphanies, acting entirely in terms of human motives, but, nevertheless, a God who created the universe and exerted his power also in Babylon, the center of the world. This anthropomorphic corporeality obviously was experienced as awkward in the Elohistic view, which despite its popular nature, in this was influenced more by the ancient culture which was stronger in the north. In this view, the God of Israel is the supreme God of heaven who does not walk among men on earth. The present revision bypasses this original story altogether and begins with the patriarchal legends. It must remain an open question whether this was originally the case or whether, perhaps, the later composition did not wish to take over Elohistic conceptions which no longer agreed with the conceptions of deity of the time. In any case, the Elohistic point of view preferred to have the divine commands and promises occur in a dream, by a call from heaven, or, finally, through a messenger, Malach, or angel of God. Occasionally, General 18:2f, this is also found with the Yahwist. The conception of the divine messenger is ancient. The North Israelite Song of Deborah knows him at the cursing of Meroz. The Elohist, however, transforms all transmitted theophanies into the appearances of such mediating figures. This is an obvious theological construction. In the later revisions of the collection's other theological constructions. 212. Perhaps taken from ancient views, are to be found beside them, such is the impersonal majesty, kabod, of God. It is used especially for the sake of reconciling the usual conception of the localization of the God at the sanctuary, especially the temple, customary with settled, particularly urban populace with the idea of the distant great God of heaven. Not God himself, but his kabod in the form of a radiant cloud has descended upon the sanctuary, ex 4034f. Or another impersonal power appeared as efficacious such as the countenance, panim, the word, debar, and the spirit, ruach, most often however, in Egyptian fashion the name, sham, of God. The derivation of all these theological constructions is difficult to ascertain and, with the exception of the last named, shall not concern us further. These spiritualizing tendencies were met halfway by the ancient patriarchal legends insofar as in them, as usual in theologically unreconstructed popular stories, man preferably is active and not, as in the Yahwistic story of creation, God. Some particularly ancient, because originally polytheistic epiphanies, had to be preserved. But, in general, the God of the patriarchs became a God of mysterious features recognized but indirectly in all sorts of ordainments of fate. Edifying, occasionally touching traits, such as tended particularly to be produced in the artistic elaboration of religious short stories, are most clearly evident in the story of Joseph and in that of Isaac's sacrifice. This sort of paradigm was the source of that rationalism which led to the belief in providence. On the other hand, these theological constructions show a certain preference for the development of impersonal divine powers, preferences which, as usual elsewhere, were intrinsically related to the orgiastic ecstatic nature of North Israelite divine possession. Later this theological tendency was apparently deliberately discarded again. Whereas other theological elements were developed but in rudimentary form before the exile, the old theological construct of the divine messenger was preserved. It implemented the increasing majesty of the God and avoided the altogether too coarse, anthropomorphic theophanies. Obviously, the reason was a purely practical one. The Levitical priestly Torah, the counseling of those pursued by hard luck, 213 hence, by God's anger, had gained in significance, and the struggle of the puritanical Yahwists of the South had begun against the North's orgiastic communion with and possession by God. The interest in rational instruction concerning the intentions and imperatives of God, particularly about cultic and ethical sins and the warding off of their consequences, had developed, and this need for theodicy had to gain in intensity the more problematical the political situation. This plebeian need, however, was far better met by the corporeal, concrete God, once negotiating personally with man of the Yahwistic edition, than the more sublimated view of the Elohistic school. One needed understandable reasons for the divine judgments, and hence the opportunity to refer in justification to personal, corporeal pronouncements of God. The pre-exilic prophets did not receive their commandments and oracles by messenger, but directly, although, for the rest, they are quite frequently influenced by the Elohistic conception. This resulted from the North Israelite setting of the first, lastingly influential, appearance of prophecy. Therefore, the old God of the Fathers and of the Covenant again made personal appearances in the integration of the old collections by the revision which, after Wellhausen, nowadays is usually designated as Jehovistic. And, in agreement with the rational need of the intellectuals he now appeared speaking to, General 13:14f, or arguing with his prophets. Or even his reasoning processes are literally demonstrated, General 6:5f. The paradigm for this was offered by older Yahwistic presentations of Yahweh's reflections, which caused him to punish man's fall and to destroy the Babylonian terrace tower. But the motives changed in nature. In the primitive view, still influential in the Yahwistic collection, as in all old myths, God's resolutions are guided by selfish interests, above all God's jealousy against being threatened by hybris, the increasing wisdom and power of man. In the later revisions, however, benevolent charity for man is the decisive motive. Thus, in the final revision of the account of the desert migration, God ponders the alternative modes of behavior of the Israelites, in whose constancy he has not much trust in terms of the road on which he is going to guide them. He then decides solely for their own good. The search. 214 for purely human and understandable motives of God remains characteristic, and the account is fashioned accordingly. It is also clear elsewhere how the intellectual attempt to sublimate the conception of God was at odds with the interest in practical cure of souls. The old sagas had Yahweh regret, without inhibitions, his resolutions and acts. To the rational writers it appeared doubtful even at early times whether this be in agreement with the majesty of a great God. Therefore, the saying was put into Balaam's mouth that God is no son of man that he should repent, and this was often repeated, Nu 23:19, Isam 15:29. The practical needs of Levitical exhortation, however, obstructed the consummation of this sublimation. If God's resolutions were decided once for all, prayer, search of soul, and expiation were useless. The same fatalistic consequence detrimental to the Torah teacher's interest in cure of soul had to be feared, which was abhorrent in the astrological determination of man's fate. Therefore the later revisions of the Moses stories repeatedly have the prophet intercede to assuage Yahweh's wrath. Yahweh changes his mind either upon intercession or upon repentance and penance. The Nathan tradition has the same happen for David, and the Elijah tradition for Ahab when they do penance. This understandable anthropomorphic God, then as today, was better adapted to the practical necessities of mass curing of souls. The Deuteronomic compendium found a resolution in that Yahweh in advance made his behavior depend upon man's conduct. Behold, I set before you this day a blessing and a curse, take your choice. The attitude toward other problems, for similar reasons, remained dualistic, so with respect to the ultimate question of theodicy. Basic to the old relation of Yahweh to his people was the birth. Yahweh's vow to stand by this people as his own seemed constantly put into question by the disaster which continually threatened politically and partially came to pass. Occasionally the Yahwist finds succor, as in the rather late saga of the Great Flood, by the statement that all thoughts of man were only evil continually. Accordingly man had, indeed, deserved all evil. But since, in spite of all, Yahweh does not wish to forego the lovely scent of sacrifice, he resolves, precisely because of their unavoidably evil acts in the future, at least, no longer to 215 ruin the whole world by a great flood, General 821, which, by the eye alludes to the end of the Babylonian saga of the Great Ud. The pessimistic estimation of human nature probably derived from the confessional practice of the Southern Torah teachers. It was not generally accepted. In Israel man was always thought to be weak, but not constitutionally wicked. Only the prophecy of doom of the last days of Israel tended again to this view. The formulation that none be innocent before Yahweh, EX 34:7, was more adequate and obviously amenable to the practical needs of cure of souls in the face of the suffering of the innocent. This, however, did not as yet solve the problem of Israel's special misfortune. After all, they were Yahweh's people. The natural solution was that Yahweh had of course made prerequisite to his ancient promises the honoring of ritual and ethical obligations, which the people had failed to do. Actually, all ancient promises were refashioned from originally unconditional pledges of Yahweh into conditional pledges based on good conduct. Doubtless this again derived from the practical needs for a rational theodicy. As we shall see, it was a basic tenet of prophecy. Difficulties, however, were inevitable. The ancient idea of joint liability of the community for the doings of each individual and of the descendants for the deeds of the forefathers, opposite the blood avenger and political enemy in a free confederacy, originally went without saying and was a useful paradigm. But one had to fear that against this the question would be raised, what good would it do the individual to fulfill Yahweh's commandments if the doings of others would enmesh the innocent in misfortune just the same? For the sins of contemporaries there was the solution of dedicating them to God through cherem and stoning them. This was done just as people warded off an old evil against a Medic community by surrendering the wrongdoers or their relatives, which allegedly happened under David when Saul's family was surrendered to Gibeon. At least in later times the Shechemite ceremony of curse and blessing served also the purpose of unburdening the liability of the community by transferring the curse onto the sinner's person. Capital punish. 216 meant of the murderer was expressly viewed as an expurgation of the country from the joint liability for guilt against Yahweh. Special expiation ceremonies were instituted for cases in which the murderer could not be found. But this means was not available for the sins of the fathers. Here the bitter popular proverb held which Jeremiah cited, 31:29, the fathers ate sour grapes, and the children's teeth are on edge. Hence, fatalistic consequences, detrimental to cure of soul also threatened here. For this reason, the Deuteronomic school, obviously under the influence of Levitical Torah teachers, decided completely to reject the liability of descendants for the fathers both with respect to legal practice and ethical responsibility. However, the difficulty was that the idea of compensation for the sins of the forefathers proved indispensable for purposes of theodicy, since there was no compensation in the beyond, and since observation again and again seemed to teach that the individual simply was not punished and rewarded proportionate to his sins and good deeds. The idea of compensation was particularly indispensable for political theodicy, particularly after the bitter lesson of the Battle of Megiddo. Hence the prophets always employed the idea of collective responsibility of the community and of the descendants for their forebearers, and the idea was never definitely discarded. In the priestly revision the assurance of God's grace and mercy still stands directly beside that of his visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation, New 14:18. This dualism derived from the needs of pragmatic political prophecy as against the priestly interests in cure of souls and the rationalism of the educated. They all agreed, however, in the result that God was to be a God of just compensation, and this quality was indeed emphasized by the Deuteronomic school. With this, the commandments of God as well as the expiation of offenses were more and more sublimated in the direction of ethical absolutism, Gesinnungsethik. What mattered to the heavenly ruler was not external conduct, but unconditional obedience and absolute trust in what, repeatedly, would seem to be problematical promises. The very idea is to be found even in the Yahwistic story of Abraham's call to move to Canaan and the promise of a son. Abraham followed the first blindly, and his 217 blind belief in the latter is counted to him for righteousness. General 15:6. It is no accident that the idea is first to be found in a patriarchal saga. For undoubtedly one of the pillars of the party rested on the pacifistic semi-nomads opposed to the kings and their priestly instituted sacrificial cult. It advanced the thesis that the old God of the covenant did not enjoy sacrifices, but solely obedience to his commandments, and, above all, that the very community was holy and, hence, had no need for priests. Such anti-priestly belief found its natural support in the ancient warrior asceticism and warrior ecstasy and, generally, in early conditions which knew no office-holding, hereditary, confederate priesthood. No doubt, this belief suggested itself also to the intellectual strata. Finally, in all probability the order of the Rechabites, so well liked by Jeremiah, the opponent of the Jerusalem priests, was one of the exponents of this anti-priestly belief. All those Levites who were not employed at sanctuaries, but who made a living simply by curing souls and Torah teaching, could also embrace it. It corresponded to the idea that Yahweh found decisive satisfaction in a contrite attitude per se, not sacrificial and expiatory offerings and similar acts of the sinner. This idea was probably rooted in the same intellectual circles, and the editors of the tradition put it into the mouth of the old seers, first of Nathan. Another section of the Levites, particularly those belonging to the Deuteronomic school, were too closely tied to the interests in cult and sacrifice to draw such conclusions. It was the Yahwistic tradition, which on the whole was more southern and Levitically influenced, which absorbed the prescriptions of the so-called cultic Decalogue. But as long as the priests were linked to kingship, the very idea remained alive, and especially in prophecy. Even the later priestly revision was unable to eradicate its traces. In the Moses stories, this revision joined Yahweh's judgment of the Korachite Levites to those heretical propositions of the sanctity of the community and the expendability of the priests, but it could not prevent it from vigorously surviving in the scriptural oracles of the mightiest prophets. This ethical absolutism of faithful obedience to God took a plebeian turn by the manner in which the ancient mythological 218 conceptions of God's jealousy and hatred against man's hybris were elaborated in the moral exhortation of the Torah teachers. Bureaucratic subordination was the source of the Egyptian sages' praise of obedience, silence, and absence of hybris as God-pleasing virtues. In Israel it sprang from the plebeian nature of the patronage. The Torah teachers and the circles giving rise to the prophets were devoted to the counseling and curing of souls of plebeians. Their God hated and considered as an abomination the pride, arrogance, the boastful reliance on one's own strength, as shown by the kings and their warrior heroes. Yahweh viewed with displeasure, according to Amos, the eroticism and, according to Isaiah, the gay carousing of the Gibborim. The prophet Zephaniah knows for certain, 3:12, that only the poor people have true faith in God and leave everything to his discretion, and therefore alone will be spared from perishing in days to come. The failure of this arrogant caste opposite the foreign enemies, in contrast to the time of the ancient peasant militia, seemed proof of Yahweh's displeasure with the great. Only absolute and humble faith in him might, perhaps, lead the old God of the covenant again to be absolutely behind his people as formerly. Therewith we face again a basic motive for the utopian political ethic of the prophets and of Deuteronomy, which in this stood under their influence. We shall discuss this separately at a later time. Here, we merely wish to clarify further some of the circumstances basic to the formal peculiarities of man's entire relationship to God in Israel. This concerns especially the tremendous emphasis upon rational ethical absolutism. Chapter 9. Ethics and Eschatology. Of Yahwism. M1. Magic and Ethics. ASIC did not have its usual dominance in Israel, although it never vanished completely from popular practice. The fate of magic in Old Testament religion was determined by the systematic opposition of the Torah teachers. Though there were all sorts of magicians in Israel, leading Yahwistic circles, particularly the Levites, were not magicians, but men of knowledge. So, too, were the Brahmins, but their knowledge was basically different from that of the Israelites. When in the Yahwistic story of paradise the snake advises the woman to eat from the tree of knowledge, it holds out the promise that your eyes shall be opened and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. It told no lie, for Yahweh, after cursing man and the snake, added man is become as one of us, hence godlike through knowledge, and he chased man out of the garden, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat, and live forever. Hence, one becomes a god by possessing two things, immortality and knowledge. But what kind of knowledge is meant? In both passages it is knowledge of what is good and evil. This is the knowledge which the pre-prophetic writer believed to make man godlike, though it did not imply that this was rational ethical, not ritualistic or esoteric knowledge. In Egypt, too, a plebeian, uninstructed in priestly writing, is termed a man who does not know what is good and evil. And in the story of paradise the purely ritualistic taboo on nakedness, not rational ethical knowledge, is, as far as we can see, what is imparted to man by his eating from the tree of 219. 220 knowledge. However, even Micah at the time of Hezekiah, emphasized, 6:8, that man hence, every man has been shewed what is good, namely to do justly and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God. Hence what mattered was not esoteric nor merely ritualistic knowledge, but, indeed, publicly taught ethics and charity. The Levitical Torah teacher characteristically engaged in this kind of teaching, and the special relationship to Yahweh, as personal partner of the Berith with the confederacy, first placed this strong accent upon doing justly. Thus, preeminence was placed on obedience and ethical conduct as over against observance of purely cultic and ritualistic commandments which, given the structure of the confederacy, were necessarily almost completely absent or developed only in a few simple rules in earlier times. Since the community was jointly responsible to Yahweh for the offenses of every individual, these ethical problems were of great interest to every member of the community. And, above all, to the intellectuals interested in the destiny of the country. This was the point of departure for the conception of the nature of divine knowledge which became prevalent among the circles of increasingly demilitarized Yahwistic plebeians and those intellectuals who adhered to the good old law. This knowledge continually increased in importance. The early period knew divine charisma only in the form of warrior ecstasy and war prophecy. Both were decayed. As beginnings in the tradition show, there was a tendency to make a magician out of Moses whose magical charm, like that of an Indian court Brahmin, was decisive for victory. But such no longer existed. Yahweh no longer awakened a prophet to appear to him face to face. For times had changed. Elisha's war oracles represent the last echo of magical political prophecy in the tradition. The Levites were the only permanent champions of Yahweh belief, and by virtue of their socially important functions felt themselves as men knowing what offenses would bring misfortunes and how to make good again. If the name of Gideoni, Leviticus 20:27, 2. Key 23:24, which designates the oracular spirit inhabiting certain magicians, should really be equivalent to small knowledge, this would be characteristic of the specifically anti-magical pride in knowledge of the representatives of Yahwism. To be sure, the 22 scriptural prophets occasionally gave advice to the kings, as did court prophets and magicians. But they did so always in the sense of the Levitical Torah, obey Yahweh and trust in Him. None of them sought to help the country by sorcery. Naturally there were tendencies to develop magical coercion of God even among Yahwists at all times, and possibly until rather late pre-exilic times. Alongside other, rather secondary traces, there developed the ubiquitously diffused belief in the magical power of God's name, and were one to call Him by it correctly he would obey. It is not without reason that Yahweh, in the epiphany of the thorn bush, at first avoids naming His name, as did the Numen with which Jacob wrestled. When Moses later asked Yahweh the favor of seeing him face to face, Yahweh instructs Moses to call his name. By this means Yahweh was compelled. As already noted, This widely diffused conception was native to Egypt. Yahweh's name, like that of the pharaoh, is the symbol of his power. As Jerusalem in the Amarna letters is called by the king's name, so Israel is called by Yahweh's name, Deuteronomy 28:10, J 14:9, or Jerusalem, J 25:29, or a prophet, J 15:16. His name is called, he resides in Jerusalem, where a house is built for him, he comes from far, is 30:27, is near, Psalm 75:11. And Yahweh through his name acts in favor of all who love his name, Psalms 5:11, 69:36, 119:132. In part the intention may have been the previously mentioned theological attempt to eliminate anthropomorphism and personal presence of Yahweh. But in part, especially in Egypt where it prevailed, it is also a matter of the concept of the nature of the name. It is hardly accidental that nearly all characteristic references of this kind are Deuteronomic, hence, derived from the time which generally evinces the greatest relationship to Egyptian forms of piety. The specific sanctity of God's name was also to be found in Egypt, where Isis robs Ra of his power by knowledge of his secret name, and to avenges the taking in vain of his name. In Israel, too, the sanctity of God's name increased. Here the taboo widely diffused on use of the divine name originally did not hold. Later the attempt to compel the majestic God by means of calling his name was considered a grave offense which he was bound to avenge. The unconcern in the use of his 222 name, which was still prevalent in prophetic times, gave way to specific fear to do so, which must have originated at early times. The prohibition of the Decalogue against taking his name in vain goes back to unknown times and refers undoubtedly to the attempt magically to compel God. This rejection may well derive from the conscious opposition against Egypt, perhaps specifically against the cult of the dead. For the significance of the names of the gods is nowhere in Egypt as central as in the 125th chapter of the Book of the Dead. Their proper use is decisive for the fate of the soul. At every gate of Hades the respective deity demands the dead to know his name before letting him pass. The allusions, on the one hand, the sharp rejection on the other, are hardly fortuitous. In practice the rejection of magic meant primarily that unlike the process elsewhere, it was not systematized by priests for the sake of taming the masses. In Babylonia, magic was systematized under the pressing need for a theodicy, hence, the systematization was rational in origin. The fact that the innocent also suffer seemed to agree with faith in the gods only if demons and evil spirits, not the gods, caused evil. Theodicy therewith took the path of a latent semi-dualism. This was out of the question in Israel. One of the fundamental theses even of the first prophet, Amos, was that Yahweh also sent all evil. In Israel, all evil was punishment or ordainment of the powerful God. Therefore, the development of the magical defense against demons was confronted with that of the purely ethical Torah and with the confession of sins as genuine means of control in the hands of the Levitical priests. This exerted an all-pervasive influence upon the religious development of Israel. Among the Israelites the miracle had a place comparable to that of sorcery in Asiatic religions. The magician, the Redeemer, the god of Asia practiced magic, whereas the God of Israel, upon imploration and intercession, performed miracles. The profound contrast has been discussed before. The miracle is more rational than magic charm. The world of the Indian remained a garden of irrational charm. Beginnings of a similar development are to be found in the mysterious miracles, miracle, of the Elisha stories. Their irrationality stands, indeed, on the same level with the Asiatic charms. This mode of conception 223 might have readily gained the upper hand. Clearly the constant fight against all orgiastic ecstasy made for the prevalence not of magic, but of the miracle in the truly Yahwistic legends. The miracle springs from meaningful, understandable intentions and reactions of the Godhead and its place, for instance, in the patriarchal legends, but also in the Moses and Samuel traditions, and in the scripture of the Old Testament generally, is comparable to that in no other holy book. Relatively economic use is made of miracles in many old sections, particularly in the patriarchal legends. In the absence of magic, all questioning of the why of events, of destiny and fate was pushed in the direction of belief in providence, toward the conception of a God who mysteriously though ultimately understandably governed the world and guided the destinies of his people. The artistic Joseph legend of the Allahist had its hero give its striking formulation, "Yet thought evil against me, but God meant it unto good." Here God's will held the field opposite all human endeavor to escape it, as in Indian stories fate triumphed over all tricks to outwit it. Unlike the Indian karma, the rational providence of the personal God determined destiny in Israel. Two features were characteristic of this God of the intellectuals who, despite his passionate wrath in the last analysis, acted rationally and according to plan. First, as indicated, he was a God of plebeians. This has to be properly understood. In this form, Yahweh was not the God of popular religion, nor did he accommodate the needs of the masses. In the final triumphant conception he was always a God whom a stratum of prophets, war prophets, later Torah prophets, and Torah teachers sought to impose upon the people. Frequently they met with resistance, for the masses in need are always out for emergency aid through magic or saviors, and that was also the case in Israel. Likewise, neither the ideals nor the idealists of Yahweh religion stemmed from among the poor. Before the exile, the hero of the genuine tradition of the Book of Kings, as well as of the old, fragmentary traditions from the time of the Judges, was the well-to-do and pious Israelite. In the religious legend the patriarchs, too, were quite wealthy men. In accordance with the ancient promises, here, as always, riches were the wages of piety. In all probability, the cultured Expo 220 forenants of Yahweh knowledge were primarily members of distinguished sibs. Yet, since the early prophets, Amos, it is evident that this was by no means always the case. The literati believed in their ability to develop and actually did develop, puritanically sincere, anti-orgiastic, anti-idolatrous, and anti-magical devoutness among circles which were largely plebeian in nature. These strata were plebeian at least in the sense that they had no share in political power, nor were they exponents of the military and corvée state or the social power position of the patriciate. That is evident in the revision of the tradition. Nowhere, except in residues of the kingly histories, does the heroism of nobles dominate. Rather the peaceful and devout peasant or shepherd is throughout the hallowed figure. And the manner of presentation and interpretation is adjusted to his horizon. Demagogic wooing of the masses, to be sure, is out of the question. As in Egypt, Levitical exhortation demanded that the judge pervert the ends of the law as little in favor of the multitude as the great. Saul's adversity is, among other things, ascribed to the fact that he obeyed the mass of foolish people. What is decisive for the worth and authority of the individual is rather the knowledge of Yahweh's commandments. But the nomadic ideal in the manner of the Rechabites and the memory of the peasant militia also controlled the ideals of the intellectual elite. The Confucians, just as the radical Yahwists, were basically convinced that solely the fulfillment of the commandments of heaven safeguard the destiny of state. In China the virtues of a genteel, aesthetically cultured, literary stratum of prebendaries was decisive, whereas in Israel, the virtues of an ideal Israelite plebeian in town and country was increasingly hallowed. Levitical exhortation more and more took account of this conceptual horizon of their clientele. The peculiarity in this consisted in the fact that here and here only plebeian strata became exponents of a rational religious ethic. It was likewise quite important that Yahweh remained a God of history, especially of political military history. This differentiated him from all Asiatic deities and was due to his original relationship to Israel. For his most devout believers he always remained the war god of the confederacy. No matter whether he was also a rain-making god or whether speculation in North 225. Israel elevated him to heavenly king, for truly Yahwistic and especially prophetic belief, he remained the god of political destinies. Hence he was no god with whom one could seek mystical union by contemplation, but a superhuman, yet understandable personal master whom one had to obey. he had given his positive commandments which one had to follow. One could inquire into his divine purposes, the reasons for his wrath, and the prerequisites of his mercy, just as with a great king. Beyond that, there was nothing. This presupposition, indeed, precluded the development of speculation about the meaning of the world in Indian fashion. For different reasons, speculation with the Egyptians and Babylonians did not go beyond certain, quite narrow limits either. In ancient Israel it had no footing whatsoever. To mythologies and eschatologies the rational development of the world image remained firmly channeled in one direction and thereby capable of consummation. Yahweh's peculiarities, also, set limits to his mythologization. As every other deity, the figure of Yahweh was embellished with mythological features. The grandiose images of the prophets and psalmists certainly derive from a treasure of ancient widely diffused myths. The Babylonian notions of the primeval dragon, of monsters and giants with whom God had to wrestle in producing the present world, undoubtedly were also to be found in pre-Israelite Canaan. They survived outside the cosmogony revised by the priests in the form of Leviathan, Behemoth, Rahab. And in the priestly revision the chaotic primal waters received the name of the primeval Babylonian dragon, Tehum, Tiamat. God's irrigated Garden of Eden, the treatment of original man as a husbandman, the great world rivers, the Armenian mountains in the present revision of the story of creation show that none of these myths originated in the steppe or the Palestinian highland. The patriarchal planter of God's garden does not go too well with the rudiments of gigantomachy in the 6th chapter of Genesis. And the notion of God's Spirit moving upon the face of the waters was received by the latest priestly revision and in turn derived from a quite different framework of ideas. 226 The earlier Yahwistic cosmogony did not visualize Yahweh as creating the world from a void. Still he alone was responsible for what originated on earth. This conception, which Peisker registered adroitly called naive monotheism, has nothing to do with the uniqueness and universalism of God. For in almost all cosmogonies one God creates the world, no thought being given to others. But it is characteristic that a plain prose account here stands opposite the versified Babylonian saga of world origin. Moreover, the mythological imagery of the prophets, even more that of the priests, becomes increasingly abstract and less plastic. This occurs typically when theological rationalism dominates mythological elaboration. The end product, the unsurpassed, majestic, but quite unplastic story of creation in the present first chapter of Genesis is an accomplishment typical of priests. It originated in exile times in deliberate opposition to the Babylonian environment. All the phantasms of the Babylonian primeval saga, especially the splitting of the primeval dragon, are expurgated, the monster is depersonalized into primeval waters. And creation is consummated by the mere word of the God, which makes the light flash and the waters divide, just as it is God's word which comes to man out of the teacher's mouth. Perhaps the theogonic and gigantomachic residues were only then eliminated from the older account, which was allowed to stand directly alongside the new. For here was the decisive limit to myth formation in Yahwism. Yahweh could well admit individual myths, but in the long run he could not allow for theogony, the crown of all great mythological systems. Israel, having received the theogonic myths from the outside, offered no favorable soil to them, because Yahweh remained the single God and without image. Yahwism was not a cult derived from orgiasticism and mimic demonology which could have stimulated artistic or poetic imagination and which is the normal source of all mythological systems. Moreover, the sober sacrificial cult was not the most important element in man's relation to God. Besides Yahweh's personal traits, also, his position as guardian of the socio-legal order brought him into opposition to the divine mythologies circulating in Canaan as throughout the Middle East. This distinguished him also from the great universal deities 227 of the surrounding culture areas. The primary field of activity for all these gods, including Akhenaten's sun god, was the realm of nature. The political destinies usually were guaranteed by the local god of the residence, the social orders by one or several functional deities, and only secondarily by the great God of heaven. Yahweh, too, was originally a god of nature. He was a god of certain natural catastrophes, which the Levitical exhortation considered expressive of his wrath against disobedience. The more important the Torah became in Israel, the more firmly was his behavior related to the individual's greater or lesser obedience and goodwill toward Yahweh. Thus, all nature mythologies were subordinated to a sober, rational orientation of divine action. The reception of universalistic, cosmological myths into the Yahweh conception was unavoidable for the cultured stratum of Israel. This had far-reaching ramifications for the form assumed by the myths. They were turned in ethical direction. The borrowed myths in their turn exerted but slight influence upon the conception of God and upon soteriology, at least far less than one might expect. The cosmogonic and anthropogenic myths are of secondary importance in Yahwistic religiosity. This is most obvious in the absence of almost any allusion to the myth of the fall of man, so basic to our present conception. Throughout the Old Testament it became no soteriological event decisive for Yahweh's attitude to Israel or to man. There are only sporadic and merely paradigmatic allusions to be found, Hosea 6:7. Man's fall became basic to holy teaching only through certain speculations of early Christendom. They were based upon conceptions which were undeniably derived from Oriental gnosis, but were alien to genuine Israelite piety. Adam's and Eve's fall is an etiological myth for death, the toil of labor, and the labor of birth, hostility to the snake and later, to all animals. This exhausts its significance. The rabbis later considered the worship of the golden calf an incomparable greater offense than Adam's disobedience, because in the first a berith was broken, not in the last. This agrees with the old familiar basis of Yahweh's attitude toward Israel, which the myths left untouched. To be sure, even Hosea, Loccit, considered Adam's offense also a violation of a berith. But this became no conception of consequence for Israelite really. 228 Jun. On the other hand, Yahweh's peculiarity exerted revolutionary influence upon myth. The Amarna tablets contain the Babylonian myth of original man Adapa as a writing lesson for scribes. According to this myth, Adapa forfeits immortality by following the false suggestion of another god. For the rest he is treated from the beginning as impure and hence does not qualify for Anu's heaven. The Israelite conception fashioned from this the very impressive paradigm of disobedience and its consequences. This turn was accomplished by the Levitical Torah, and was received only in the final revision of the creation story. For with Ezekiel, 28:18 ff, and in the book of Job, 15:7, a trace of an entirely different conception still is evident, which conceived of original man as a form of great wisdom and beauty. Faultless like a cherub he lived in Babylonian fashion, jeweled garden of God on his wondrous mountain, which is also known to the Psalms and agrees with Yahweh's nature as a mountain god. But hybris entangled him in guilt and Yahweh pushed him down. Hence, here original man was by no means the pure fool of the Yahwistic myth of paradise. As Ezekiel twice described Noah, Job, and Daniel, 14:14, 20, as three wise and pious men of olden times, Daniel even as omniscient, 28:3, the hallowing of suprahuman wisdom of the forebears was obviously in the making. This tendency is found in the whole of the priestly tradition, and the post-exile Chokmah teachers later resumed it in a different way. It remained alien to the Torah teachers proper. With the saga of the Great Flood, which experts assume to be the last received myth, the Babylonian model met the ethical need insofar as it touched in passing, at least, upon a motive to be found also in the patriarchal legends. The gods reproached Enlil, who had released the Great Flood, for having intended to eliminate all men regardless of whether they did or did not sin. Only Ea's secret advice gave Noah's Babylonian counterpart the opportunity to save himself. With the reception of the saga, a characteristic change is Yahweh's decision not to send another great flood because man is only evil continually. He values man's existence and fate for their own sake. These changes must not be explained by attributing an unusually sublime ethic to the Israelites. The ethic of old Israel 229 was coarse and plain. Decisive, rather, was the fact that cure of souls ministered to plebeian strata was ethical, not magical in nature, as a result of historically given peculiarities in the relation of Yahweh to Israel. Myths, therefore, were of interest only when functioning as paradigms. Cure of souls required for its ends divine, rationally determined miracles, proofs of divine power, punishment and reward, not tales of magical and heroic feats. Paradise as a state of innocent peacefulness forfeited through ethical guilt was a conception of great consequence in later development. It was received together with the cosmogonic myths. The external form of paradise obviously underwent changes. In exile times the conception of the divine mountain, Ezekiel 28:11 ff, 31:8, 9, 86:35, served the obvious purpose of emancipating Yahweh from his localization in Jerusalem, fortifying his position as universal God. The old Yahwistic conception was received from the Torah teachers. Thus far no genuine myth of paradise has been ascertained for Babylon, though there is to be found a divine magical park with trees of precious stones and a canal dug by gods. Yosner * has ascertained widespread myths of an originally peaceful relation with the animals. Apparently such myths existed also in Babylon, Epic of Gilgamesh, and, as in Genesis, woman was responsible for the loss of this peaceful state. The myth of a God-planted and irrigated garden of peace and of man's expulsion into toilsome tillage and fight with snakes most probably originated in a country such as Mesopotamia. Its age in Canaan cannot be stated. Its origin in an agricultural country is also suggested by the still transparent idea that man originally, when there was peace with the animals, lived on a vegetarian diet. There are certain indications of this, also, in the Epic of Gilgamesh. But none of the religious relevant for the borrowing seems to have known a state of ignorant innocence registered in the special turn of ignorance as concerning the inadmissibility of nakedness. An inroad of the ritualistic peculiarity of Yahwism is at once evident. The central importance of the Birith idea suggested the conception, peculiar to Israel, that man's original peace with animals rested on a special Birith of Yahweh with the animals, and that Yahweh in the future could and would enter into another such Birith. This idea appeared even with the first prophets. Hos 2:18, is 11:1 ff. This was what mattered in 230 the conception. If one had once forfeited the blissful state of original peace, perhaps, if one behaved correctly, it might return in the future. This eschatological conception which the prophets used was doubtlessly widespread before their time. The final state will be like Eden, is 51:3. There will be peace among men, the swords will be made into plowshares, is 2:4, and bow, sword, and battle will remain far from the land, Hos 2:18, and by the grace of heaven the earth will bear ample corn, new wine, and oil, Hos 2:22. These are hopes of quite pacifistic, unmilitary peasants. These expectations of peace were not the sole form of eschatological hopes going back to pre-prophetic times. Other hopes corresponded to different social interest situations. The warrior's popular hope for the future looked differently. Even with the first prophet, Amos, we find the expectation of a day of Yahweh, Jim Yahweh, which hitherto was usually thought of as a day of great hope for Israel. What was its original meaning? Yahweh was a war god, and hence it was a day of victorious battle, as once was Jim Midian, is 9:3, the day of Gideon's victory. As for Gideon, and others, the ancient oracles by Lot told the hero the exact day and hour when Yahweh would deliver the enemies into Israel's hands. This is the likely origin of this Thothway. And the means of the old god of catastrophe were familiar, the divine terror through earthquakes or weather catastrophes. Hence, the day of Yahweh was a day of frightful terror, Jim Mehuma is 22:5, in the eyes of the warrior, of course, for Israel's enemies, not for Israel, Amos 5:18-20. Beside this stood a pacifist conception in which the day of Yahweh seemed a day of gay sacrificial feasting, Zeph 1:7, to which Yahweh bid his guests. These pacifistic or warlike hopes for the future were joined to the promises of the kingly prophecy of hope. Gressman registered especially has drawn attention to well-established courtly style for such predictions at the neighboring courts of the great kings. Each king was praised by the prophetic bards as a harbinger of blessed times: the diseased would recover, the hungry be satisfied, the naked clothed, the prisoners amnestied, thus for Assurbanipal, the poor have their rights, thus frequently in Babylonian royal inscriptions. For Israel see Psalm 72. The God, in Babylon Marduk, chooses the king, thus Yahweh, David, 2. Psalm 621, 231 makes him his priest, thus Psalm 110, adopts him, thus the king of Israel, Psalm 2:7, or has even produced him, Ibidem. The king has to prove his charisma, that he is thus qualified, by bringing joy to the people, as in China and wherever genuine conceptions of charisma prevail. To certify the king's divine origin even in early Sumerian times, it is told of the Sumerian king Gudea of Sargon, the founder of Babylonian power, further of Assurbanipal during late Assyrian times, that his father or also his mother are unknown, that he was produced in secrecy or on the mountains, hence, by a god. Especially usurpers, though not alone, avail themselves of this means of legitimation. Apparently this conception was also known in Israel, for Isaiah made use of it when he held out the Prince Emmanuel, whose image shows these characteristics. He is announced as a savior who would soon appear and possibly was already born. According to the more militaristic or pacifistic nature of the stratum, the savior prince then is a monarch riding in chariots and on horses, J 1725, 22:4, or a prince riding an ass in the way of the old Israelite charismatic hero of Confederate times, Zech 9:9f, and a prince of peace like Isaiah's Emmanuel. In the kingdom of Judah, this anointed one, Hamashiach, that is simply the king, was naturally expected to come from the tribe of the Davidians, hence from Bethlehem, who will be a savior, Mashuch, as his contemporaries conceived of Jeroboam too. The peculiarity of these hopes in Israel was politically determined. In the great culture areas, the strong, inconceivably old position of kingship linked the soteriological hopes essentially to the living king. And only exceptionally, as under Bacchorus, did truly messianic hopes make their appearance. In Israel, however, things were different. With the increasingly strong position of the priesthood in Egypt, too, the king, for instance, of the 21st dynasty, was but the master recognized and legitimatized by Ammon, no longer a living god as, at least, officially in the Old Empire. In Mesopotamia this was always the case in historical times. However, in Israel, especially in the northern kingdom with its constant military revolts and usurpations, the king as savior decidedly receded into the background in favor of other expectations. For Hosea there is no legitimate king at all which agreed with the situation of the times. Elsewhere, too, the kingly 232 prophecy of hope was confronted by the hope that either Yahweh personally would in due course take the government in hand, destroy the strange gods, is 10:13-14, and fashion the world anew, registered, or send a superhuman miracle man to accomplish this. This man would then destroy all foreign oppressors and, not they alone, but also the wicked in Israel. Only in Israel was hope crystallized into this specific, ethical form under the influence of Yahweh's special birth relation to his people. No traces of a similar trend are to be found elsewhere. Such hope could not arise where magic held sway as a universal means of salvation. In Israel this hope led to the conclusion that the advent of the day of Yahweh would bring doom also to the Israelite sinner. Only a remnant, registered Shirith, would survive Yahweh's wrath. The very first of the prophets, Amos, operates with this idea of a remnant as with a fixed conception. It had fundamental importance for all the prophets. Isaiah named one of his sons Shir Jashub, that is, the remnant is converting. Of course, this remnant is morally qualified, so that the eschatological nature mythologies of the surrounding culture again received an ethical turn. Two possible conceptions of the person of the eschatological hero prevailed in Yahwistic circles. Obviously, one was that Yahweh would personally take matters in hand against his enemies. The other maintained an eschatological hero would act on Yahweh's behalf. This led either on the path of kingly prophecy of hope, as was mostly the case in Jerusalem where the Davidians supported it, or it led to esoteric mythologies. The Savior then became an unearthly figure. In the Balaam saying, New 24:17, he will rise like a star. He is an everlasting Father. In the, to be sure, dubious customary reading of the passage is 9:6. His origin has been from of old, from everlasting, Micah 5:2. These obscure hints, which were further developed during the exile into the servant of God of Deutero-Isaiah, are nowhere elaborated in detail. No direct analogies are to be found in the documents thus far available from the environments of Israel. Influence of Iranian ideas is quite doubtful, and Yuma and other pertinent figures of early Iranian religion are not eschatological redeemers. The decisive passage in Micah, Loccit, presents the Sib of the Davidians as the depository of the hope for salvation, and the idea of a removal of great heroes of God into Yahweh's heaven was not absent in Israel, Hanok, Elijah. Therefore, the idea was Prob 233. Ably that David would return in person. Peculiar for the Israelite expectation is the increasing intensity with which paradise, or the Savior Prince, were projected into the future, the first out of the past, the last out of the present. This did not happen in Israel alone, but this expectancy has never become central to religious faith with such obviously ever-increasing momentum. Yahweh's old birth with Israel, his promise in conjunction with the criticism of the miserable present made this possible. But only the momentum of prophecy made Israel to this unique degree a people of hope and tarrying, General 49:18. Finally, the conception that the expected catastrophe would bring good fortune first, then doom, can be found, at least in beginnings, in Egyptian religion. One used to consider it, without sufficient proof, degree a fixed schema of the future expectation. Its borrowing by the prophets allegedly constituted the characteristic trait of the pronouncements. The schema prevails, indeed, in a considerable section of pre-exilic prophecy, but it characterizes their peculiar nature by no means exhaustively. If the schema per se had existed, its derivation from cult peculiarities of Chthonian and certain sidereal deities would suggest itself. Night and winter arrive before the deities of sun and vegetation can redeploy their strength. It must remain an open question to what extent the conception of a god or hero suffering before their advent to power had entered popular Israelite belief. Such ideas were widespread and also were to be found in neighboring countries and stemmed from the cultic myths of the sidereal and vegetation deities. That Israel knew those childhood myths which usually go with them, is shown in the story of Moses' infancy. Pre-exilic prophecy operated with and refashioned these popular representations in its own way. So far as can be seen, the priesthood and the theological intellectuals generally avoided them and utilized instead sober promises of material prosperity, numerous and honored descendants, and of a great name to become a blessing. Presumably they avoided the popular eschatology because of its connection with strange astral or Chthonian cults, or cults of the dead. Where a promise of a future personality makes its appearance, it does not hold out a king but a prophet like Moses, Deuteronomy 18:15, 18. The hope that Yahweh in the future would personally resume govern. 234 meant as he once allegedly ruled prior to the kingship according to the Samuel legend first appeared in prophetic times. Essentially this hope belonged only to exilic times when, with Deutero-Isaiah, the title of Savior was used for Yahweh. Chapter X. In Pre-Exilic Ethics. P1. Substantive content of Jewish ethics. Re-exilic Torah teaching competed with prophecy for dominance of Judaism. For prophecy did not create the substantive content of Jewish ethic, however important its conceptions became for its enforcement. Prophecy presupposed the content of the commandments to be familiar. The prophets alone are far from yielding an even approximately complete knowledge of Yahweh's ethical demands upon the individual. These demands received their character from quite a different area, namely, from the Torah of the Levites. They elaborated those structures which nowadays are usually considered especially significant creations of Israelite ethics, the Decalogues, to be specific, the ethical Decalogue of Exodus 20:2f, Deuteronomy 5:6f, and the two Decalogues of Ex 34:14f, and Deuteronomy 27:18f. There have been repeated attempts to ascribe great age to these collections, possibly even Mosaic origin. The argument has been advanced that the simple must have stood at the beginning of evolution. That does not always hold in this field. Our ethical Decalogue, especially, Ex 20:2-17, Deuteronomy 5:6-18, proves its relative youth as a common norm by the prohibition of carved likenesses, which do not agree with early Israelite custom. Also, it speaks of the house of the neighbor and of testimony, thus presupposing settled houses and court procedure with witnesses. Furthermore, there is the fear of taking Yahweh's name in vain, which in pre-exilic times appears nowhere comparably 235. 286 strong. Finally, there is the abstract formulation of the 10th commandment, neither shalt thou desire, even if the ethical sense of the word should only at a later time have taken the place of the originally coarser fraudulently manipulate. And, incidentally, the general prohibition of killing contradicts the law of the blood feud. The ethical Decalogue does not by any means comprise all prescriptions basic to Old Israel. There is no mention of circumcision, nor of the ritualistic dietary prescriptions. Apart from the emphasis on the Sabbath, the ethical Decalogue might well suggest the impression of a formula for an interdenominational ethic created by intellectuals. And this Decalogue, after all, implements Christian ethics ever anew. That does not apply to the aforementioned cursing formulae of the Shechem ceremony, Deuteronomy 27:14-26, usually termed the sexual Decalogue, nor to the single list of commandments preserved in Yahwistic formulation, that is the prescriptions which the text calls words of the covenant, Debar Habirith, Ex 34:14-26, the so-called cultic Decalogue. In the first, with the social security stipulations, the Jerem, characteristic for Israel, are mentioned alongside widows and waifs. In the last, however, beside the commandment of monolatry, prohibition of worshipping another El, and the prohibition of molten images, there is, indeed, express prohibition of participation in Canaanite sacrifices and entering any brith with Canaanites. This is followed by prescriptions concerning the Sabbath rest and festivals, the 3 annual pilgrimages to the sanctuary, the firstlings due to Yahweh, all stated in rather general terms, and finally, follow 3 highly specialized and doubtlessly quite ancient, ritualistic, dietary rules, among them one covering the Passover meal. Agricultural festivities and the Passover appear together in the cultic Decalogue, and instances of Beerithoth occurred at least into Solomonic times. On the other hand, intermarriage with them, which this Decalogue did not absolutely prohibit, caused scruples first among the Yahwistic stock breeders, as suggested by the legend of Isaac's matriarch proposal. Hence, the composition cannot be very old in its present form. The same holds for the so-called sexual Decalogue, as it presupposes that graven or molten images, an abomination to Yahweh, are put up only in secret, which was not the case even in Lo Judah until late kingly times. The doubtless, relative, lateness of the present content would not preclude a great age for Decalogue-like collections of commandments in Israel. But even the differences between the present Decalogues, which all have in common the doubtlessly late stipulations, prohibition of images, make the original form problematical. Besides, one has to consider that such catechism-like moral exhortations as is Decalogue Ex 20, according to Indian analogies, usually do not stand at the beginning of a development, but are relatively late products of pedagogical intention. Thus, in pre-exilic literature, above all, with the prophets, we find no certain traces of any special dignity and importance ascribed to the Decalogues, nor even of the presupposition that people were generally familiar with them. In a comparison of the ethic, particularly that of the ethical decalogue with that of the pre-exilic prophets, it is remarkable that they never allude to the special dignity of this composition, as could be expected, if they then were distinguished among other norms by the prestige of deriving from Moses. First, the prophets of pre-exilic times have no idea of being economical in the use of Yahweh's name. But this could be considered the privilege of a prophet. Moreover, the enumerations by the prophets of virtues and sins have not much in common with those of the decalogues. Apart from the specific social-political exhortation, which is uppermost in the prophetic mind, and which has no place in the decalogue, the struggle against other gods and images is the true field of prophecy. Allusions to the formulations of the first commandment of the decalogue are, at best, to be found with Hosea, 12:9, 13:4. For the rest, Amos lashes out against covetousness, 9:1, as the cardinal sin, beside corn usury, 8:5 on the Sabbath, false weight, 8:5, defrauding the poor, 8:6, and lechery, 2:7, father and son sleeping with the same harlot. The first mentioned vices are obviously related to prophetic social ethics, the last to opposition to sacred harlotry. None of these vices emphasized by the prophets is characteristically related to the ethic of the Decalogue. Blasphemy, lying, murder, theft, adultery, are enumerated with Hosea as widespread sins. These are mentioned in the Decalogue. Besides the Sabbath and filial piety, the 10th commandment is lacking, and lying, as known, is only prohibited in the Decalogue. 238 before court. Nevertheless, until Jeremiah, this prophetic enumeration of sins comes closest to the catalogue of the Decalogue. If Hosea should have actually known the Decalogue, which remains uncertain, this might possibly suggest its North Israelite origin. Hosea calls familiarity with these divine commandments knowledge, d'adh, of Elohim. All of this remains quite uncertain. With Micah, 6:10, 11, false coin, weight, and measure, and unjustly acquired goods are mentioned, none of which are specifically related to the Decalogue. No series of sins are mentioned in the genuine Isaiah oracles, and with Zephaniah, which could be related to the Decalogue. Of actually private vices, Isaiah mentions heavy drinking, 5:11, which is not mentioned at all in the Decalogue. All other passages essentially expressed complaints directed against the unjust doings of the rich. One might possibly discern an allusion to the 10th commandment in Micah, 2:2, but the usurious accumulation of land is a general social ethical complaint of the prophets against the rich. Only with Jeremiah do most of the Decalogue sins reappear: robbery and theft, murder, perjury, 7:9, adultery, 5:8, deceiving one's friend, 9:4, violation of the Sabbath, 17:22. In substance, all Decalogue sins are covered except the taking of the divine name in vain and the 10th commandment. But there is no reference to the special sanctity of the Decalogue or to its characteristic formulations, or even to the existence of such a collection. This is the case for Jeremiah and, in fact, all the prophets. There is none, unless one were to relate to it, again, with Micah, 6:8, a quite general emphasis on the importance of observing the Mishpatim. This, however, would seem formally inadmissible, as the Decalogues represent Debarim, not Mishpatim. In contrast to the Decalogue, however, especially with Jeremiah, a far-going ethical sublimation and systematization of man's total moral posture is to be found. Even with Micah, demands of ethical absolutism appear, such as to love mercy besides walking humbly, 6:8, with God, which are unknown to the Decalogue. All in all, prophecy knows nothing of a Mosaic Decalogue, and perhaps of none at all. All of this would seem to confirm our assumption of the relative lateness and purely pedagogical 289 purpose of the ethical Decalogue. On the other hand, the backdating of the Decalogues too far into post-exilic times is acceptable neither for the sexual and cultic Decalogue, nor the ethical one. Possibly the ethical Decalogue was even known in the time of Hosea in northern Israel, though this is quite uncertain. In any case, there is no reason for assigning a special position to the three decalogues, a view from which all those assumptions depart. This is obvious for the cultic and the sexual decalogues. They are obviously identical in nature with the composition of the sexual commandments, Leviticus 18, and the collection of cultic, ethical, ritualistic, and charity stipulations of Leviticus 19. This is the most comprehensive collection of all, and it includes the commandments of our ethical decalogue. The same holds for Leviticus 20, which comprises ritualistic and sexual ethical prescriptions. Leviticus 19, at least, goes back to a collection which in its original, though revised, content is not necessarily of later date than any of the decalogues. The question of dating the decalogues, however, is related to the question of their origin. Eminent scholars have suggested that these collections were elements of cultic liturgies. Analogies, however, speak strongly against assuming this origin. From Egypt and Babylonia catalogues of sins have been transmitted which have often been paralleled with the Israelite collections. What was their origin? They did not originate in cult, but in the magicians and priests' curing of souls. The sick or unfortunate asking the priest how to soothe the Godhead's wrath would be interrogated for sins which he might have committed. Doubtlessly the priests developed fixed schemata for this at an early time. In the case of Babylon, a preserved catalogue of sins directly represents such a schema, and the catalogue of sins of the Egyptian Book of the Dead doubtless had the same origin. It states the sins which the 42 judges of the dead will ask them for in Hades. The Torah of the Levites pointed in the same direction. The priestly law, number 12:6, expressly prescribed the confession of sins and, given the case, restitution of unjustly acquired goods plus 20% to the wronged person, certainly based on ancient custom. The transmitted prescriptions pertaining to Levitical expiatory offerings indicate also the opportunity which 240 occasioned this confession of the man proffering sacrifice. It was a private offering, no cult sacrifice. With mounting external pressure and therewith increasing pressure of general guilt feelings, this very practice of the Levites gained in importance. According to Deuteronomy 26:12f, each Israelite had to offer the tithe every third year, and he had to declare to the Levites, Jerim, widows and waifs that he had correctly proffered the sacrifice, violated none of Yahweh's commandments, and especially had eaten nothing of the offerings in a state of impurity or mourning for the dead and proffered no sacrifice to the dead. This is the very form of the Egyptian declaration of freedom from sin. One need but reverse an interrogatory catalogue of sins into positive prescription to receive a list of divine commandments as represented by the decalogues. This is their origin as of all similar collections. They derived from the confessional practice of the Levites confronting all that labor and are heavy laden, and not from the community cult. This denied participation to those struck down by misfortune, seeing them pursued by God's wrath. The Levite in practice had constantly to deal with them as his patrons, hence the preference of the Torah for these oppressed strata and the wrath against everyone that is proud and shows no inclination to humble himself before God, i.e., before the Levite, and to compensate him for the reconciliation with Yahweh. The community, because of its collective responsibility, too, had an indirect interest in the confession of sins. The appearance before Yahweh prescribed by the cultic decalogue for all Israelites, provided a possible preventive interrogation concerning the sins of all, in order to guard them and the community against Yahweh's wrath. It was, in any case, intended to buttress the power of the priesthood. The Shechemite ceremony in the name of the community cursed those burdened by a sin, not atoned for through the Levite, lest the community suffer under Yahweh's wrath. This purpose and the cursing of sin were presumably introduced later by the Levites. The rite probably served originally only to curse demons. To the Levitical priests the task of teaching the Torah to the people, which they claimed as their rightful responsibility, served the same purpose of keeping the community free of sin in order to ward off Yahweh's 241 wrath. The Deuteronomic prescription to have the Torah read in public every seventh year is as recent as the construction of the Jubilee year with which it is connected, Deuteronomy 31:10-12. This is indicated by the fact that the Jerem too were to hear it. The interest of the community in the confession and cataloging of sins simply increased with the indications of God's increasing wrath. The inconsistencies in the collections and also the strange coexistence in the present revision of sin offering and expiatory offering, Shathat and Asham, are due to the fact that there was no unitary organization. Instead there coexisted numerous well-known seats of Levites and, until the triumph of Jerusalem, also numerous Levitical sanctuaries. One such ancient seat of Levitical wisdom to which people turned with their questions is mentioned in 2 Sam 20:18. In any case, the three so-called decalogues must not be viewed differently from other similar collections. The late legend of the Ark of the Covenant as the depository of the 2 stone tablets inscribed with the commandments, has contributed to the exceptional position granted to the decalogues in scientific analysis. Obviously the hope was to seize upon substantive commandments traceable to Moses. But this would seem quite vain. The reception of Yahweh as God of the covenant and the reception of the Levitical oracle are the 2 contributions which for good reasons may be traced to Moses. That is no small matter. Everything else followed from the peculiarity of the God of the covenant as well as of the Levites in conjunction with certain historical interrelations. But the special position which the decalogues held, due to this vain hope, must be relinquished. If the Mosaic Berith should have contained substantive commandments going beyond purely ritualistic obligations issuing from the reception, they were certainly only such as served to preserve peace among the militia and concerned the avenging of spilt blood and perhaps social welfare stipulations for impoverished military civs. The sources show that in ancient Israel originally as elsewhere the Mores were the ultimate yardsticks of ethics. There is nowhere a reference to commandments to be found. Nebula, wickedness was unheard of in Israel. Only the Levitical 242 Torah began to formulate and catalog individual commandments for confessional purposes. Among them the ethical decalogue, EX 20, occupies a special place hardly attained elsewhere by similar collections. This is not because of its alleged Mosaic derivation, it is least Mosaic of all. Rather, because it probably represents the attempt to offer a summary instruction for youth, whose instruction in God's will and intention was prescribed, EX 13:8, 14, and elsewhere. This was like the Indian decalogues which served the instruction of laity and novices. The decalogue owes its position to the impressiveness, plasticity, and precision of its formulations, to the sublimation or loftiness of its ethical demands, which are actually quite modest. Without doubt, the ethical decalogue owes its most important characteristics above all its separation from both ritualistic and welfare prescription to its public. The decalogue aims neither at teaching the political authorities nor members of a cultured elite, but the progeny of the broad mass of the bourgeois and peasant middle classes, the people. Therefore, it contains no more and no less than what all age groups should observe in everyday life. With us, too, the 10 Commandments mainly serve instruction of youth and, particularly, popular instruction. Thus the numerous Devarim and Torah collections, among them, also, the Decalogues, did not by any means originate in community cult or possibly temple cult. They sprang from the Levitical cure of souls and teaching enterprise for which we find in Babylonian exile the schoolhouse, the historical antecedent of the synagogue, which originally has nothing to do with cult. As the Brahmins originally ascended from a group concerned with the ritualistic and magical cure of souls ministered to individuals, so the Levitical Torah teachers attained their power and cultural significance, not from the functions of community worship, but from the ritualistic and ethical cure of souls, ministered to individuals, including the prince. Their participation in worship was, perhaps, only secondary, in any case, it was not primary. The very absence of cult centralization and of an official organ for a confederate cult in the old Yahweh Confederacy enhanced the strong influence of the ancient prophets and seers as well as of the Levites. Even in kingly times the cult priests 2438 proper had to take this influence into account, because broad circles of laity were exponents of the legal tradition and gave strong support to the Levites. Apparently some distinguished sibs whose members were in royal service, inclined toward a rational view of law in the way of the Levitical moral exhortation, in contrast to the sibs of the ancient Zechariah. These distinguished sibs formed the internal opposition against the sultanist inclinations of the kings together with the Levitical Yahwistic circles, on the one hand, the Zechariah on the other. The prophetess Huldah was the wife of such an official. The same derivation appears rather clearly in a Deuteronomic collection, for which Shoftim, obviously lay judges of a different sort than the Zechariah, are, together with the Levites, exponents of the judiciary, whereas the old tradition always treats the Zechariah as the truly legitimate representatives of the people. The Levites, originally, attained their power position by giving oracular lots, later by cure of souls and therewith as Torah teachers. A strict separation of Jews and Phos could no longer be maintained with their increasing importance and with increased consideration given their views by the Yahwistically interested laity. The ancient, never forgotten significance of the Debarim Yahweh for all important decisions also benefited their influence upon legal views. This cooperation of devout Yahwistic laymen with ethically reflective priests resulted in the theologizing, on the one hand, of law and the rationalization of religious ethics, on the other. Deuteronomy was the most important product of this religious cooperation. It originated under the dominant influence of the Jerusalemite priesthood after the collapse of the northern kingdom. We have considered it earlier as, 1. The revision of the Mishpatim, 2. A compendium of Yahwistic demands for restricting royal prerogatives directed against the Solomonic core v. state and world politics, 3. A compendium of the monopolistic cult claims of the priests of Jerusalem. Alongside these monopolistic cult claims appeared 4. The monopoly claim of the Torah teachings. The Israelite shall act, Deuteronomy 1.7:10, according to what is taught at the Yahweh-designated sanctuary in Jerusalem. 244 In general, cult priests are not the usual exponents of rational ethical teachings, as a rule they are oriented to ritual. That was also the case during the time of the Second Temple. At the time the great Beth Din was, in the stone chamber of the Temple of Jerusalem. Biochler has shown its position and significance in brilliant investigations. It was the central authority for deciding all ritualistic questions of conduct and at once was authorized to give expert opinions in questions of Phos on request of secular courts. It is not transmitted in the tradition that a formally organized and recognized unified authority of this kind existed in Jerusalem in pre-exilic time. But the most cultured metropolitan priesthood of the country by this stipulation maintained the claim authoritatively to interpret Yahweh's will and intentions for courts, Torah teachers and private persons. Deuteronomy wished to represent a compendium of Levitical teachings, the authoritative Sefer HaTorah. Later we shall have to deal with its relation to the message of the prophets. Here we are concerned with the extent to which its substance is informed by Levitical moral exhortation and theological rationalization of ethic. We may leave to the Orientalist the questions whether the compendium, accepted under Josiah, originally consisted only of these exhortatory sections and the stipulations concerning the concentration of cult, and Torah teaching, and related conditions, whether not only the directly prophetic sections, in part only exilic or post-exilic, but also the Mishpatim and the kingly law were only later fused with the exhortation. Puco in opposition to Wellhausen maintains this. Whatever the answer, the kingly law as well as the revision of the Mishpatim derive from the same or a closely related circle of theologians and pursue the same end. The exhortatory sections proper of Deuteronomy are the work of an individual, apparently, of a Torah teacher belonging to the temple priesthood of Jerusalem. The nature of the find and the persons mentioned in this allow us to conclude that the whole was a well-prepared enterprise of a party already adhering to a corresponding view. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord, the opening sentence of the present Jewish morning prayer, stands at the head of the exhortation. He is a jealous God, Deuteronomy 6:15, but he 245 is faithful, 7:9, he has sworn, 7:12, the covenant with Israel, which he has chosen, 7:6, and keeps it through 1,000 generations, he loves his people, 7:13, and if he made his people suffer toil and distress he has done so to test its sincerity. 8:2, 3. For he makes his love and grace conditional upon the keeping of his commandments. 7:12, if not, he will punish the sinner personally without delay, to future generations. 7:10. Above all, he hates pride and self-confidence. 8:14, especially trust in one's own strength. 8:17, which can readily occur once Israel will have grown rich. 8:12, 13. Likewise, he hates self-righteousness. 9:4, for he did not choose and privilege Israel for the sake of its virtues. It has none, for it is the least of all people. Deuteronomy 7:7, a quite emphatic rejection of all national pride and warrior heroism. He chose Israel because of the vices of the other people. 9:5, 6, which doubtlessly refers to sexual orgiasticism. 23:17, and other local mores of Canaan. 12:30. One shall not follow such mores of the country, thinking that one owes this to the gods of the land, but shall follow only Yahweh's commandments. All magic and interpretation of signs of all sorts. 18:10, 11, all human sacrifice. 18:10, but also all alliances. 7:2, and intermarriage. 7:3, with the Canaanites are strictly prohibited because of the danger of apostasy. Once and for all enemies are doomed to the cherem. Whoever entices apostasy, and be he a prophet. 13:5, one's own brother or son, must suffer death by being stoned. 13:9. As regards the relation of the pious to Yahweh, one shall fear and worship him and swear only by him. 6:13, and, above all, one shall love him. 7:9, and have unconditional faith in his promises. Yahweh has the power to fulfill his promises to Israel no matter how much stronger the opposing nations. 7:17, 18. The miracle of manna in the desert has shown that man does not live by bread alone, but by all that Yahweh has created. 8:3. The power of the God is enhanced into gigantic dimensions, into monotheism. He alone is the God of heaven and earth and none else. 4:39. Heaven and earth and all is the Lord's. 10:14, the Lord is God, there is none beside him. 4:35, these are perhaps only additions during exilic times. But God will make use of this wondrous power for Israel only when it obeys him and keeps his commandments. The following promises and curses. 246, chapter 28, which were later augmented in exile, may well be considered original. Prosperity of all sorts will come about. When enemies approach, Yahweh will strike them down, he will give rain to the country, and make Israel the creditor of other nations, hence a patriciate. If Israel fails to obey, he will reverse himself on all this. There has been much controversy, mostly of a sterile sort, because confessional apologetic about the question whether for Israel fear was the decisive motive of moral conduct in contrast to that of other religions. Realistic observation shows that this motive played a dominant role for mass religions in contrast to virtuoso religions. It stood alongside the qualitatively similar motive of hope for compensation in this world or the beyond. As the Torah teachers began the taming of the masses by a procedure for expiating sin, so did the Occidental Church by penance stipulations and not by the preaching of love. The preaching of love for God and one's neighbor in the Christian Church finds its precise equivalent in Israelite, above all, rabbinical teaching. They are of the same kind and sincerity of intention. Only one observation holds: the ritualistic nature of a religion determines, of course, the stronger it is, the more the worry about purely formal for modern thought, ethically irrelevant offenses color the religious relationship. Furthermore, it is quite correct that pre-exilic ethic developed under the pressure of fear. One is almost tempted to say of war psychosis in view of the frightful wars of the great conquering empires. The basic mood of the Deuteronomic circle was the conviction that only a divine miracle, not human power, could bring salvation. The utopian rules of warfare of Deuteronomy and its kingly law agree perfectly with these basic principles. In Egypt, too, in the poem of Pentuer, it is said that Ammon alone brings victory and not 1,000,000 soldiers. But this was not followed in practice. Also in Egypt, priestly power corresponded to the claims raised by the priests in Jerusalem. But in Israel these traits had to have a far more pervasive effect. All of them rested on the prestige of Yahweh, who alone, without Israel's contribution, can and does bring matters to a happy ending if people will only trust him. This prestige of Yahweh recalls the belief in Ammon, but was 247. Elaborated much further. In Jerusalem it resulted obviously from the salvation from Sennacherib's siege which occurred under Hezekiah, in accordance with Isaiah's prophecy and against all probability. In part, the promises of hope and threats of doom derive from the schemata fashioned by the prophecy of hope and doom. The promise concerning money loans is specifically bourgeois and Jerusalemite in nature. Strict monolatry was even an old Yahwistic demand and the in-group supplement to the monopoly claim of the Jerusalemite priests against the outside. Essentially confessional exclusiveness against outsiders was strict even then. Partially it corresponded to priestly interests, partially to the devoutness of a civil and urban stratum of intellectuals under the hierocratic leadership of Torah teachers. The closure against the stranger, Nakri, found its in-group correlate in the religious and social ethical equality of the pious and ritualistically correct Jerem with the Israelites, resulting from the demilitarization of the plebeians. Jeremiah, at the same time, presented the Rechabites, hence typical Jerem, to the Israelites as exponents of exemplary and God-pleasing ways. Plebeian in nature is not only the complete detachment from all real political military demands and all heroism, but the whole nature of the ethically absolutist relation to the God through humility, obedience, trusting devotion, hence the prohibition against tempting God, that is to demand miracles from him as signs of his power. Deuteronomy 6:16. The example refers to the events in Massah, cf. Ex 17:2, 7. Especially a love for him is characteristic which is reminiscent of Pietism and appears earlier only with Hosea as a basic mood, at least can only with him be dated earlier for certain. The total attitude is characterized by pious mood and an occasional pathos in the moral exhortation and ethical sublimation of inner devotion to God. It remains free of all radical and passionate divine possession. The basic utopian presuppositions of the compendium are decisively determined by the great prophets, but the compendium is by no means their work. Experts, however, assume that the editor of Deuteronomy knew the Yahwistic and Elohistic collections and made occasional use of them, especially of the last ones. This seems quite probable. The Deuteronomic work was probably completed near the 248th time of what Wellhausen called the Jehovistic fusion of the Yahwistic and Elohistic revisions of the ancient patriarchal legends and Levitical Moses traditions. Numerous insertions, directly reminiscent of the religiosity advanced in Deuteronomy, are to be found in these revisions, which were later modified by priestly additions, interpolations, and were partly reworked. The Jehovist has partly newly inserted, partly supplemented, the great promises to the forefathers. He shares with Deuteronomy the disregard for kingship. Hope is promised, not to the king, but to the pious people and addressed to its legendary tribal fathers. The promise is joined to the ancient blessings, ascribed to Balaam from the time preceding the Solomonic Corvi kinship. The circles which produced both works were probably theologically interested laymen and Levites. Priests contributed more strongly and directly to Deuteronomy because this is a work of moral exhortation determined by priestly interests, though based upon the Torah of the Levites. The religious attitude of the Deuteronomic moral exhortation is characterized by the strong emphasis upon the belief in compensation and providence, the edifying, soft, charitable, often contrite, disconsolate, nature of God's personal relationship to man and vice versa, and the thoroughly plebeian nature of its devout humility. These traits also stood out in Egyptian popular piety of the New Kingdom and find points of departure even in the Old Kingdom. According to Tehetep's teachings of wisdom, God cherished obedience above all. The memorial stones of artisans from the time of Ramses added that he is incorruptible, shows his power to the little man and the great, that Ammon especially listens to the poor when they pray to him, that like Yahweh he comes from afar to help, with the sweet breeze of the north wind, which people longed for there as people longed for the still small voice of the west wind in Palestine. One should put one's hope in him and love him, he will not be angry all day long. As in the Levitical Torah, man is not forever corrupt by man's fall, but foolish by nature, he does not know good and evil. Prayer and vow the same means as in Israel, and especially doing justly will call forth his mercy. Obviously, the belief in compensation increased strongly in the religion of the New Kingdom, and disease was, of course, also 249 there the usual form of divine punishment. Clearly this entire personal devoutness is of the same nature as that of plebeian strata everywhere. In India it has led to the belief in redeemers. In Egypt he is the pharaoh in whose intercession and mediation one places hope, essentially for political success or for reign, the sacred values for which the political organization cares everywhere. The welfare of the private individual was likewise considered dependent upon the charisma of the pharaoh. But between him and the masses stood the bureaucracy. And personal religiosity was typically the materialistic morality of do utita. This had no relation whatsoever with plebeian piety. And directly beside it stood the coarse magic of the priest. Man in distress turned to him for aid. To teach ethics to the masses did not enter the mind of the Egyptian priests, who prided themselves upon their esoteric theology. Besides, their material interests referred them to the more profitable business of selling death book scrolls and scarabaei. Thus, a plebeian piety existed in Egypt which was quite similar to that of pre-exilic Israel. Given the constant and direct relations, Egyptian influences are probable, though of course, not strictly ascertainable. But in Egypt this piety never became subject to systematic rationalization, be it prophetic or priestly in nature. In Babylon, things were similar. Ancient penance psalms of the urban time of Mesopotamia are known from the library of Assurbanipal and from other sources. Their mood is substantially similar to that of the piety of the Israelite psalms, and occasionally the thought of borrowing directly suggests itself. The piety of Nebuchadnezzar and of the early Persian kings likewise was similar to Israelite piety. The prophets of their time knew this and designated them not without reason as servants of God. But also here no systematic rationalization into a workaday ethic of the masses took place. Although prophecy was not entirely absent in Babylon, rational Torah teaching and the specific Israelite type of prophecy were. This was due to political circumstances. 250. 2. The ethic of the Decalogues and the Book of the Dead. As the Torah teachers were central to the development of religious ethic, we may briefly consider their substantive ethical demands and ask whether they borrowed the substance of their ethical teachings and how these are generally related to the political ethic of other culture areas. The substantive peculiarity of the old Israelite ethic finds expression in the Decalogues and partly even more strongly in other ethical debarim. Comparison with the Egyptian list of sins of the 125th chapter of the Book of the Dead registered on the whole is of greater interest than the numerous parallels with Babylonian sin registers registered. The latter do not yield much for ethics, in any case, hardly more than what goes without saying. The list of the Book of the Dead was available in complete form even before the Israelite Confederacy was formed. Doubtlessly it stated the questions of priests in the forms in which they were stated to clients while probing for sins. There are considerable differences in detail as well as strong similarities when compared to the demands raised by the Decalogue. The Decalogue prohibition against taking the divine name in vain, compares to the assurance never to have adjured, i.e., magically compelled a god, b. 30. Comparable to the demand to have no other gods, originally not to sacrifice to other gods, is the Egyptian demand not to disdain God in one's heart, b. 34, which has a stronger spiritual turn, insgesenungsumzuzeichgewendet. This was a result of the stronger pantheistic tendencies of Egyptian religion. The Deuteronomic demand to love God is not expressly stated in this general form in the Egyptian catalogues. However, even Tehetep knew that God likes obedience, pap. Prissa. This obedience and silence have a strong political flavor in Egypt. The Egyptian demand for loyalty of the subjects, b. 22, 27, and chapters 17, January 3rd, 48, and 140, is entirely absent in the ethical decalogue and also elsewhere is reduced to the demand not to curse the ruler of thy people, ex 22:28, cf 2. Psalm 16:9 and is 8:21. In contrast, Deuteronomic tradition, at least, Psalm 24:10, 26:9, Sol 31:4, 2. Psalm 114, considered regicide, including that of the Yahweh-rejected king, a grave offense, because of the magical significance of anointment. This was obviously deliberately opposed to the usurpations and massacres in the northern kingdom which Hosea, 2, strongly disapproved, although Jehu had perpetrated the first of such slaughters at the time with the very aid and instigation of the Yahwistic party. Parental piety of the Decalogue and, likewise, dutiful obedience to one's parents are inculcated in Deuteronomy with the threat of stoning, Deuteronomy 21:18-21. Like the many stipulations of Babylonian legal literature against irreverent children, these passages probably refer to respect for the aged parents who sit on reserved land, and who are still topical for Jesus Sirach. This demand of the Decalogue and of Deuteronomy for filial piety and the frequently documented Babylonian threats of severe sanctions against the son who speaks irreverently to father or mother, find their correspondence in the Book of the Dead in the mere statement not to have committed an offense against the father, b. 27. For the rest, the Egyptian ethic of priests and scribes constantly inculcated respect for old age, for the teachings of parents and tradition. In Israel it is also imperative to rise up before the hoary head, and honor the face of the old man, Leviticus 19:32. The Decalogue's prohibition of killing finds its parallel in the assurance in the Book of the Dead not to have killed nor enticed to murder, E7a18. The oppression of the poor and Jerem, ex 23:9, finds its correspondence in the Egyptian catalogue in the prohibition of all violence, A14, and the instigation of harm, A20. Numerous burial inscriptions of Egyptian monarchs and officials praise the dead for not having oppressed the poor. The prohibition of adultery, the tabooing of incest, even in the form of looking with desire at a relative, and the prohibition of onanism, find an analogy in the prohibition of all kinds of lechery, adultery, whoredom, onanism A25.26, B15.16. The prohibition of theft and the 10th commandment of the ethical decalogue finds expression in the Book of the Dead in the prohibition of theft, A17, or of appropriating other people's property, A23. The injunction against false testimony is surpassed by the prohibition of any kind of lying, E7, A22, and 252 disloyalty, A30. The deflection of a canal, I10, is parallel in the Israelite curse against the moving of boundary marks. The prohibition of false scales, E9, belongs also to Levitical exhortation. The Egyptian confession not to have done evil to one's neighbor, E4, which heads all others, and the more far-reaching assurance to have caused anguish to no one, A10, and to have made nobody weep, A24, to have frightened no one, B18, is paralleled in Israel in the more formal and general prescription not to wrong one's neighbor, Leviticus 19:13. This lags behind Egyptian sublimation of charity prescriptions. As known, the general commandment to love one's neighbor in Israel is identical with the prohibition of harboring a grudge against a compatriot, which is also to be found in the Book of the Dead, A27. The Egyptian catalogue lacks positive prescriptions such as the obligation to care for the stray cattle of one's neighbor, Deuteronomy 22:1-4. At one place only, praise is given for showing the right way to one gone astray. Furthermore, the commandment, EX 23:4-5, to bring back the stray cattle of one's enemy is completely absent. In the familiar Egyptian conversation of the cat with the jackal, the compensation of evil with good is rather criticized. On the other hand, the Decalogue, as well as the old Israelite ethic generally, know none of the rules taken from conventional properties of the Egyptian scribes. In part these pertain to good taste, but in part, also, to a quite sublime ethic. We mention, For instance, the prohibition in the Egyptian scribal ethic, Tehetep, against shaming the opponent by being superior in discussion, and the prohibitions, also contained in the Book of the Dead, against loose talk, exaggeration, boasting, remaining deaf to truth, B 25.29, A 84.83, B 18.23, 21.19. Such appeared only among post-exilic Jews when the exponents of Judaistic teaching had themselves become Sopharim and, later, scholarly rabbis. 38. Economic ethic. In economic life, Egyptian ethic was distinguished by its strong evaluation of dutiful vocational work and punctuality. This was a natural result of the liturgy organized bureaucratically. 258. Managed and half-state socialist economy. Similar traits, though less distinct, are also to be found in Babylonia, where it was apparently customary, at times, to apprentice the princes to in manual construction work. In this the central significance of kingly constructions found its expression. In Egypt a strong vocational pride appears among craftsmen artists, especially masons, even during the time of the Old Kingdom, just as in Israel Yahweh imparted his spirit to the craftsmen artists of the Mosaic temple paraments. The great instability of Egyptian wealth, the quite frequent ascent of plebeians into the bureaucracy, especially of the New Kingdom, at an early time pushed the conceptions of gentility of the landed office nobles into the background. Even Tehetep gave praise to business activity as the sole means of preserving wealth. But the bureaucratic nature of the body politic and the strict traditionalism of the religion narrowly circumscribed the bearing of this view. The status sentiment of the scribes under the Ramses found expression in a scornful satire against all other vocations, military as well as economic. They despised all illiterate activity as miserable Philistinism. Whereas no sharp distinction between personal freedom and bondage existed, the barrier between literate and non-literate man was high. Education alone determined rank and station of the notable, Sar. And the absolute hierarchical subordination of the bureaucracy determined man's ideals. The crown of perfection was represented by Ma, that is loyalty, meaning, at once propriety, righteousness, and dutiful devotion. It is a somewhat modified counterpart of the Li, the virtue of the Chinese bureaucrat. The duties of the loyal subject consisted in imitating his superior, unconditionally accepting his views, strictly observing the rank order also in the layout of burial places in the necropolis. To bow for the rest of one's life was considered to be man's fate. The vocational conception accordingly remained strictly traditionalist. It was forbidden to employ a worker other than in his habitual occupation. The documented strike of the workers in the necropolis of Thebes was not revolutionary but sought merely to secure the delivery of the customary income, the daily bread in the sense of the Christian Lord's Prayer. In Israel, prior to Jesus' Sirach, no comparably strong evalua. 250 portion of faithful work as in Egypt is to be found. There was simply no bureaucratic organization, and the concept of Ma was out of place, and singularly so in religious ethic, which abhorred the bureaucratic corvée state as the Egyptian house of bondage. Nothing bespeaks of an appreciation of economic activity as a virtue. On the contrary, covetousness is the true vice. This indicates that here the urban patricians are the enemies of the devout. Inner worldly asceticism was absent in Israel as in Egypt. If in Egypt man is warned to beware of woman, because a short moment of pleasure is allegedly paid for by grave misfortune, it is a rule of prudent living in the way of Confucian ethics. Analogies in Jewish literature are to be found in post-exilic times. For the rest, the supreme end of all striving in Egypt and Mesopotamia remained enjoyment of life tempered by prudence. The Israelite attitude, Gesinung, differed from this especially through the mounting fear of sin and mood of penance largely attributable to political fates. This was stronger than elsewhere, Babylon included. Ethical absolutism in its degree of sublimation was similar to that of Egypt and on the whole, at least in the workaday life of the masses, essentially more refined and developed than in the Babylonian conception of sin. 7 In practical life this was again and again magically treated and thereby deflected from its end. Despite all similarities in detail in one important respect, Israelite ethic was opposed to Egyptian as well as Babylonian ethic. It was rationally systematized to a far-reaching extent. The mere existence of the ethical decalogue and of other similar compositions indicates the contrast to the quite unsystematic registers of sins in Egypt and Babylon. Moreover, nothing is transmitted from both these culture areas which would equal or merely resemble a systematic ethical religious exhortation of the kind of Deuteronomy. Unlike pre-exilic Israel, Babylonia and Egypt knew no unified, religiously substructured ethic. Egypt had its doctrinal wisdom of life and the esoteric Book of the Dead. Babylonia had its collections of magically efficacious hymns and formulae, containing also ethical elements. In Israel, this ethic was the product of the ethical Torah of the Levites, continued for many generations, and of 255. Prophecy. Prophecy did not so much influence the content which it rather accepted as given, rather it promoted systematic unification, by relating the people's life as a whole and the life of each individual to the fulfillment of Yahweh's positive commandments. Moreover, it eliminated the predominance of ritual in favor of ethics. In this, the Levitical Torah gave its imprint to the content of the ethical commandments. Both jointly imparted to the ethic its simultaneously plebeian and rationally systematic character. 4. Charity. One characteristic element of the old Israelite ethic, shared with others, requires somewhat closer attention. The ethical prescriptions thus far discussed show, in part, striking features of the charity generally characteristic of the present revision of the Torah. Particularly noteworthy are numerous stipulations for the benefit of the poor, the medics, widows and waifs, which are already present in the older collections, but particularly Deuteronomy. Its God is an incorruptible judge which regardeth not persons and doth execute the judgment of the prescriptions mentioned above, Deuteronomy 10:17f. The formal law of debt bondage was, as noted, supplemented in the moral exhortation by far-reaching stipulations concerning payment of wages, debt remission, limitation on pledges, and general charity. The most general formulations of these duties may well be the following. Thou shalt open thine hand wide, Deuteronomy 15:11, and extend aid to the needy, the poor, the robbed, J 22:16, and the oppressed, Is 1:17. The stipulations, discussed previously, respecting gleaning and a fallow year appear to be integrated into this orbit. The sources allow us to discern the steadily increasing importance of these elements of moral exhortation parallel with increasing hierocratic influence on the Israelite ethic, which was originally by no means sentimental. Whence did this characteristic originate? India and Egypt were the two areas where classically charity developed. In India, Jainism and Buddhism were its preeminent exponents. In general, Indian charity rested on the conception of all life as a unity. This was reinforced by the belief in Psalm 256 Sarah. Indian charity, as expressed also in the decalogues of the Buddhists, soon adopted a formal and almost purely ritualistic character. In Egypt, charity was strongly influenced by the bureaucratic structure of the state and the economy. The kings of the Old and the New Kingdoms, and the feudal princes of the Middle Kingdom employed forced labor and had an interest in the preservation of the labor power of man and beast. They sought to protect them against the inconsiderate brutality of the officials and taskmasters. The Egyptian sources show clearly how strongly this contributed to the development of poor laws. The officials, who were responsible to the king for the economic and demographic condition of the country, were exposed to complaints of the subjects who apparently could address complaints directly to the king. In the inscriptions, the officials, even of the Old Kingdom, boast that they gave aid during famine, took no land away from anyone, did not abuse the subordinates of other officials, never settled a dispute dishonestly, neither took away nor raped anybody's daughter, violated no property, did not oppress the widows, or that they fed the hungry, clothed the naked, shipped people who had no boat across the river, filled the stables of their subordinates with cattle? This always refers to the population belonging to the bailiwick entrusted by the pharaoh to the official. Generally, the officials also express themselves as follows: they never did evil to anybody, but rather did what was pleasing to all. Suspicion against and tabooing of gifts for judges is almost as common with the Egyptian religious poets and moralists as with the Israelite prophets. The fear of the king, who, after all, like the Tsar in Russia, was far away, was supplemented by the fear of complaints to higher authorities, that is, the gods. A monarch of the 5th dynasty said that he had not harmed anybody, so that he had complained to the god of the city. The curse of the poor was feared, directly because of the possible intervention of the god, indirectly because of the danger to one's good name in posterity, which was quite important to the Egyptian mind. The belief in the magical efficacy of a curse based on an actual wrong was obviously common in the middle 257 East, hence, also, the last and the poorest could avail himself of this weapon of democracy. The Egyptian official, therefore, did not fail to emphasize that the people loved him, because he did what pleased them. Any responsibility of the great to the people was possibly still more remote to the Egyptian mind than to the Israelite. Yet an official will be like God if his workers trust him; if he treats them like a crocodile he will be cursed. Hence, Tehetep's ethic of the genteel scribe emphasizes that the practice of charity will be paid for by the permanence of one's position, originally probably that of the pharaoh, then that of God. The memorial stones of little men, artisans, of the 13th and 12th centuries find comfort in the hope that Amun usually listens to the voice of the poor in his grief, in contrast to the impertinent great man, warrior, official. For God guides and protects all his creatures including fish and birds. 1 degree in the earliest inscriptions, the kings behaved exactly like the officials, not only the Egyptian but all Mid-Eastern kings. Besides all sorts of offenses against divine property and the state, according to Urukagina, the harsh oppression of the economically weak has brought God's wrath upon his predecessors and legitimizes his own usurpation. In this case, the reference is to the hardships of the transition to a money economy in the city kingship, to indebtedness and enslavement as in Israel. The usurpers, as noted with Abimelech, always rule with the demos against the great Sibs. In Egypt and the later Mesopotamian great kingdoms, the usual patrimonial bureaucratic legend of the welfare state gives its stamp to the meanwhile formalist royal charity. Ramses IV boasts of having harmed no waif and no poor man and of not having taken anybody's hereditary land. Nebuchadnezzar expresses himself similarly. Cyrus presumes that the inordinate taxation of the Babylonian people of Nebuchadnezzar caused God's wrath to come upon his king, and Darius, in the Behistun inscription, takes his stand likewise on the ground of welfare policy and protectionism for the poor. These policies hence were common to all patrimonial states of the Orient and to the majority of such monarchies. In the direct neighborhood of Israel and here, probably, under Egyptian influence, a Phoenician royal inscription, the oldest thus far existing, shows the very same. 258 features. 1. These ultimately formalistically rigidified, but therefore not necessarily ineffectual maxims will have probably reached from here the scribes of the kings of Israel. This charity ethic grew out of the patrimonial welfare policy and its projection into the heavenly rule of the world. In Egypt this ethic appears to have been developed first quite consciously by the petty patrimonial princes and feudal lords of the Middle Kingdom from ever-present beginnings. Later it was systematized by the scribes, priests, and priestly-influenced moralists in correspondence with the general type of hierocratic welfare policy. The declaration to have coerced no one to work beyond his fixed measure, E5, stands at the head of all the detailed assurances which the dead in the 125th chapter of the Book of the Dead has to give in the Hall of Truth. The derivation from the Corvée administration is obvious. Then follow the assurances to have brought to no one fear, poverty, suffering, misfortune, hunger, mourning, not to have caused a master to abuse his slave, E6, not to have withheld milk from the suckling babe, not to have maltreated cattle, E9, and not to have harmed the sick, B26. At the end of the entire confession, B38, stands the assurance of having obliged God by one's charity, Mer, to having given bread to the hungry, water to the thirsty, clothes to the naked, and a boat to him in want of it. To this must be added the previously mentioned ethical prohibition of inflicting pain upon another or of frightening him, of doing evil to one's neighbor, and the prescription of doing good also to one's enemy. The appearance of this prescription in Egyptian ethics seems, however, controversial. In substance, these commandments anticipate largely the charity of the Gospels. Presumably the development of old Israelite charity was influenced by Egypt directly or by way of Phoenicia. This influence was strongest in Deuteronomic times. Even in pre-Deuteronomic times the conviction prevailed that Yahweh protected the weak per se, woman against man, the concubine against the wife, the outcast son against the father, General 16:5, 7, 21:14, Isam 24:18. It is to be found with the Yahwist as well as the Allahist, and had the same religious foundation as the Egyptian conception. The poor and oppressed cries to Yahweh 259, Deuteronomy 24:15, who as heavenly king may take revenge on the oppressor. In exile the conception came to prevail in Israelite ethic that it be best to suffer oppression because such behavior would ensure the revenge of God. At the time it was due to the social impotence of the oppressed classes, but it probably goes back to the significance of one's name, which was to become a blessing for the descendants. For the efficacy of the curse negatively corresponds to the blessing of the poor, when treated according to the charity commandments, and it shall be righteousness unto thee before Yahweh, Deuteronomy 24:18. Charity was continuously developed in increasingly systematic fashion through the moral exhortation of the Levites, the Shechemite cursing formula, influenced by them, the Debarim, joined to the Book of the Covenant, and then Deuteronomy and the priestly law. Despite many striking and hardly accidental similarities, the substantive demands of Israelite charity differed in tenor from Egyptian charity demands. It rested on a priestly influenced community of free peasant and herdsman sibs, not on a priestly influenced patrimonial bureaucracy, although devout kings, following foreign example in their ethic of the welfare state, were perhaps the first to express these demands. Naturally, in Israel, too, oppressions by royal officials occurred in Egyptian fashion. Even the king might commit acts of oppression which in Egypt was officially impossible. The paradigm of the priestly revision has Yahweh react against this through prophetic pronouncements of doom. The primary evil to be fought was not oppression by a bureaucracy but by an urban patriciate, and conditions were far simpler than in Egypt. The sublimation of charity into ethical absolutism, hence, does not extend as far as in Egypt. Individual prescriptions were more in agreement with the patriarchal nature of the household and neighborhood relations than was the case with the abstractions of Egyptian scribes. Only the pacifistic, urban epoch of the Torah directly prior and during the exile produced the abstractions of the Holiness Code. We note the injunction of replacing candid discussion by hatred and vindictiveness against one's neighbor, that is, Leviticus 19:18, against the children of one's people and, according to 1934, against the GER. This is related to the principle, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself, Leviticus 19:18. 260 This tabooing of vindictiveness might appear to be a reaction to the Levitical exhortation against the promises of some prophets strongly encouraging, political, vindictiveness. The prescription of neighborly love for one's compatriots shows, however, by the reinforcing addition, I am the Lord, that this was identical with the frequently repeated prescription to leave vengeance to God, Deuteronomy 32:35. The hope was that God would consummate it the more thoroughly. The leaving of revenge to God has no genuine ethical significance. The prescription originated in the feeling of plebeian and, at that, politically impotent strata. Obviously, the story of David and Nabal, Isam 25:24, 83, was composed as a paradigm for this even more satisfying revenge. The reservation of vengeance for God was for the Torah teachers the natural ethical parallel to abolishing blood revenge in law. The positive command to love one's neighbor was for them a transfer of the principles of ancient Sib brotherliness to the fellow believer. Only the rabbinical interpretation made of it the positive prescription that one must not even covertly hate and pursue the neighbor with thoughts of revenge. In practice, though, even in their own feeling, This proved none too successful. Point 1. In Israel, as occasionally in Egyptian charity, protection of those afflicted with disease and infirmities stood alongside the protection of the poor. One shall not curse them nor put a stumbling block before the blind or lead them astray, Leviticus 19:14. Egyptian charity, 2, prescribed aid to those who had gone astray and prohibited harm to the diseased. It did not deal in detail with those afflicted with infirmities. The prophets of hope of the great kings usually ascribed to their ruling monarchy the defense against afflictions, disease, and similar misery. In this he proved his charisma. The peculiar saying for David, 2 Sam 5:6, 8, at the conquest of Jerusalem is probably related to the same idea of the miraculous power of a charismatic ruler. In the Levitical Torah, however, one has to locate the reason for the protection of the infirm in the fact that quite a few of them were numbered among the confisants of the Levites, and their devoutness was too often experienced to permit unconditional retention of the ancient magical notion that the afflicted were personally hateful to God because of an offense. One could think of him as suffering for the sins of his forebears, and with the deaf and the blind the assumption that they were subject to a mysterious divine verdict, could readily lead to the conception that they might also command forces which others lacked, as indicated by the widespread esteem for the blind. To hurt them seemed in any case apt to provoke the wrath of God. Finally, there are a number of stipulations for the protection of animals to be found in Deuteronomy, like the one protecting the mother bird, 22:6, 7, and the famous prohibition, 25:4, not to muzzle the ox when he treadeth out the corn, whereas on Roman plantations the slaves at the millstone wore muzzles. To this must be added the evaluation of the Sabbath as a day of rest also for cattle, and of the Sabbath year as giving animals the opportunity to feed freely. The Israelite sources do not permit discernment of the extent to which these theological constructions hang together with the ubiquitous Mid-Eastern belief in an original and hoped-for paradisical state of peace between man and beast, or whether they are related to some sort of ancient ritualistic vegetarianism which perhaps sprang from local agricultural cults, or whether they simply resulted from the commandment of love. Balaam's talking ass was simply an animal of popular fable to be found elsewhere, like the prophetic lamb under Bacchus in Egypt. In Egypt the prohibition against the ill treatment of cattle probably originally goes back to the interest of the king in its labor power. With Ramses II we find the characteristic promise to the horses having saved him from the battle of Kadesh that they shall be fed, henceforth, in his presence in the palace, just as he promised his workers correct payment of their wages. This resulted from the typical relation of the rider or stable master to his animals. The priestly systematized, popular animal worship and the ability of the souls of the dead to assume animal forms was hardly the source of this friendly attitude toward animals. But these conceptions naturally promoted charity toward animals. As its absence in the legend, 2 Key 4:23, indicates, in Israel the Sabbath rest for cattle, as for slaves, was only a product of late kingly, presumably Deuteronomic times. Possibly the kindness toward animals, at least its general direction, was due to Egyptian influence. All in all, it is quite probable that Israelite ethics and charity in late pre-exilic times have been influenced in many details by the example of the great culture areas, especially by Egypt, directly or by way of Phoenicia. The decisive features of this sort of charity have also developed without borrowing wherever priestly interest in physically afflicted or unfortunate patrons were strong enough to promote a rationalization of welfare work for the weak. The Israelite Torah has independently refashioned the commandments even where the assumption of external influence suggests itself. More important than all individual differences is the previously emphasized fact that magic formed no substitute for fulfillment of the commandments. Egyptian priestly teaching, for instance, might raise ethical or charity commandments of whatever content. What reinforcement could it provide, if simple magical means were at hand allowing the dead to hide his sins in the decisive moment before the judge of the dead? This, indeed, was the case. The plea to one's own heart in the Book of the Dead, ch. 30, L1, not to testify against the dead was later reinforced by providing the dead with a consecrated scarabaeus, which enabled the heart to resist the magical power of the judges of the dead and to conceal sins. Hence, one outwitted the gods. Things were not as crass in Babylon. But in Neo-Babylonian times, magic of all sorts was the specific, popular means of influencing the invisible powers. With increasing rationalization of the culture, feelings of sinfulness became also more intensive in Mesopotamia, particularly among the pacifistic bourgeois population. Later, however, the expressive Sumerian and Old Babylonian penitential psalms were used purely as magical formulae and often without regard to their meaning. This happened after the evil spirits as cause of all evil in popular 263 belief had taken the place of the great deities. In ancient Yahwism this kind of magic was absent, and therefore the once accepted ethical commandments necessarily had greater practical importance. This was due to the different turn given to the problem of theodicy and to the frequently adduced circumstance that each and every individual in Israel had to fear the vengeance of God if violation of his commandments were tolerated in their very midst. For Israel was an association of free compatriots who, by virtue of birth, were jointly responsible for keeping the commandments of the God of the covenant. Hence, in Israel people reacted against sin by means of casting out the unreconciled sinner, by banning and by stoning him. Capital punishment without mercy was obligatory for certain serious offenders, because it was the one and only means of expurgating the community. This motive was indeed absent in bureaucratic monarchies, and especially where professional magicians were present. It is analogous to the responsibility of the early Christian and Puritan communion of the Lord's Supper for removing the obvious reprobate from the table of the Lord, in contrast to Catholicism, Anglicanism, and Lutheranism. The specific ethical turn of the Levitical Torah was necessarily greatly reinforced by the steady pressure of this interest. The attitude of the Levites, however, originated in relation to their private clientele. Moses' establishment of the ancient Birith and the assumption of the oracular functions gave the first impetus to all this. Hence, to this extent Moses is rightly considered the founder of this important ethical development. The religion of Israel developed into a structure able to resist all disintegrating influence from the outside, and it lived in this form through history. This entire development would have been impossible without the intervention of prophecy. We shall now consider this unique phenomenon of great consequence. Chapter 11. Social Psychology of the Prophets. 1. Political orientations of pre-exilic prophecy. FTER The lull in the conquest policies of the great states which had facilitated the emergence of the Israelite Confederation. In the 9th century, the great kings of Mesopotamia, like those later of Egypt, once again resumed their expansionist policy. Syria became a theater of hitherto unprecedented military events. Never before had the world experienced warfare of such frightfulness and magnitude as that practiced by the Assyrian kings. Blood fairly drips from the cuneiform inscriptions. The king, in the tone of dry protocol, reports that he covered the walls of conquered cities with human skins. The Israelite literature preserved from the period, above all, the oracles of classical prophecy, express the mad terror caused by these merciless conquerors. As impending gloom beclouded the political horizon, classical prophecy acquired its characteristic form. The pre-exilic prophets, from Amos to Jeremiah and Ezekiel, viewed through the eyes of the contemporary outsider, appeared to be, above all, political demagogues and, on occasion, pamphleteers. Isaiah, for example, directed a pamphlet against Shebna, 22:15f, with a postscript against Eliakim, who in the first draft had been mentioned honorably. In the same category belongs the written curse which Jeremiah placed upon Samachiah. This characterization of the prophets, as demagogues and pamphleteers, can indeed be misleading, but properly understood it permits indispensable insight. It means that the prophets were primarily speakers. Prophets as writers appear only after the Babylonian exile. The early prophets addressed their audiences in public. Except for the world politics of the great powers which threatened their homeland and constituted the message of their most impressive oracles, the prophets could not have emerged. They could not have arisen on the soil of the great powers for the simple reason that demagogy was impossible there. To be sure, the great king of Assyria, Babylonia, and Persia, like the Israelite king and every ancient overlord, permitted his oracle to determine his political resolutions, or at least allowed for the oracular determination of the time and particulars of his measures. The Babylonian king, for instance, before nominating a high official, consulted the oracle priests as to the candidate's qualifications. This, however, was strictly an affair of court. The political prophet did not speak in the streets nor address the people directly. The political preconditions for doing so did not exist, nor would it have been tolerated. There are indications that public prophecy was expressly forbidden, which prohibition is consistent with the conditions of the bureaucratic states, particularly in the time of the Jewish exile, when sources indicate that there were probably sharp repressive measures. Nothing is known of the existence in the great states of political prophecy comparable to that of the classical period in the Near East and in Egypt. Things were different in Israel and especially in the city-state of Jerusalem. The old political prophecy of the time of the Confederacy had addressed itself to the collectivity of the Confederates. Such prophecy, however, was sporadic, for the Confederacy had no fixed and common oracular sanctuary like Dodona or Delphi. The priestly oracle by lot, the only form of consulting the deity recognized as classical, was technically primitive. Under the rule of the kings, free war prophecy became obsolete and the Confederate oracle decreased in significance in proportion as the court prophets rose. Free prophecy developed only with the rising external danger to the country and to the royal power. According to the tradition, Elijah had publicly stood up to the king and his prophets, 269. But was forced to flee the country. This held also for Amos under Jeroboam too. Under strong governments or under governments supported by a great power, as for instance, Judah under Manasseh, prophecy, even after Isaiah's appearance, remained silent or rather was reduced to silence. With the decreasing prestige of the kings and the growing threat to the country, the significance of prophecy again increased and the scene of the prophets' activities moved closer and closer to Jerusalem. Among the early prophets, Amos made his appearance at the sanctuary of Bethel, and Hosea in the northern realm. Even Isaiah identified pasture and wasteland, 5:17, 17:2, in the manner of an outright Jerusalemite. Apparently Isaiah preferred the public courtyard of the temple as a scene for his appearance. Finally Yahweh commanded Jeremiah, "Go thou into the streets of Jerusalem and speak in public." In a time of distress a king like Zedekiah would secretly send for the prophet requesting a divine word. As a rule, however, the prophet personally confronted also the king and his family in the street, spoke in public, or though this was unusual dictated his word to a disciple and had it circularized. This last is illustrated by Isaiah, who had his disciple seal one of his oracles, 8:16, and by Jeremiah's written oracular curse against Babylon, 51:59f. Occasionally individuals or deputations of elders requested and received oracles from the prophets, Jeremiah included, 21:2f, 37:3, 38:14, 42:1f. However, usually the prophet spoke on his own, i.e., under the influence of a spontaneous inspiration, to the public in the marketplace or to the elders at the city gate. The prophets also interpreted the fates of individuals, though as a rule only those of politically important persons. The predominant concern of the prophet was the destiny of the state and the people. This concern always assumed the form of emotional invectives against the overlords. It is here that the demagogue appeared for the first time in the records of history, at about the period when the Homeric songs threw the figure of their sites into relief. 270. To Hellenic and Judaic prophecy. In the early Hellenic polis, however, the assembly of notables as found in Ithaca was one in which the people, as a rule, listened and at best participated through acclamation. There was orderly debate, the floor was granted by handing over the staff to the speaker. On the other hand, the demagogue of Periclean times was a secular politician, leading the demos through his personal influence and speaking before the sovereign ecclesia. In Homeric times the seer was recognized and consulted in the midst of the assembly of knights. Later this practice decayed. Figures such as Tyrtaeus and the demagogic war poetry of Solonic times enjoining the conquest of Salamis come closest to the ancient free political prophecy of the Israelite confederacy. However, the figure of Tyrtaeus was bound up with the development of the Spartan army of disciplined hoplites, and Solon, for all his piety, was a secular politician. Solon's mind was lucid and clear, and his profoundly rationalistic spirit fused the knowledge of man's insecure fate with the firm faith in the value of his people. Temperamentally he was a preacher of genteel and pious custom. Orphic and Israelite prophecy and religiosity were more closely related. Tyranny, friendly to the plebs, particularly that of the Pisistratids, sought contact with these plebeian theologians. The same was true, at times, for the politics of the Persians, at the time of the attempts at conquest. During the 6th and early part of the 5th century, chrysmologists, itinerant vendors of oracles, and vaticinating mystagogues of all sorts wandered through Greece and gave consultations for a price. They were consulted by private citizens as well as politicians, and especially by exiles. On the other hand, nothing of religious demagoguery in the manner of the Israelite prophets is known ever to have intervened in the politics of the Hellenic states. Pythagoras and his sect gained very considerable political influence, and ministered spiritual guidance to the nobility of the southern Italian cities, but the Pythagoreans did not constitute prophets of the street. Gentile philosophers of the type of Thales not only predicted solar eclipses and formulated rules for Pru 27. Dent living, but actively engaged in politics in their cities, at times in dominant positions. However, they lacked the quality of ecstatic men. The same holds for Plato and the Academy. Their political ethic was, in the last analysis, utopian, which were of great influence upon the fateful development, and disintegration, of the realm of Syracuse. Ecstatic political prophecy, however, remained hierocratically organized at the official oracle places, which answered the official questions of the citizenries in well-turned verses. The firm military structure of the city was averse to free emotional prophecy. In Jerusalem, on the other hand, the purely religious demagogue was spokesman, and his oracles highlighted obscure fates of the future like lightning out of somber clouds. Such prophecy was authoritarian in character and averse to all orderly procedure. Formally, the prophet was strictly a private citizen. For this very reason, he was, naturally, by no means an indifferent figure in the eyes of political authority. Jeremiah's collected oracles were brought before the Council of State and the king by distinguished citizens in the king's service. For each such oracle was an event of public significance. This was so, not merely because the oracle influenced the mood of the masses, but also because as an anathema, a good or evil omen, it could exert magical influence upon the course of events. 3. Established authority versus the prophets. The holders of established power faced these powerful demagogues with fear, wrath, or indifference as the situation warranted. Sometimes they sought to draw the prophets into their service. Sometimes they behaved like King Joachim, who, sitting in his winter garret with ostensible composure, listened to the collected oracles of doom, and as they were read to him by court officials threw them sheet by sheet into the fireplace. Or, again, the power holders took action against the prophets. As the lament of Amos indicates, under strong governments, like that of Jeroboam II, prophecy was forbidden. When this prophet, Amos, proclaims God's wrath over Israel because of the attempts to suppress prophecy, his complaint is quite comparable to the demand of the modern demagogue for freedom. 272 of the press. Actually, prophetic words were not restricted to oral communication. With Jeremiah they appeared in the form of open letters. At times friends and disciples of the prophets wrote down the spoken word and toured it into a political pamphlet. Later on, at times simultaneously, as was also the case with Jeremiah, these sheets were collected and revised. They constitute the earliest known example of political pamphlet literature directly addressing itself to contemporaneous events. The form and tenor of pre-exilic prophecy was in accordance with this phenomenon and the entire situation in which it appeared. Everything was calculated to loan word-of-mouth demagoguery a timely influence. Micah introduced the opponents of the prophets as speakers. The prophets were personally attacked and pilloried, and frequently we hear of violent conflicts. All the recklessness and frantic passion of the party struggles, example of Athens or Florence, was equaled and, at times, surpassed in the angry addresses and oracular pamphlets, particularly of Jeremiah. Curses, threats, personal invective, desperation, wrath, and thirst for revenge are to be found in them. In a letter to the Babylonian exiles, Jeremiah slandered the counter-prophets for their alleged dishonorable way of life, 29:23. Jeremiah's curse brought death to the counter-prophet, Hananiah. When, despite all abomination, Yahweh left unfulfilled the threats against his own people which he had put in the prophet's mouth, Jeremiah fell into a rage and, in view of the derision of his enemies, demanded that God let fall the day of prophesied doom, 17:18, that he avenge him on his persecutors, 15:15, that he let stand his opponents' sin against him, 18:23, without expiation, in order that Yahweh deal with them the more terribly in the time of his anger. Often he appears actually to revel in the representation of the frightful doom of his own people which he prophesied as certain. However, in contrast to the party demagogues in Athens and Florence, after the disaster at Megiddo and later, after the catastrophe prophesied for decades had befallen Jerusalem, there is no trace of triumph over the fact that the prediction was correct. Also, there is no longer, as previously, sullen despair. But alongside grave mourning there appears hope for God's grace and better times. And in his passionate wrath over 278 the impenitence of the listeners he allows Yahweh's voice to warn him not, through ignoble words, to forfeit the right to be Yahweh's mouthpiece. He is to speak noble words, then Yahweh will turn the hearts of men to him, 15:19. Indeed, unconfined by priestly or status conventions and quite untempered by any self-control, be it ascetic or contemplative, the prophet discharges his glowing passion and experiences all the abysses of the human heart. And yet, despite all these human frailties, characteristic of these titans of the holy curse, it is not their private motives but the cause of Yahweh, of the wrathful God, that reigns supreme over the uproar. The prophet's vehement attack was countered by an equally vehement reaction of the public. Numerous verses, particularly again of Jeremiah, occasionally might suggest monstrous delusions of persecution mania and describe how the fiend now hisses, now laughs, now threatens, and mocks. This was actually the case. In the open street the opponents of the prophets engaged them, insulted them, and struck them in the face. King Joachim caused Egypt to surrender the prophet of doom Uriah to him and had him executed. And when Jeremiah, who was repeatedly taken into custody and threatened with death, escaped this fate, it was due to the fear of his magical power. Always the life and honor of the prophets were in danger and the opposition party lay in wait to destroy them by force, fraud, and derision, by counter-magic and especially by counter-prophecy. After Jeremiah went for 8 days with a yoke on his shoulders, to illustrate the unavoidable subjection to Nebuchadnezzar, Hananiah opposed him, seized and broke the yoke, to destroy the evil omen before all people. Whereupon Jeremiah, at first quite taken aback, left to return with an iron yoke and scornfully demanded that the opponent try his strength upon it and prophesied his early death. These prophets were torn in the midst of a snarl of party antagonisms and conflicting interests, especially with respect to foreign politics. This could not be otherwise. The question for the national state was to live or be crushed between the Assyrian world power on the one hand, the Egyptian on the other. No one could avoid taking sides and no man active in public could escape the question. 274 Whose? As little as Jesus was spared the question whether it be right to pay the Roman tribute. Whether the prophets wished it or not, they actually always worked in the direction of one or the other furiously struggling inner political cliques, which at the same time promoted definite foreign policies. Hence, the prophets were considered party members. After the second fall of Jerusalem, Nebuchadnezzar, in his relation to Jeremiah, took into account the fact that the prophet had promoted faithful allegiance to the king. When we see the Sib of Safan support the prophets for many generations too, as well as the Deuteronomic movement, we may well infer that foreign political party interests played a part. But it would be a grave error to believe that political partisanship of the prophets, for instance, for Assyria by Isaiah or for Babylon in the case of Jeremiah, determined the content of the oracles, by which they advised against alliances with these great powers. Under Sennacherib the same Isaiah who had previously seen Assur as the tool of Yahweh, turned sharply against the great king and against capitulation in opposition to the faint-hearted king and his aides. As, in the beginning, he almost welcomed the Assyrians as executors of well-deserved punishment, so he later cursed this godless, overbearing, inhumanly cruel royal Sib and people determined only to overpower and destroy others. He prophesied their downfall. When, later, this occurred it was jubilantly hailed by the prophets. Jeremiah, to be sure, had incessantly preached submission to the power of Nebuchadnezzar to an extent which we would nowadays call high treason, for, what else is it when he, 21:9, in the face of the approaching enemy, holds out grace and life to those who will desert and surrender and destruction to the rest? However, the same Jeremiah who still in his last oracle from Egypt occasionally referred to Nebuchadnezzar as the servant of God, 43:10, and who, after the capture of Jerusalem, receives gifts from the king's representative and an invitation to come to Babylon gave the traveling marshal of King Zedekiah a sheet with the prophetic curse of Babylon to take along on his journey with the commandment to read it there aloud and then to throw it into the Euphrates, J 51:59 ff, in order, through this magic, to secure the downfall of the hated city. 275 As all this indicates, according to their manner of functioning, the prophets were objectively political and, above all, world political demagogues and publicists. However, subjectively they were no political partisans. Primarily they pursued no political interests. Prophecy has never declared anything about a best state, disregarding Ezekiel's hierocratic construction in the exile, nor has it ever sought, like the philosophical Isomnete or the Academy, to help translate into reality social ethically oriented political ideals through advice to power holders. The state and its doings were, by themselves, of no interest to them. Moreover, unlike the Hellenes they did not posit the problem, how can man be a good citizen? Their question was absolutely religious, oriented toward the fulfillment of Yahweh's commandments. Certainly this does not preclude the fact that at least Jeremiah, perhaps consciously, assessed the actual power relations of his time more correctly than did the prophets of grace. Only this was not decisive for his attitude. For these concrete power relations were what they were only through Yahweh's will. Yahweh could change them. Isaiah's admonition to stand fast against Sennacherib's attacks ran counter to all realistic estimate of political probability. To seriously maintain that, even ahead of the king, he had had news concerning the circumstances which caused Sennacherib to move away, is rationalism, indeed, equivalent to those attempts to explain the miracle at the wedding of Cana by means of liquor which allegedly Jesus secretly brought with him. Quite unconvincing is one suggestion as to the relationships of the Yahweh prophets to inner political parties of priest and citizen party of the world empires, especially the Mesopotamian, relations which some Pan-Babylonians have tracked down with ingenuity. There is no doubt that the respective foreign political relations, also partisanship, almost always had internal religious ramifications. Egyptian partisans practiced Egyptian cults, those of the Assyrians, Babylonian ones, and Phoenicians also had their special cults and, in the case of a political alliance, worship of the respective gods was an almost indispensable affirmation which a great king, however tolerant otherwise, probably demanded as a sign of political obeisance. Furthermore, there are sufficient 276 records to indicate that, example Nebuchadnezzar was not disinclined after the first as well as the second conquest of Jerusalem and the abduction of the Egyptian partisans to use the influence of the Yahweh believers similarly as a support of his domination as, later, did Cyrus and Darius. Also Necho's policy after the Battle of Megiddo, already appears to have pointed in a similar direction without thereby winning the prophets for Egypt. As the beginning of this important maxim, deviating from old Assyrian ways, namely, to rule with the help of native priests, one may well consider the reported way of the Assyrians of meeting the religious needs of Samaria after the destruction. 2 Key 1727 f. With this turn of religious policy of the great states, for the prophets their foreign domination lost much of its religious terror, and it may well be that this fact has co-determined Jeremiah's attitude. However, the causal significance of such factors is obviously incomparable with respect to the importance which church political reasons presumably had for the behavior of Hellenic oracles, particularly of the Delphic Apollo opposite the Persians. Also here the attitude of the oracles basically presupposed that fate was with the Persians, since the miraculous rise of Cyrus and Darius. However, the flattering devotion of the king and of Mardonius and the substantial gifts which they proffered combined with the justified expectation that, in case of victory, the Persians would also here manage to tame the disarmed citizenry with the help of the priests. Such were the quite substantial props to the attitude. No such material considerations existed for the prophets. Jeremiah evaded the invitation to come to Babylon, and it seems quite some distance from his correct assessment of the power situation to the assumption of some Pan-Babylonians that there existed an international party following of priests and burghers on the one hand and military nobles on the other. Such assumptions are quite unacceptable, and we shall see that the prophets stand with respect to foreign alliances generally, and particularly their constant disinclination against the alliance with Egypt was determined by purely religious motives. 277. For status orientations and inner political attitudes, the attitudes of the prophets toward internal affairs were, however, pronounced, just as little primarily based on political or social political considerations as their views on foreign policy. In status origin the prophets were diverse, uninheitlich. It is out of the question that they were, for the most part, derived from proletarian or negatively privileged registered or uneducated strata. Moreover, their social ethical attitude was by no means determined by their personal descent. For they share the same attitude despite their very diverse social origins. Throughout they argued passionately for the social ethical charity commandments of the Levite exhortation for the benefit of the little people, and hurled their wrathful curses preferably against the great and the rich. However, Isaiah, who among the older prophets was most vehement in this, was the descendant of a genteel Sib, closely befriended by distinguished priests, had intercourse with the king as his counselor and physician, and in his time was, without doubt, one of the preeminent men of the city. Zephaniah descended from David and was a great-grandson of Hezekiah. Ezekiel was a distinguished Jerusalemite priest. These prophets were, thus, wealthy Jerusalemites. Micah stemmed from a small town, Jeremiah from a village. Jeremiah came from a landed sib of rural priests. Perhaps the old house of Elis descendants registered he bought land from impoverished relatives. Only Amos was a small stock breeder. He called himself a shepherd who had lived on sycamore fruit, the food of the poor, and he came from a small town of Judah, but was obviously well educated. It is Amos, for example, who knew the Babylonian Tiamat myth. However, like Isaiah, with all his grave curses against the great, he yet pronounced the rule of the uneducated, undisciplined demos as the worst of all curses. So, also, Jeremiah, despite his more democratic descent and still sharper language against the outrages of the court and the great, was just as sharp against the plebeian ministers of Zedekiah. He took it for granted, too, that little people understand nothing of religious duties. Of the great one might expect it, and therefore they deserved the curse. Apor. 278 zonal factor might have played a part with this prophet in his particularly sharp opposition to the Jerusalemite priests, if he really were a descendant of the priest Abiathar, whom Solomon once had exiled to Anathoth for the benefit of Zadok. But even this played, at best, an aggravating part in comparison to the substantive reasons. In any case, no prophet was a champion of democratic ideals. In their eyes the people need guidance, hence, everything depends on the qualities of the leaders, is 126, J 5:5. Moreover, no prophet pronounced any sort of religious natural law, even less a right to revolution or self-help of the masses suppressed by the mighty. Anything of the sort would undoubtedly have appeared to them as the very pinnacle of godlessness. They disavowed their more violent forerunners. Hosea condemned Jehu's revolution, a work of the school of Elisha and the Rechabites, with the sharpest curses, and he prophesied Yahweh's revenge. With the characteristic exception of Ezekiel's theological construction of an ideal state of the future during the exile, no prophet proclaimed a social-political program. The social-ethical demands which they rather presuppose than raise, suggest the Levite exhortation, the existence and knowledge of which all prophets treat as self-evident. Hence, the prophets were not, for their part, champions of democratic social ideals. But the political situation, the existence of strong socio-political opposition to the Corvi exacting kingship and the Gibborim, these provided the sounding board for their primarily religiously determined message and also influenced the content of their conceptual universe. This, however, was mediated by those strata of intellectuals who were devoted to the old traditions of pre-Solomon times, and whose social position was close to that of the prophets. 5. Social context of the prophetic message. One important principle united the prophets as a status group, the gratuitous character of their oracles. This separated them from the prophets of the king, whom they cursed as destroyers of the land. And it distinguished the prophets from all groups that made an industry of prophecy in the manner of the old seers or dream interpreters whom they despised and rejected. The complete inner 279 independence of the prophets was not so much a result as a most important cause of their practice. In the main they prophesied disaster, and no one could be sure whether on request, like King Zedekiah, he might not receive a prediction of doom and therewith an evil omen. One does not pay for evil omens nor expose oneself to them. Primarily unbidden and spontaneously impelled, rarely on request, the prophets hurled their frequently frightful oracles against their audience. However, as a status principle, this gratuitous practice is, indeed, characteristic of a stratum of genteel intellectuals. The borrowing of this principle, later, by the plebeian intellectual strata of the rabbis and, from them, by the Christian apostles, form exceptions of great importance for the sociology of religion. Moreover, the prophets did not by any means find their community, so far as that term applies, of which more later, either solely or primarily in the demos. On the contrary, if they had any personal support at all, it was from distinguished, individual, pious houses in Jerusalem. Sometimes for several generations such served as their patrons. Jeremiah was supported by the same sib which also took part in the finding of Deuteronomy. Most sympathetic supporters were found among the Zechariah, as the guardians of the pious tradition and, particularly, the traditional respect for prophecy. Such was the case for Jeremiah in his capital trial. It was also true of Ezekiel, whom the elders consulted in exile. The prophets never obtained support from the peasants. Indeed, all prophets preached against debt slavery, the pawning of clothes, against all violation of the charity commandments, which benefited the little man. In Jeremiah's last prophecy, peasants and shepherds were the champions of piety. However, this form of prophecy was true only for Jeremiah. The peasants belonged as little to his following as the rural squire Archie. In fact, the Amharites were among the more important opponents of the prophets, especially of Jeremiah, who was opposed by his own sib. Because they were strict Yahwists, the prophets declaimed against the rural orgiasticism of the fertility cults and the most tainted rural places of worship. Above all, the prophets declaimed against the shrines of Baal, which meant much to the rural population for economic as well as ideal reasons. The prophets never received support from the king. For the 280 prophets were champions of the Yahwistic tradition, opposing kingship which was compromised by politically necessary concessions to foreign cults, intemperate drinking, and by the innovations of the Solomonic Corvi state. Solomon was not of the slightest importance for any of the prophets. When a king is mentioned at all, it is David who is the pious ruler. Hosea viewed the kings of the northern realm as illegitimate, because they had usurped the throne without the will of Yahweh. Amos mentioned the Nazarites and Nebiim among the institutions of Yahweh, but not the kings. Indeed, none of the prophets denied the legitimacy of the Davidians. However, respect even for this dynasty, such as it was only conditional. Isaiah's Emmanuel prophecy, after all, may well be considered as the prediction of a God-sent usurper. Yet it was for Isaiah that David's age represented the climax of national history. Relentless attacks against the conduct of the respective contemporary kings grew in intensity. Such raging outbursts of wrath and scorn as those of Jeremiah against Joachim are rarely to be found. Joachim shall go to earth like an ass, 22:19, and the queen mother who apparently participated in the Astarte cult, shall have her skirt pulled over her head that all might see her shame, 13:18 ff. But even Isaiah called his woe down on the land, the king of which is a child and is led by women, and he stood up boldly to the grown-up king in a personal encounter. With obvious intent, the prophetic tradition preserved the account of Elijah's conflicts with Ahab. The kings returned these antipathies in kind. They tolerated the prophets only in uncertain times, but, whenever they felt sure of themselves, they had recourse, like Manasseh, to bloody persecution. Beside the politically conditioned worship of foreign deities or incorrect cults, the wrath of the prophets against the kings was, above all, directed at world politics per se, the means and presuppositions of which were unholy. This applied particularly to the alliance with Egypt. Although fugitive Yahweh prophets, such as Uriah, sought refuge in Egypt, and although Egyptian rule was lenient and certainly religiously non-propagandistic, the prophets rebelled with a special bitterness against this alliance. The reason is made obvious in Isaiah 28:18. Dealings with Egypt are an agreement with Sheol, that is to 281 say with the Chthonian gods of the realm of the dead which they loathed. Obviously in this the prophets rest their political attitude solidly on the priestly tradition, their political stand is throughout religiously conditioned. As against the king, so the prophets declaimed against the mighty, particularly the Sarim and Gibborim. Along with the injustice of their courts, the prophets cursed, above all, their impious way of life and debauchery. But obviously the opposition of the prophets was independent of such single vices. The king and political military circles could make no use whatever of the purely utopian exhortations and counsels of the prophets. The Hellenic states of the 6th and 5th centuries regularly consulted oracles, but in the end and precisely in the days of decision, as, for example, during the Persian War, they failed to honor the advice of their oracles even though they were politically oriented. As a rule, it was politically impossible for the kings of Judah to heed the advice of the prophets. And the knightly sense of dignity which here as elsewhere is aloof from prophetic belief, necessarily made them reject as beneath them Jeremiah's advice with respect to Babylon. They disdained these screaming ecstatics of the streets. On the other side, the popular opposition against the distinguished knights and patricians of the time of the kings which the intellectual strata had nourished played its part in the attitude of the prophets. Avarice is the preeminent vice, that is to say, usurious oppression of the poor. The prophets are not interested in the royal army. Their future kingdom is a kingdom of peace. In this they did not by any means represent something like little Judah pacifists. Amos promised to Judah dominion over Edom and over those people which are called by Yahweh's name, 9:12. The old popular hope of world domination recurred repeatedly. Increasingly, however, the idea gained currency that the political aspirations of Israel would only be realized through a miracle of God, as once at the Red Sea, but not through autonomous military power, and, least of all, through political alliances. Ever anew the wrath of the prophets turned against such alliances. The basis of the opposition was again religious. It was not simply because of the danger of strange cults that such antipathy was felt. Rather, Israel stood in the Berith with Yahweh. Nothing must enter com. 282 petition with the Berith, especially not trust in human help, which would bespeak of godless disbelief and evoke Yahweh's wrath. As Jeremiah saw the matter, if Yahweh had ordained the conquest of the people by Nebuchadnezzar, one must accept the fact. Defensive alliances against the great kings were offenses against God so long as the great kings were executors of his will. If they were not, and if he wished to help Israel, he would do so alone, Isaiah taught. Probably he was the first for this reason to preach indefatigably against all and every attempt to work out an alliance. Clearly, the whole attitude toward internal as well as foreign affairs was purely religious in motivation, nothing bespeaks of political expediencies. The relationship to the priests also was religiously conditioned. No prophet before Ezekiel spoke favorably of the priests. Amos recognized, as noted, only the Nazarites and Nevi'im as Yahweh's tools, but he failed to mention the priests. The very existence of their type of free prophecy was, from the time of its appearance, a clear symptom of the weakness of priestly power. Had the place of the priest been like that in Egypt, or even in Babylon, or in Jerusalem after the exile, free prophecy would doubtlessly have been suppressed as dangerous competition. Since originally, in the Confederate time, there was no central shrine and no official sacrifice, this was impossible. Meanwhile, the prestige of the old royal prophets and seers and then of Elijah and the Elisha school was firmly established. Powerful sibs of pious laity backed the prophets. Therefore, the priests had to tolerate them despite frequent and sharp antagonisms. But, they were by no means always antagonistic to the priests. Isaiah had close relations with the priests of Jerusalem, and Ezekiel was throughout priestly in outlook. On the other hand, we find the sharpest conceivable personal conflicts with the cult priests, first with Amos in Bethel and last with Jeremiah in Jerusalem. The latter's trial, J 26, suggests almost a prologue to what was to happen in the same place 600 years later. Tradition of the events possibly exerted some actual influence later. Jeremiah was charged with a capital crime because he had prophesied for the temple the fate of the shrine in Shiloh which the Philistines once had destroyed. He was dragged before the court of officials and elders, and the priests and prophets of Salva 283 acted as his accusers. However, the difference of the times is evident in the result. Jeremiah was acquitted on advice of the elders, in spite of the complaint of the priests, on the ground that there existed the precedent of Micah's case. Micah, they said, had prophesied under Hezekiah similar events. The occurrence indicates that prophecies against the temple itself were rare. Above all, such oracles in the last analysis implied no doubt in the temple's legitimacy. Later, to be sure, Jeremiah readily comforted himself and others for the loss of the Ark of the Covenant under Nebuchadnezzar. His prophecy, nevertheless, deals with the destruction of the temple as a grievous misfortune which was only conditionally held out as a punishment for sins in case of failing conversion, 26:13. In fact, no prophet attacked the temple proper. Amos called the sacrifice in Bethel and Gilgal transgressions, 4:4, 5:5, presumably meaning by this only the cult practices of the peasants. Such cult practices were deeply hated by all representatives of shepherd piety. The people should not frequent these places, but seek Yahweh, Ibid. Amos knew Zion as the seat of Yahweh in the same manner as Hosea acknowledged Judah as the one undefiled seat of Yahweh. Isaiah's trust in the invincibility of Jerusalem in his late oracles doubtlessly rested on the presence there of the temple. It was in a temple vision during his youth that he had seen the heavenly court. For Micah, despite his oracle of doom, Mount Zion remained the future place of the pure Torah and prophecy of Yahweh. The prophets preached only against the impurities of the cult practiced there, particularly against defilement by sacred courtesans. In the case of Hosea, almost the whole strength of the prophet was absorbed by the fight against the worship of Baal, a fight which runs through pre-exilic prophecy. But they never preached for the correct priestly cult. Jeremiah has evidently at first welcomed Deuteronomy and thus the centralization of the cult in the Temple of Jerusalem, 2:3, but later, 8:8, he terms it the product of the lying pen of the scribes because its authors held fast to false worship, 8:5, and rejected the prophetic word, 8:9. The implications of this are clarified elsewhere, 7:4, 11ff, namely, the temple in itself is useless and will suffer the fate of Shiloh unless the decision is made to change conduct. What is particularly stressed here? 284 alongside single social ethical wrongs, is trust in unprofitable lying words, of Zion priests, 7:8. This was the one decisive thing, the failure of the priests to heed those divine imperatives which the prophet announced as directly inspired by Yahweh. Besides, the prophet criticized their personal sinfulness. Thus, in characteristic fashion, the bearer of personal charisma refused to recognize office charisma as a qualification to teach if the priestly teacher is personally unworthy. 4. The prophet who did not participate in the cult naturally considered the teaching of God's word, dabar, as he received it as religiously all-important, hence also in priestcraft the teaching, Torah, not the cult, J8:6, 18:18. This held also for Jerusalem, Micah 4:2. Likewise the prophet naturally considered as important for the people only obedience to the Debarim and the Torah and not the sacrifice nor ritualistic prescriptions like observance of the Sabbath and circumcision which later in the exile obtained such decisive significance. Even with Amos, a shepherd, Yahweh is impatient of the Sabbath of the disobedient people registered, and Jeremiah opposes to external circumcision the circumcision of the foreskin of the heart, 9:24ff, as the only truly important fact. This does not necessarily imply a denial but, rather, a strong devaluation of all ritual. The prophets, here too, have accepted the intellectual's conceptions which grew out of the Torah. Yahweh, at least according to the postulate, was a God of just ethical compensation, and they considered the mundane fortune of individuals of which Isaiah speaks, 3:10, just as much as the direct fruit of their doings, as that of the people. The older prophets at least juxtaposed this massive ethical righteousness of deeds to the equally massive ritualism of the priests. The opposition to the priestly evaluation of the sacrifice increased until, with Amos and Jeremiah, it was completely depreciated. Sacrifice is not commanded by Yahweh and therefore it is useless, Jah 6:20, 7:21. Even Amos, 5:25, argued that no sacrifice was offered in the desert. If the people are rebellious and their hands bloody, then, according to Isaiah, 1:11f, their sacrifices and fasts are an abomination to Yahweh. Considering Isaiah's relationship to the priesthood and his esteem for the fortress temple, it is safe to assume that such words imply no unconditional rejection of cult and sacrifice. The same may well be true of the other prophets. 285. Nevertheless, the attitude towards sacrifice in the oracles is cold to the point of enmity. Through all prophecy sounded the echoes of the nomadic ideal as the tradition of the literati idealized the kingless past. To be sure, the shepherd Amos who promised Judah riches in wine, 9:13, was as little a Rechabite as Jeremiah. And Jeremiah was the one prophet who entered into personal relationship with the order and upheld its piety as exemplary for Israel. But in his old age, Jeremiah bought an acre of land. Compared to the luxurious and therefore haughty present which was disobedient to Yahweh, the desert times remained to the prophets the truly pious epoch. In the end, Israel will again be reduced to a desert, and the Messiah King as well as the survivors will eat the nourishment of the steppes, honey and cream. The total attitude of the prophets has often been described as culture hostility. This should not be understood to mean their personal lack of culture. The prophets are conceivable only on the great sounding board of the world political stage of their times. Similarly, they are conceivable only in connection with extensive cultural sophistication and a strong cultured stratum, though, for the reasons previously discussed, only in the frame of a small state somewhat similar to Zwingli in a single canton. They were all literate and on the whole obviously well informed as to the peculiarities of Egyptian and Mesopotamian culture, especially, also, in astronomy. The manner in which the prophets used sacred numbers, for example Jeremiah's use of the number 70, may well permit us to infer that they had more than a hazy knowledge of Babylonian astronomy. In any case, tradition records no trait that would permit the inference of any attempts at flight from the world or the denial of culture in the Indian sense. In addition to the Torah, the prophets knew also the Chakma or Isa, J1818, of the teachers of prudent living, Chuk-Amin. However, the educational level of the prophets may well have been more comparable to that of the Orphics and folk prophets of Hellas than to that of the genteel sages as represented by Thales. Not only all aesthetic and all values of genteel living in general, but, also, all worldly wisdom was viewed by them with quite alien eyes. These attitudes were sustained by the antichromatistic tradition of the puritanically pious in their environment who were 286. Suspicious of the court, the officials, the Giborim, and the priests. In its inner structure, however, these attitudes of the prophets were purely religiously conditioned by the manner in which they elaborated their experiences. To these we must now turn. 6 psychological peculiarities of the prophets. Psychologically viewed, most pre-exile prophets were ecstatic men. At least, Hosea, Isaiah, Jeremiah and Ezekiel professed to be and undoubtedly were. Without gross carelessness, one may safely assume that all were ecstatics, though of various kinds and in different degree. As far as we know, the way of life of the prophets was that of peculiar men. Jeremiah, upon Yahweh's command, remained solitary, because disaster was anticipated. Hosea, upon Yahweh's command, seems to have married a harlot. Isaiah, upon Yahweh's command, 8:3, had intercourse with a prophetess whose child he then named as previously ordained. Strange, symbolic names of children of prophets generally were found. The prophet's ecstasy was accompanied or preceded by a variety of pathological states and acts. There can be no doubt that these very states, originally, were considered important legitimations of prophetic charisma and, hence, were to be expected in milder forms even when not reported. Some prophets, however, expressly recount such states. Yahweh's hand fell upon them. The Spirit of the Lord took them, Ezekiel 6:11, 21:14, smote with his hands, beat his loins, stamped the ground. Jeremiah was like a drunken man, and all his bones shook, 23:9. When the Spirit overcame them, the prophets experienced facial contortions, their breath failed them, and occasionally they fell to the ground unconscious, for a time deprived of vision and speech, writhing in cramps, is 21. After one of his visions, for 7 days long, Ezekiel 3:15, was paralyzed. The prophets engaged in strange activities thought to be significant as omens. Ezekiel, like a child, built himself out of tile stones and an iron pan a siege play. Jeremiah publicly smashed a jug, buried a belt and dug the putrid belt up again. He went around with a yoke 287 around his neck. Other prophets went around with iron horns, or like Isaiah for a long time, naked. Still others, like Zechariah, inflicted wounds upon themselves. Still others were inspired to consume filth, like Ezekiel. They screamed, Kara, their prophecies aloud to the world, partly in indistinguishable words, partly in imprecations, threats, and benedictions with saliva running from their mouths. Hiddif-Gifern means to prophesy, now murmuring or stammering. They described visual and auditory hallucinations and abnormal sensations of taste and feeling of diverse sorts, Ezek 3:2. They felt as if they were floating, Ezek 8:3, and repeatedly, or borne through the air, they experienced clairvoyant visions of spatially distant events like, allegedly, Ezekiel in Babylon at the hour of Jerusalem's fall, or of temporally distant events to come, like Jeremiah 38:22, of Zedekiah's fate. They tasted strange foods. Above all, they heard sounds, Ezek 3:12f, Jah 4:19, voices, is 40:3f, both single ones and dialogues, especially often, however, words and commands addressed to themselves. They saw hallucinatory blinding flashes of light and in it the figures of superhuman beings. The splendor of heaven, is 6, also Amos 9:1. Or they saw actually indifferent objects, a fruit basket or a plummet, and suddenly to them, most usually through a voice, it was plain that these objects signified fateful decisions of Yahweh, especially Amos. Or they fall, like Ezekiel, into auto-hypnotic states. One meets with compulsive acts, above all, with compulsive speech. Jeremiah felt split into a dual ego. He implored his God to absolve him from speaking. Though he did not wish to, he had to say what he felt to be inspired words not coming from himself. Indeed, his speech was experienced by him as a horrible fate, Jah 17:16. Unless he spoke he suffered terrible pains, burning heat seized him and he could not stand up under the heavy pressure without relieving himself by speaking. Jeremiah did not consider a man to be a prophet unless he knew the state and spoke from such compulsion rather than from his own heart. Such ecstatic, oracular prophets have not as yet been demonstrated in Egypt and Mesopotamia or pre-Islamic Arabia, but only in the neighborhood of Israel, as kingly prophecy like in Israel, in Phoenicia and, under rigid priestly control and interpretation, in the oracular establishments of the Hellenes. But nowhere is 288 there a tradition of free demagoguery and prophesying ecstatics in the manner of the Israelite prophets. This could hardly be due to the lack of the respective states of mind. Rather it is because in bureaucratic kingdoms, such as the Roman Empire, the religious police would have intervened. Moreover, among the Hellenes in historical times such psychic states were no longer viewed as holy, but as sicknesses and undignified, and only the traditional priest-regulated oracles were generally acknowledged. In Egypt, ecstatic prophecy made its appearance only under the Ptolemies and in Arabia only in Mohammed's time. This is not the place to classify and interpret, as far as that is possible, the various physiological, psychological, and possibly pathological states of the prophets. Attempts made thus far, especially with respect to Ezekiel, are not convincing. It affords, furthermore, no decisive interest for us. In Israel, as throughout antiquity, psychopathic states were valued as holy. Contact with madmen was taboo still in rabbinical times. The royal overseers appointed over the prophets, Jah 29:24f, were called overseers of madmen and prophets. And tradition reports that even Jehu's officer, at the sight of the prophet's disciple offering the ointment to the king, to have asked, "Wherefore came this mad fellow to thee?" But our concern here is with something very different. Of interest, in the first place, is the emotional character of prophetic ecstasy per se, which differentiates it from all forms of Indian apathetic ecstasy. As noted earlier, p. 107/3, the preeminently auditive nature of classical prophecy, in contrast to the essentially visual apathetic ecstasy of the ancient seers, was purely historically conditioned by the contrast between the southern Yahwistic conception of Yahweh's revelation and the conception of the north. The corporeal voice of God appears in place of the old corporeal epiphany, which the north, with its different representation of God, theoretically rejected, and which did not agree with the psychic quality of northern piety, which had sublimated orgiasticism into apathetic ecstasy. With the increasing recognition of the auditive character of the inspiration as the sole badge of authenticity was correlated the intensification of the political excitement of the listeners. This corresponded to the emotional character of prophecy. A further important characteristic is that the prophets in THIRD 289 pret the meaning of their own extraordinary states, visions, compulsive speeches, and acts. Despite their obviously great psychological differences, their interpretations always took the same direction. The act of interpretation per se, however close it seems to us today, could by no means be taken for granted. A prerequisite was that the ecstatic states were not valued for themselves, as personal and sacred possessions, but an entirely different meaning was ascribed to them, that of a mission. This is still more obvious in the homogeneity of interpretations, a point which deserves more detailed elucidation. Only at times did the prophets speak out of direct ecstasy, is 21:3, 4, Jah 4:19f. Usually they speak about their ecstatic experiences. The typical oracle begins with "Yahweh said unto me." There are diverse shades. Ezekiel, on the one hand, squeezes whole treatises out of some of his visions, although he was an apparently quite pathological and ecstatic character. On the other hand, there are numerous short verses of pre-exile prophets which were thrust into the addressee's face in supreme passion and apparently in a state of ecstasy. The most ecstatic and timely pronouncements were forthcoming without the prophet being asked one degree, but solely inspired and pressured by Yahweh. The prophet was then carried away in the face of an especially dangerous situation of the country or under an especially shattering impression of sin. In contrast, we find among the classical prophets those relatively rare cases in which the prophet had been previously asked to prophesy. He seems but rarely to have answered at once. Like Mohammed, he brooded in prayer over the case. Jeremiah once did so for 10 days until the ecstatic seizure occurred, Jah 42. Even then, as a rule, the visionary or auditory experience was not at once broadcast among the tarrying listeners, for such experience was often obscure and ambiguous. The prophet then pondered in prayer about the meaning. Only when he possessed the meaning would he speak out. Some of the prophets used the form of divine speech. Yahweh spoke through them directly in the first person. Other prophets used the form of reporting about Yahweh's words. Human speech predominated with Isaiah and Micah, divine speech with Amos, Hosea, Jeremiah, and Ezekiel. Finally, all prophets were given to the 290 of events, including those of their workaday life, as significant manifestations of Yahweh. Cf. especially Jah 32. Characteristic of the typical dicta of the pre-exile prophets in general is that they have been spoken or, as is once said of Isaiah, 5:1, chanted, in tremendous emotion. To be sure, one may find occasional verses which were perhaps left deliberately ambiguous, as was the well-known Croesus oracle of the Delphian Apollo, and individual intellectual elaborations such as those of Ezekiel. But this was not the rule. Moreover, it is probably justifiably held that one may discern the conscious adherence to certain stylistic rules of prophetic poetry. For instance, usually the name of the person thought of is not mentioned unless it is to be cursed. These rules did not alter the timely and emotional nature of prophecy. The conception of deity, though, delimited the content of experience. The corporeality of Yahweh's voice for the prophets meant that the prophet on the one hand felt decidedly full of God, and on the other that the traditional nature of Yahweh's majesty precluded a true embodiment of God in the creature. Therefore, the euphemisms for the corporeally inaccessible were chosen. All Hellenic oracular dictum known to us were delivered on request. In their tempered and perfect form, they do not remotely attain the emotional forcefulness of the spontaneous prophetic verses of Amos, Nahum, Isaiah, Zephaniah, and Jeremiah. In the partly fragmentary tradition, the great power of rhythm is yet surpassed by the glow of visionary images which are always concrete, telling, striking, concise, exhaustive, often of unheard of majesty and fecundity. In this regard they belong to the most grandiose productions of world poetry. They only lose in articulateness when the great acts of the invisible God on behalf of Israel had to be fashioned out of a vague vision of fantastic but indeterminate images of the future. Whence did this emotion come if the truly ecstatic and pathological excitement was already dated and had faded out, as was often the case? The emotion simply did not flow from the pathos of these very psychopathological states, but from the vehement certainty of successfully having grasped the meaning of what the prophet had experienced. The prophet, unlike ordinary pathologically ecstatic men, had no vision, dreamed 291 no dreams, and heard no mysterious voices. Rather he attained clarity and assurance through a corporeal divine voice of what Yahweh had meant by these daydreams, or the vision, or the ecstatic excitement, and what Yahweh had commanded him to say in communicable words. The tremendous pathos of prophetic speech in many cases was, as it were, a post-ecstatic excitement of in turn semi-ecstatic nature, which resulted from the certainty of truly having stood in Yahweh's counsel, as the prophets put it, to have said what Yahweh had told them, or to have served as a mouthpiece, through which Yahweh literally spoke. The typical prophet apparently found himself in a constant state of tension and of oppressive brooding, in which even the most banal things of everyday life could become frightening puzzles, since they might somehow be significant. Ecstatic visions were not required to place the prophets in this state of tension. When the tension dissolved into a flash of meaningful interpretation, coming about in the hearing of the divine voice, the prophetic word burst forth. Pythia and the interpretative priestly poet were not separated here. The Israelite prophet united both in his person. This explains his tremendous elah. Two further circumstances are important. First, these psychic states of the prophet were not connected as, for example, was the ecstasy of Pythia with the use of traditional ecstasy means of the Nevi'im, nor, generally, with any externa mass stimulation, hence, an ecstatic community. We find nothing of the kind among the classical prophets of our collection of scriptures. They did not see ecstasy. It came to them. Besides, not one of them is reported to have been received into a guild of prophets through the laying on of hands or some such ceremony, or to have belonged to any sort of specialized community. Always, rather, the prophet's calling came directly from Yahweh, and the classical prophets among them told us of their visionary or auditory call. None of them used any intoxicants, the use of which they cursed on every occasion, as idolatry. Similarly, we hear nothing of fasting as a means of ecstasy evocation among the pre-exile prophets, though tradition once recounts of Moses, ex 34:28, fasting. Thus, emotional ecstasy does not appear. 292 among them in the form of the early Christian community, and its possible antecedents. In the apostolic age the Spirit did not come upon the solitary individual, but upon the faithful assembly or upon one or several of its participants. This, at least, was the rule and the form of experience which the community evaluated as typical. The Spirit was poured out to the community when the gospel was preached. Speaking in tongues and other gifts of the Spirit, including, also, prophecy, emerged in the midst of the assembly and not in a solitary chamber. All these things obviously resulted from mass influence, or better, of mass gathering, and were evidently bound up with such, at least, as normal precondition. 2. The culture historically so extremely important esteem for the religious community as depository of the Spirit in early Christendom had, indeed, this basis. The very community, the gathering of the brethren, was especially productive of these sacred psychic states. This was totally different for the ancient prophets. Precisely in solitude did the prophetic spirit come. And often the Spirit first drove the prophet into solitude, into the fields or desert, as happened, still, to John and Jesus. But when the prophet was chased by his vision into the street among the multitude, this resulted only from his interpretative construction of his experience. Be it noted that this public appearance of the prophet was not motivated by the fact that the prophet could experience holiness only in public under the influence of mass suggestion like the early Christians. The prophets did not think of themselves as members of a supporting spiritual community. On the contrary, misunderstood and hated by the mass of their listeners, they never felt themselves to be supported and protected by them as like-minded sympathizers as did the apostles of the early Christian community. Hence, the prophets spoke at no time of their listeners or addressees as their brethren. The Christian apostles always did so. Indeed, the pathos of solitude overshadows the mood of the prophets. Before the exile it was preponderantly hard and bitter, or again, as in the case of Hosea, it was soft, melancholy prevailed. Not ecstatic crowds, but one or several faithful disciples, is 8:16, shared their solitary ecstasy and their equally 293. Solitary torment. Regularly and obviously they were the disciples who recorded the prophet's visions, or they had the prophet dictate his interpretations to them, as Baruch, the son of Neriah, did for Jeremiah. On occasion they collected the prophecies in order to transmit them to those concerned. Once the pre-exilic prophet stepped forth and raised his voice to speak to the multitude, he regularly had the feeling of facing people who were tempted by demons to do evil, to engage in Baal orgiasticism or idolatry, to commit social or ethical sins, or the worst political blunder by rebelling against Yahweh's ordainment. In any case, the prophet felt himself to be standing before deadly enemies, or to face men whom his God intended to make suffer terrible misfortunes. His own Sib hated him, J 11:19, 21, 12:6, and Jeremiah hurled forth an anathema against his native village, 11:22, 23. The prophet of doom emerged from his solitude after having experienced his visions and borne out his inner conflicts. He returned to the solitude of his home viewed with horror and fear, always unloved, often ridiculed, threatened, spit upon, slapped in the face. The sacred states of the prophets were in this sense truly personal and were thus experienced by them and their audiences, and not as the product of an emotional mass influence. No sort of external influence, but his personal God-sent condition placed the prophet in his ecstatic state. And during the very epoch of the prophets the tradition and high esteem of ecstasy per se as holy, clearly receded into the background. After all, both prophecy and counter-prophecy confronted one another in the street. Both equally claimed ecstatic legitimation and cursed one another. Where is Yahweh's truth? Everybody had to ask. The conclusion was, one cannot know the true prophet by ecstasy alone. Therewith the substantive significance of ecstasy declined, at least with respect to its manner of communication. Only exceptionally and only as a means to an end is it mentioned which emotional states the prophet has experienced in his ecstasy. For, in contrast to Indian counterparts, this did not count. Ecstasy did not guarantee genuineness. Only the hearing of the corporeal voice of Yahweh, the invisible God, assured the prophet that he was Yahweh's tool. Hence, the tremendous emphasis upon this point. 294 This, the hearing of the voice of Yahweh, is the prophet's self-legitimation, not the nature of his holy states. Hence, the prophet abstained from gathering a community about him which might have engaged in mass ecstasy or mass-conditioned ecstasy or ecstatic revivals as a path to salvation. Nothing whatever is known of this with regard to classical Yahweh prophecy. The nature of its message contradicted it. Unlike the possession of pneuma in the early Christian sources, the prophet's attainment of a state of ecstasy or his ability to hear Yahweh's voice is nowhere said to be a prerequisite also for his audience. Prophetic charisma rather was a unique burdensome office often experienced as torment. Unlike early Christian prophets, the Yahweh prophets never aimed at allowing the Spirit to come over the audience. On the contrary, the prophetic charisma is their privilege. It is a free gift of godly grace without any personal qualification. In the accounts of their ecstasy of calling, this first ecstasy, giving the prophet his call, is never presented as the fruit of asceticism or contemplation or moral attainments, penances, or other merits. On the contrary, it was always in agreement with the endogenous nature of the psychic state, a sudden unmotivated occurrence. Yahweh called Amos away from the flocks. An angel of Yahweh laid a glowing coal upon Isaiah's mouth. Yahweh himself touched with his hand the mouth of Jeremiah and thus consecrated them. At times, the prophet resisted, like Jeremiah, with anxiety, this charisma which was laid on him as a duty. At times he offered himself joyfully to the God in quest of a prophet, like Isaiah. And, in contrast to Indian as well as Hellenic prophets of the type of Pythagoras and the Orphics and, also, the Rechabite Puritans, no Israelite prophet ever thought of taking to a ritualistic or ascetic path of salvation superior to workaday ethic. Nothing of the sort. This shows the great importance of the Beerith conception, which unambiguously established what Yahweh demanded of his people in connection with the Levite Torah, which had fixed the divine imperatives as universally binding. Here it came to fruition, that the Torah did not develop out of the personal quest for salvation of literary stratum of gentile thinkers, but out of the cure of souls by practitioners. Minister 295ing the confession and atonement of sins. Without regard to this circumstance, the entire development remains completely incomprehensible. It found its expression also in the qualification of the prophecy. We noted that ecstasy as such no longer served as legitimation, but solely the perception of Yahweh's voice served this function. But what assured the audience that the prophet had actually, as he maintained, heard the voice of Yahweh? This question was answered in part historically, in part religiously and ethically. Historical conditions and Yahweh's ominous nature determined Jeremiah 23:29 to present as criterion the traditional opposition to the kingly prophets of good fortune. The explanation is to be found in the social struggle against kingship and its servitudes and the Gibborim. The true prophet held out no good to the great ones. Commitment to Yahweh's commandment as known to all, 23:22, was ethically conditioned. Only the prophet who morally exhorted the people and sanctioned sins, through threats of doom, was not a lying prophet. Yahweh's commandments, however, were generally known through the Torah. Thus the Torah is always the completely self-evident presupposition of all prophecy. It is seldom explicitly referred to because it went without saying. The Hellenic teachers of wisdom of the 6th century, too, preached the unconditionally binding character of the moral law. Substantively this law was similar to that of the prophets as the social ethic of the Hellenic Isomnete enactments is intrinsically related to that of the Book of the Covenant. But the difference was that in Hellas as in India the specifically religious saviors and prophets joined salvation to special prerequisites of a ritualistic or ascetic nature, indeed that they were bringers of salvation and especially of salvation in the beyond. In the precise reverse, the Israelite prophets enunciated doom, at that, in the here and now, and this in retribution for sins of Israelites against the universally binding law of their God. By upholding abiding adherence to this workaday ethic as a special duty of Israel by virtue of the sworn berith, the mighty pathos of eschatological threats and promises worked for adherence to these plain commandments which all were able to follow and which, in the view of the prophets, also non-Israelites would 296 abide by at the end of time. The great historical paradox was that the later official workaday ethic of the Christian West, which substantially differed from ancient Hellenic and later Hellenist theory and everyday practice only in sexual matters, here was raised to a special ethical duty of a people chosen by its God, the mightiest of all, and exhorted by utopian promises and punishments. The special promise of salvation held out to Israel made morally correct action and the evidence by everyday ethic all important. However banal and self-evident this may seem, here alone it was made the basis of religious prophecy. Highly special conditions led to this result. Yes. Chapter 12. The Ethic and Theodicy of the Prophets. B1. The Prophetic Ethic. In virtue of their calling the prophets laid claim to special qualities. The expression spirit, ruach, of Yahweh was rarely applied and only by one of these pre-exilic prophets, is 30:1, Micah 3:8, for their special endowment, although occasionally, Hos 9:7, the expression spiritual man, Ish-Haruash, is employed by a scriptural prophet. The expression first appears frequently with Ezekiel, then with Deutero-Isaiah and the post-exilic prophets. Apparently the opposition to professional Nebi'im led the older prophets to avoid the term, or use it but rarely. Besides, ruach in linguistic usage denoted essentially the irrational and transitory states of ecstasy, whereas the prophets located their sense of dignity precisely in the habitual possession of consciously clear and communicable interpretation of Yahweh's intention. For the first time with Ezekiel was ruach viewed again as a mysterious divine power, which to disdain was sacrilegious like in the Evangels. First in the exile, Deutero-Isaiah 40:13, 42:1, 48:16, ruach became a transcendent, and finally, general 1:2, a cosmic entity which Trito-Isaiah first termed Holy Spirit, 63:10f. However, if the prophetic charisma first means the ability rationally to understand Yahweh, it nevertheless contains quite different irrational potentialities. The first of these is magical power. Isaiah is the only scriptural prophet mentioned as medical 297. 298 consultant during a sickness of King Hezekiah. In a politically difficult situation he asked King Ahab to demand from him confirmation of his political oracle by a miracle. The king was evasive and Isaiah thereupon spoke the famous words concerning the young woman who was already expecting with the Savior Prince Emmanuel. As the situation indicates, This was not only a prophecy, but the pronouncement of a decision of Yahweh. This pronouncement affected the promised good and resulted from the king's lack of faith. The prophets had the power to kill through their words, Hos 6:5, J 28:16, 17. Jeremiah gave a messenger a curse formula to take along to Babylon in the expectation that its reading and drowning in the Euphrates would affect the predicted doom. But wonders are never effected by any sort of sympathetic or other magical manipulation, only by simple, spoken or written, word. Above all, this magical power so important in Jesus' image of self receded completely into the background in the prophet's revelation of self. They never mention it as proof of their divine legitimation and actually do not claim it personally. Certainly Jeremiah knew himself to have been set by Yahweh over all nations, 1:10, to destroy them or to offer them the cup of fury, 25:15f. However, this self-awareness always changed into the consciousness of being no more than a tool. Not the prophet's own will but the decision of Yahweh imparted by his corporeal voice, his word, J 23:29, will affect the prophecy. The prophet claimed only to know these decisions, Yahweh's miraculous power and its workings. Yahweh does nothing, Amos assured, without first revealing it to his prophets. This was the source of their self-assurance. To some extent the prophets also claimed the ability to influence the decisions of Yahweh. Already with Amos the prophet occasionally appears as intercessor, as the tradition ascribes this function to Moses and also to Abraham. But Yahweh would not always listen to pleas. Occasionally he declared himself unwilling to change his mind, even if Moses or Samuel would come before him. And the prophet did not even reckon with the possibility of influencing Yahweh by magic. On the contrary, that would be a mortal sin before this frightful God. The prophet turned just as little into a redeemer, were it only in intent, nor into an exemplary religious virtuoso. He 299. Never claimed the right to be worshipped in the manner of hagiolatry, he never claimed to be free of sin. The ethical demands which the prophet placed upon himself were no different from those of all. Of course, there appears as a sure sign of the lying prophets, beside their failure morally to exhort the people and to threaten disaster, also their own failure to be converted and obey the divine imperatives, a permanently important characteristic, rich in consequences. But Jeremiah, for instance, never claimed to be morally infallible. At Zedekiah's instigation he told a falsehood in order not to expose the king to the partisans of Egypt, 38:14ff. This was in agreement with the ethic of the patriarchs and, by the way, with the fact that Yahweh himself put the lying spirit to his service. The duty of truthfulness of the ancient Israelite, also of the Decalogue, as well as the Homeric ethic is not so absolute as that of the Indian and is surpassed by the demands, for example, of the Siracid. In any case, it indicates that the prophet who as such claimed unconditional faith, separated his office from his personal behavior. The Torah would hardly have approved of the tremendous excesses of hatred and wrath against opponents typical of some prophets. To be sure, Yahweh occasionally seemed to join the effect of his words upon the hearts of the people to the condition that the prophet speak pleasing noble words. For the rest, Jeremiah considered himself impure and weak. No prophet judged himself in possession of holiness. He was nothing but a means for the communication of divine imperatives. He always remained a tool and servant of his respective mission. The emissary type of prophecy had never been more completely developed. More even than in the ancient Christian community. No prophet belonged to an esoteric association like the later apocalyptics. No prophet thought of founding a congregation. It is a sociologically decisive difference as over against early Christian prophecy, that there were no preconditions for this, and given the mentality of the prophets it eliminated the possibility of a communal cult as represented by that of Kyrios Christos. The prophets stood in the midst of their people and were interested in the fate of its political community. They were interested in ethics, not in cult, in contrast to the 3,800 Christian missionaries who offered, above all, the Lord's Supper as a means of grace. At this point an element of the early Christendom is indeed evident, which stemmed from the mysteries of late antiquity and which was completely alien to the prophets. All this, in turn, is connected with the peculiar nature of the Israelite relation of the deity in whose name the prophets speak, and with the meaning of their prophecy. Both, however, provided them their religious climate of opinion which had been prepared by the Israelite intellectuals, particularly the Levite Torah. As can be discerned, they neither announced a new conception of God, nor new means of grace, nor even new commandments. At least, they had no intention of doing so. It is presupposed that God is known to all and that he hath shewed thee, O man, what is good, Micah 6:8. This was, to abide by those commandments of God which are known from the Torah. Isaiah called also the Torah of God his own prophecy, 30:9. The prophets throughout refer to transgressions of these well-known commandments. Similarly, their environment furnished the problems central to their prophecy. The popular fear of war surged up to them with the question as to the reasons of God's wrath, for means to win his favor, and the national hope for the future in general. Panic, rage, thirst for vengeance against the enemy, fear of death, mutilation, devastation, exile, even with Amos, enslavement, and the question whether it be correct to resist, submit to, or seek alliance with Egypt or Assur, or Babel. All these agitated the people and reacted upon prophecy. The social unrest influenced the inner core of their representations, even when they appeared in public by their own volition. The question for the why of the misfortune was answered from the beginning thus: Yahweh, their own God, willed it so. Simple as that appears, it was anything but self-evident. For, however many single traits of universalism the conception of God had absorbed, at least in the mind of the intellectuals, it would have better corresponded with popular opinion to assume either that the foreign deities, for the time being, were for some reason stronger, or that Yahweh didn't care to help his people. Prophecy, however, surpassed the latter possibility and maintained that he willed misfortune on his people. Amos asked 301: There be evil in a city, and the Lord hath not done it. 3:6. Opinion differed as to whether such godly decisions were temporarily determined, as most oracles presupposed, or whether Yahweh of ancient times had ordained doom, as Isaiah 37:26 maintained. Judgment differed according to the circumstance, particularly whether the wrathful God of the Confederacy or the sublime world monarch stood more in the foreground. In either case, however, Amos' contention, so horrible for popular opinion, grew out of the special historical basis of Yahwism. Decisive in this connection was what Amos 4:10 elaborately recalls, namely that Yahweh was of yore primarily a God of natural catastrophes, who could and often did send pestilence and frightful misfortunes of all sorts against those who evoked his wrath. He had repeatedly visited military disaster on the enemy and rescued Israel. Often, however, this was only after having let his people suffer such misfortune for quite a time. Therefore, and for this reason alone, the prophets became politicians. Now political disaster stood ominously at the gate, doom that pertained to Isaiah's true sphere of activity. Initially, political misfortune was second to the expected cosmic catastrophes of nature, but its significance steadily mounted in the prophecy of doom. It must be ascribed to Yahweh and no other God. He was, however, on the other hand, the God who had known only Israel of all families of the earth. Therefore, Amos 8:2, with deliberate paradox had him say, I will punish you for all your iniquities. Israel alone stood in beareth to him the breach of which Hosea, perhaps the first to have here fixed the opposition of the Lord's people to the impure nations, 9:1f, compared to adultery. Yahweh had made certain promises to the forefathers and given an oath. He had kept his promises and had brought immeasurable blessing to the people in war and peace. The prophets admonish him not to break his covenant, and he, in turn, asked, Jah 2:5, what iniquity, i.e., what deviation from his covenant had the forefathers of Israel found in him? The fulfillment of the promises was conjoined to the condition not only that they remain contractually faithful only to him as their single God and not turn to others, but that they also and 3802 above all abide by his commandments and especially those which he had laid on them alone. This is the view of most of the prophets of Amos, Micah, Jeremiah, but also Isaiah. According even to Amos there were iniquities for which Yahweh as world monarch also punished other nations, especially, the neighbors of Israel. To this belonged, Amos 1:3 ff, the violation of a form of international religious law which was presupposed as valid among Palestine peoples. Of course, Yahweh above all punished violations against Israel, the barbaric devastation of Gilead by the Damascenes, kidnapping and sale of prisoners, to the Edomites by Gaza and Tyrus, the pitilessness of the Edomites in war, the ripping up of pregnant women by the Ammonites. In this there was nothing special. However, Yahweh also punished the injustice of a third people against another, such as the burning of an Edomite kingly corpse by Moabites. In this is revealed the culture community of the Palestine peoples, which is interpreted as a tribal relationship. Perhaps it signifies also a relationship of international law. The Edomites are reproached for the violation of brotherly relations to Israel. Tyrus is even charged with having disregarded a brotherly league, hence, presumably a sworn military agreement of international law concerning the treatment of prisoners of war. It appears possible that similar agreements also existed with other neighboring peoples, agreements which caused Yahweh's vengeance. The purely ethical turn was consummated with the rise of the universalist conception of God. Opposite the Mesopotamian great kings, Isaiah sees the reason for Yahweh's wrath in their excessively cruel warfare, and the hybris of these world monarchs aroused Yahweh's jealousy. In contrast to this, according to Amos, Israel itself was punished because of all guilt. It draws his wrath upon itself particularly through the violation of righteousness, and that meant violation of its peculiar social institutions. Most of the prophets, thus, considered the imperatives of brotherliness which the Levite exhortation had developed in connection with the ancient legal collections. Amos characteristically posed alongside one another, 2:6 f, the seduction of the Nazarites to the breaking of their ritual duties and the oppression of the Nebiim and the breaking of the commandments of the Book of the Covenant 803 concerning the treatment of imprisoned Israelite debtors and concerning the pawning of clothes, hence, elements of the ancient military and social organization, which during the times of the Confederacy stood under Yahweh's protection. The special position of Yahweh to Israel as contractual partner of the Confederacy is especially obvious in this. In their oracles other prophets, besides gross private sins, essentially the sins of the Decalogue, adduce chiefly unbrotherliness in all its forms, especially, however, as in all Mid-Eastern and Egyptian charity ethics, the oppression of the poor in court and through usury. In all these motivations of Yahweh's wrath, even in the deliberate paradoxes of Amos, may be discerned the impact of an intensive culture of intellectuals. Social ethical motivations of godly punishment are also to be found elsewhere. The patrimonial bureaucracy of the neighboring great kingdoms always had given rise to the patriarchal and charitable ideal of the welfare state, and there it was universally believed that precisely the curse of the poor against the oppressor be the harbinger of evil. This idea apparently through Phoenician mediation, also appeared in Israel. The kings of Mesopotamia in their inscriptions reproach their conquered opponents of having visited social iniquities on their subjects, already Urukagina, also, Cyrus. And in Chinese sources, with the change of dynasties or with the conquest of a single state of another ruler, frequent reference is made to illegal treatment of subjects and unclassical deportment. In all such cases this argument is the product of priestly or ritualistic strata of intellectuals in bureaucratic states. Israel was unique, in the first place, only in that the claim on the charity of ruling strata, above all, the royal officials, were borrowed demands which elsewhere usually followed the development of a national bureaucratic machine and a corresponding cultural stratum. Whereas this development of patrimonial kingship as such was rejected by pious Israelite intellectuals in favor of the ancient ideas of district princes. And further, it is unique that the motivation is to be found in the threats of disaster of prophets, and that they hold out punishment not only personally for the rulers, but the people as a whole, which out of the birth solidarity is jointly responsible for the sins of the kings and the great. This 304 was connected with the peculiarity of the political and religious constitution of Israel. Also elsewhere with the prophets we discern the intellectual accomplishments of the Israelite administration of justice and the teaching of wisdom. Besides their own oracles, the Debarim Yahweh, the prophets name as authoritative sources of morality, chuk, that is, as noted, ancient custom as determined through legal oracles of the Chokim and Torah, the rational Levitical teaching, Amos 2:4, is 24:5, and finally Mishpat, the law proclaimed in verdicts, is 16:5, and statutes of the Sarim and Sekenim. The binding nature of these norms was not contended, and the Chokmah, the rules of prudent living taught by teachers of wisdom, was not rejected in principle despite the prophets' occasionally sharp opposition against the judges, especially the Sarim, the Chokim, and also the teachers of the Torah, who speak merely vain words. To be sure, the prophets' attitudes differed. As noted, none of them raised the claim to enunciate new commandments as Jesus on occasion emphatically did, "It is written, but I say unto you." But the falsification of the long-revealed true will of Yahweh through the lying pen of the scribes and the unrighteous decrees which the Chokim gave to the disadvantage of the poor, is 10:1f, are sinful just as the repeatedly branded injustice of bribed judges. Occasionally, the prophets drawn into the counsel of Yahweh, out of his sovereignty completely reject the value of both the Chokmah and the commandments, mitzvot, which the teachers honor with their lips, is 29:13, 14. Jeremiah's personal skepticism of the teachers was still greater. But this did not change the fact that the positive commandments of the Levite Torah in substance were identical with those of the prophets. The significance of the Torah for the prophets went beyond the substantive presentation of the commandments. The fundamental prophetic idea that Yahweh ordains terrible misfortunes for moral and especially social ethical trespasses originated in the Levitical practice of confession and expiation and its development through rational moral exhortation. Also, the transfer of the idea of God's vengeance of sins and failings of individuals to the people as a unit is certainly pre-prophetic, no matter how old the priestly ritual of penance for entire communities as stated 305 in our version of the scriptures may be. For this important idea developed out of the never-forgotten nature of Israel as by the Birith jointly liable association of freemen. The oracles of Amos presuppose this theodicy of misfortune. But like every theodicy, it probably first was an idea shared only by intellectual strata. Probably then unheard of was its forceful pronouncement in public by a visionary such as Amos in explanation of the disaster at hand. This explains the tremendous impression he made, which is attested to by the fact that the oracles of this prophet were the first to be preserved. An additional factor, of course, was the actual advent of the disaster, which had, indeed, been prophesied in the time of political and economic prosperity under the rule of Jeroboam II. We have emphasized above that the place of classical prophecy was determined by the waning power of and mounting threat to both kingdoms. This should not be misunderstood. These factors did not cause prophets of doom per se to arise. Even Elijah stood up to the king as a prophet of disaster, and prophecies of misfortune were directed against the people possibly even before Amos. The prophet's visions of doom were personally, endogenously, determined. Reading their scriptures, one sees at a glance that the hard, bitter and passionately stern temperaments in most of these personalities were preformed dispositions without concern for the situation of the moment. They viewed the world as doomed precisely at the height of seeming happiness. Amos did not mention Assur by name. It is called the enemy, and the prophesied exile was to take place beyond Damascus. That was plain enough. As the reason for seeing the advent of disaster, thence the prophet stated the worship of Mesopotamian deities, 5:27. The prophets based their somber forebodings not on the world's situation but on the all-round corruption. Such presentiments also recurred to Isaiah precisely after Sennacherib's retreat, in contrast to his previous trust in victory, 22:14. The actual advent of misfortune seemed rather to relieve the prophets. The corruption which they saw around them at long last seemed to find its compensation and therewith exoneration. It remains, of course, more than questionable to what extent one may therefore speak of a specific personality type of the prophet in the sense of ascribing to him an unambiguous pre-806 disposition for this emotional state. For, the fragmentary remains of their oracles themselves permit us to discern basic differences in temper, such as the impetuous, burning, unbroken passion of Amos, the tenderness and warmth of the wooing of Hosea, the steely noble and self-assured Elah, and the strong and profound enthusiasm of Isaiah. Jeremiah's tender soul suffered grievously from emotional depressions and days fixes, but he disciplined himself by force of his calling to a desperate heroism. This contrasts with the ecstatically excited but inwardly cold intellectualism of Ezekiel. All these contrasts may be grasped, and still they change nothing in the prophecies of doom. The following circumstance constitutes striking proof. With the definitive fall of the temple, the prophecy of doom came to an end, and the consolation and prediction of hope began. Hence, the prophecy of doom resulted from the horror of the abominable desertion of Yahweh and his commandments, and from terrible fear of the consequences, from the unshakable faith in the promise of Yahweh and the desperate conviction that the people had forfeited or were about to forfeit it. Obviously, the prophet of doom entertained changing views concerning the degree of probability with which the frightful disaster impended. At times, especially for Amos and Jeremiah, occasionally also the youthful Isaiah, all hope seemed vain. At times there was the possibility, probability, even certainty of salvation, or, that is the rule, the return to better times after the doom. No prophet absolutely and permanently opposed this hope. And he could not have done so if he wished to exert any influence on his audience. This influence, however, was to the prophets, in spite of the personal nature of their ecstasy, no matter of indifference. They felt themselves to be watchmen and testers appointed by Yahweh. Jeremiah considered a true prophet only one who lashed the sins of the people and in connection therewith prophesied disaster. But misfortune must not be absolute and definitive, but conditional through sin. The prophets, already Isaiah, still more Jeremiah, wavered in their attitudes. Where they would act pedagogically, they portrayed Yahweh as a God who would repent his decisions. When they spoke under the direct impression of corruption, all appeared vain and hopeless. The pedagogical objections of the practitioners of cure of soul, especially the teachers of Torah, had 307 quite some weight with the prophets. This is shown by the paradigmatic story of Jonah as over against Isaiah's incipient conception of a predestination of destructive fate. The story of Jonah stemmed obviously from intellectual circles, and its actual theme is to preclude the unchangeability of the prophecy of doom and instead to justify the changeability of Yahweh's decisions. The ecstatics, of course, given to their visions, have not expressly engaged in such considerations which could be decisive for the Torah teachers, concerned with the curing of souls, and this was still more the case for the priestly editors. On the other hand, this is no reason to assume that only the priestly editors had put the prophecies of good into the mouth of the prophets. For one recognizes distinctly how the pedagogical intent enters with the prophets, with Amos only once, 5:15, with Hosea several times, and still more often with Isaiah, and, despite his pessimism, most strongly and as a matter of principle with Jeremiah, 7:23. Besides, against acceptance of the interpolation speaks the presence of certain definite categories of salvation, such as that of the timely converting remnant even with the first prophets, Amos. Rather, the traditional hope of the supplementary exhortations to the covenant code proper and the recurrent spontaneous thought that the misfortune could hardly be the end of Yahweh's plans for Israel, made for the constant revival of hopeful promises, however vague in form and held out only to that remnant that shall stay upon the Lord. The pedagogical intention was increasingly helpful even if the single prophet in anguish visualized nothing but gloomy fate. In any case, one can hardly assume an unambiguous psychological determination for political hypochondria to be the source of their attitudinal position. The prophecy of doom can largely be traced to the psychic dispositions of the prophets, as conditioned by constitution and experience. It is no less certain that it was indeed the historical fate of Israel, which provided this prophecy with its position in the religious development. Naturally, tradition has preserved the very oracles of prophets which came true or appeared to have come true, or the coming true of which could still be expected. The increasingly unshakable prestige of prophecy in general rested on the few, but for the contemporaries tremendously 808 pressive cases, which unexpectedly bore the prophecy out as right. This applied, first, to Amos' oracles of disaster concerning the then mighty northern kingdom, then to Hosea's oracles of doom for the dynasty of Jehu and for Samaria. Then there was Isaiah's oracle of good fortune for Jerusalem, during the siege of Sennacherib. Despite all probabilities to the contrary, with the sureness of a sleepwalker, he admonished the citizenry to hold out. And although the final result was a veiled submission of the king, it appears certain that the siege of Jerusalem did not lead to a capitulation, for Sennacherib himself did not maintain this in his account. Above all, the conquest and destruction of Jerusalem confirmed the frightful oracles of disaster of the youthful Isaiah, of Micah, and especially of Jeremiah and Ezekiel. Apparently the prestige of prophecy had suffered a decline after the disappointing Battle of Megiddo. With the predicted return from the exile, however, the authority of the prophets became unshakable. People completely forgot that the greater number of oracles, even those included in the scriptures, had not been fulfilled. In the face of this is benefited prophecy that from the beginning, even by Amos, the changeability of Yahweh's resolves had been expressly retained. This permitted the followers of the prophets to retreat behind it. After all, the penance practice of the Levites likewise presupposed this changeability, since forgiveness of sins guaranteed the warding off of threatened disaster. Therefore, for the prophets Yahweh is ever again a God of grace and forgiveness, however much he remained in their eyes a God of wrath and revenge, and however severely, in single cases, he exercised his wrath. That he was such, distinguished him in the eyes of the prophets from all other deities. An element of tenderness runs through such prophecies of grace, to be found especially with Hosea and Jeremiah, but also in some oracles of Isaiah. Yahweh woos the faith of Israel like a lover. On the whole, Yahweh's features, even where this benevolent aspect was emphasized, had to assume incomparably greater majesty than in the literary products of circles of Torah scholars, as represented by Deuteronomy. God could use the great kings as a means of punishing a sinning Israel and manipulate Fia at his pleasure. The universalism and majesty of such a God had 309 to rise to new heights over that of the old God of the Israelite Confederacy and the bourgeois dispenser of grace of the Levites. All prophets preferred, without doubt in deliberate continuity with the ancient heroic age, the name Yahweh Zebaoth, hence the designation of the war god of the Confederacy. But now his features are fused with those of a god of the whole great heaven and world. The royal court of the great kings played for Israel a role similar to that of the Persian Basileus for the Hellenes, as, for instance, in Xenophon's Cyropaedia, although he was also an enemy of the country. This court supplied the image of the heavenly courtly state, where the ancient warlord no longer was surrounded by his following, the sons of God, but had at his service a host of heavenly spirits, whose very attire was fashioned after Babylonian and Egyptian models. 7 spirits corresponding to the 7 planets surrounded his throne. Among them was one with a pen dressed in linen corresponding to the god of the scribes. His spies rode horses in colors of the 4 Babylonian wind gods, roving through the world and reporting the news. The King of Heaven, in supernatural splendor, rode a wagon with cherubs, clearly comparing to the Babylonian hieratic figures. Nevertheless, it still happened that he called out the spirits of nature to bear witness against treaty-breaking Israel as in a trial. But, as a rule, he is the sovereign Lord of the entire world of creatures. The mild benevolence which occasionally is available to him in no way prevented that he was in turn, like the secular kings, characterized by quite amoral traits. As the Indian patrimonial kings sent their agents provocateurs, so he sent his lying spirit to blind his enemy. His own prophets occasionally shuddered before him. Isaiah called his judgment against Assur barbaric, a power which he himself had called upon as a tool. Ezekiel, 20:25, was not at all shocked by Yahweh's similar plans to destroy the enemies of Israel whom he had called himself. But he also believed that Yahweh had given laws for the destruction of his own people. Scriptural tradition takes for granted that Yahweh deliberately sent false advice to disobedient Israelite kings. Only Hosea, 11:9, took offense at such traits, and if the version, which is controversial between Wellhausen and others, is correct, he let Yahweh say that nothing was done from passion because he was 310 holy and no destroyer. The experience that Israel would reject and disregard the clear prophetic word just the same convinced also Isaiah that Yahweh himself did not wish it otherwise, that he even hardened the people in order to destroy it. This idea, also important in the New Testament and later in Calvinism, originated here. For Yahweh remained quite different through his traits of actual passionate behavior from the Hellenic world odd, for instance, of Xenophanes. Thus, all in all, he remained a fearful God. Often, the ultimate purpose of his acts appeared to be solely the glorification of his own majesty over all creatures. This he had in common with the mundane rulers of the world. Therefore his total image remained uncertain. One and the same prophet saw him now in superhuman holy purity and again as the ancient warrior god with a changeable heart. If he thus retained highly anthropomorphic features, the most sensitive of the prophets, unlike the ancient Yahwistic narrators, no longer dared to endow his visions of heavenly splendor with realistic traits, at least, not with regard to the person of the invisible God of yore. What they see is like a throne, however no real throne. Also, Isaiah saw only the flowing robe, not God himself. The abode of Yahweh remained as ambiguous as his nature. Even Amos said that he had created heaven and earth and had assigned to the celestial constellations their places. This, however, did not prevent him, according to the same prophet, from roaring from Zion. Isaiah had his vision of divine majesty as a temple vision. This localization had to endanger the prestige of Yahweh at the downfall of the temple. Innumerable sanctuaries had been seen devastated by the conquerors and their idols dragged off unable to defend themselves. Could that also happen to Yahweh? The prophets were uncertain. In contrast to his previous threats, Isaiah, after Sennacherib's leave, was firmly convinced, according to many late oracles, that Jerusalem as the seat of Yahweh could never fall. However, after Amos and Hosea had predicted the downfall of the northern kingdom as Yahweh's intention, the downfall of Jerusalem itself was conceived as a God-ordained fate even in Isaiah's early oracles, since Micah, and definitely since Jeremiah. The ultimate advent of this fate, hence, did not only not diminish but enhance 8l1l. God's prestige. The deities of the victorious great kings could not be the authors of this catastrophe. They were besmirched with the abomination of temple harlotry and idolatry, or even with the despicable animal worship of the Egyptians. Hence, all such deities of other nations could at best be viewed as demons and were nobodies against Yahweh. With Hosea appeared the scorn and ridicule of idol worship, and the intellectuals argued with increasing consistency that the idol was man-made, hence religiously meaningless, least however the seat of a god. The thesis that other deities did not exist at all has not even been maintained by Deutero-Isaiah during the time of exile. Meanwhile, through the prophet's theodicy of misfortune, Yahweh actually ascended to the rank of the one God deciding the course of the world. Especially important in this, first, was that he retained the old features of the frightful God of catastrophe. Moreover, the theodicy of misfortune was brought into relation to the confessional practice of the Levite Torah. And finally, in connection with both of the above, Amos gave a turn to the Berith idea which made Yahweh himself the cause of all misfortune. The consequence of all this was that to the prophet's mind, there existed no demons of any sort besides Yahweh. No independent or anti-Yahweh demons were necessary to bring misfortune to individuals and to Israel. Yahweh alone determined the details of the world. As we have seen, this monism was the most important presupposition of all prophecy. The universally diffused folk belief in demons only penetrated the religiosity of the intellectuals of post-exilic Jewry. This penetration was completed only under the influence of Persian dualism. The prophets were certainly not unacquainted with the Babylonian belief in demons. However, it remained as irrelevant for their conceptions as the astrological, mythological, and esoteric doctrines of the surrounding world. Yahweh had been the god of a political association, namely, the Old Confederacy, and retained this role in the puritanical conception. This made him preserve one indelible characteristic throughout the adopted cosmic and historical universalism, namely, he was a god of action, not of eternal order. This quality was decisive for the character of the religious relationship. 312 Even the direct experiences of the prophets were fashioned by their conception of the immutable qualities of this God. The imagination centered always around the image of a heavenly king of frightful majesty. This concerned, first, their visual experiences. The role of vision, as we saw, differed with the various prophets. It was most important for the oldest prophet, Amos, who, therefore, was also called seer, Choseh. Visions, however, were not absent with the other prophets, particularly Isaiah and Ezekiel. And the prophets saw also other things than simply the heavenly splendor. Clairvoyantly, he saw in the distance an advancing army on a mountain pass. Or, from Babylon, he saw a man, mentioned by name, die in the temple of Jerusalem. Or the prophet was seized by his hair and a being consisting of fiery brilliance removed him from Babylon to Jerusalem. But always it was a matter of his realizing the direct intervention of the divine and royal Lord. Or, when the prophet saw an almond bough or a basket with fruit, this had some sort of meaning and was a symbol fashioned by God. Sometimes it was in dreams, but particularly often it was in a waking dream that these visions pressed upon the prophets. Acoustic experiences of the prophets, as has been discussed in another connection, in characteristic fashion much surpass such visual experiences. The prophet either heard a voice which spoke to him, commanded him, and charged him with a mission to communicate, possibly also to perform, or, as we saw in the case of Jeremiah, a voice spoke out of him, whether he would or not. The superior importance of these auditory experiences to visions, as indicated, was no accident. It was bound with the tradition of the invisible God, which precluded the telling of anything about him or his appearance. But it also resulted from the one way open to the prophet of realizing inwardly a relationship to this God. Nowhere do we find the prophets mystically emptying their mind of all thought and perception of sense matter and structured objects, a process which initiates apathetic ecstasy in India. Nowhere do we find the tranquil, blissful euphoria of the God-possessed, rarely the expression of a devotional communion with God, and nowhere the merciful pitying sentiment of brotherhood with all creatures typical of the mystic. The God of the prophets lived, ruled, spoke, acted in a pitiless world of war, and the 313 prophets knew themselves placed in the midst of a tragic age. Above all, several of the prophets themselves were deeply tragic men. Not all were, and not always, but often, and precisely in the moment of greatest nearness to God. Among the pre-exile prophets, Hosea experienced the state of being seized by Yahweh's Spirit as a fortunate possession. Amos experienced as the support of proud self-assurance the knowledge of being initiated into all his plans. Isaiah craved the honor of prophecy. However, even he felt, at times, weighted down by his office in view of the frightful severity in some announcements of God and his resolutions. For Jeremiah, finally, the prophetic commission meant an unbearable load. At least he never experienced the presence of Yahweh as a blissful incumbency of the Godhead, but rather always as a duty and command, mostly as a hectic stormy demand. Jeremiah felt raped by Yahweh like a maiden by a man, or overpowered like a surmounted wrestler. This important religious historical fact is basically different from all Indian and Chinese prophecy. It resulted only partly from psychic preconditions of the prophet, and partly from the necessity meaningfully to interpret his experiences. He was constrained by the nature of the belief, which was inescapable. It stood as an unshakable a priori to all their experiences and determined the selection of such psychic states as could qualify as truly prophetic. The unexampled force, as well as the firm inner barriers, of this prophecy rested on this ground. Because of this a priori the prophets could not be mystics. Their God was to Deutero-Isaiah quite understandable by man and had to be. For he was a ruler of whom one desired to know how to obtain his grace. Neither the prophets nor, so far as we know, their public ever raised the question as to the meaning of the world and especially of life in the attempt to justify its fragmentary, woeful, and guilty transitoriness and its contradictions. Such questions gave the decisive motive of all holy knowledge in India. In connection with this the prophet or his public had never in any way been driven to seek God out of the need for salvation, redemption, and perfection of the soul as against this imperfect world. Moreover, the prophet never felt himself deified by his experience, united with the Godhead, removed from the torment and meaninglessness of existence, as happened to the redeemed. 314 in India, and for him represented the true meaning of his religious experience. The prophet never knew himself emancipated from suffering, be it only from the bondage of sin. There was no room for a unio mystica, not to mention the inner oceanic tranquility of the Buddhistic Arhat. Nothing of the sort existed. Finally, there was no thought of a metaphysical gnosis and interpretation of the world. The nature of Yahweh contained nothing supernatural in the sense of something extending beyond understanding. His motives were not concealed from human comprehension. On the contrary, the task of the prophet as well as the Torah teacher was, indeed, to understand Yahweh's counsels in terms of justifiable motives. Yahweh was even prepared to represent before the court of the world the justice of his cause. Isaiah 28:23-29, in a parable taken from farm life, presented the nature of Yahweh's world government plainly and obviously exhaustively. This sufficed as a theodicy just as fully as the quite similar parables of Jesus who, in this respect, proceeded from quite similar presuppositions. Like prophecy itself, world events are rational in character, they are determined neither by blind chance nor magical forces. They have understandable reasons. Also, later Jewry felt it to be specific of their prophets that their oracles in contrast to Gnostic esoterics could be understood by everybody. Inscrutability in principle was out of the question, however incomparable Yahweh's horizon was to that of the creature. This principled understandability of the divine counsels precluded any question as to the meaning of the world possibly going beyond Yahweh. Likewise, his personal majesty as a ruler precluded all thought of mystic communion with God as a quality of man's relation to him. No true Yahweh prophet and no creature at all could even have dared to claim anything of the sort, much less the deification of self. The prophet could never arrive at a permanent inner peace with God. Yahweh's nature precluded it. The prophet could only discharge his internal pressure. The positive, euphoric turn of his emotional state had to be projected by him into the future as a promise. That determined the selection of prophetic temperaments. There is no reason to assume that apathetic mystic states of Indian stamp have not also been experienced on Palestinian soil. 315. One cannot even say for sure whether or not prophets like Hosea and perhaps also others might not have been receptive to such emotional experiences. Emotional ecstasy of the Israelite type in India would presumably either have taken the path of passionate asceticism and mortification or, had its representatives acted as demagogues, they would have been considered not saintly men but barbarians. They would have had no influence. In Palestine, on the other hand, the apathetic ecstatic states of Indian type had to suffer the same fate. They were not interpreted by the Yahweh religion as holy and were therefore not bred through formal training as in India. Finally, ecstatic possession of God, leading to anomie, was sharply rejected. According to Jeremiah, anyone is a lying prophet who disregards the law of Yahweh and does not seek to lead the people to him. Thus mystic possession of otherworldly godliness was rejected in favor of active service to the supernatural but, in principle understandable, God. Likewise, the speculation concerning the why of the world was rejected in favor of plain devotion to the positive godly commandment. No need was felt for a philosophic theodicy, and where the problem which the Indians elaborated ever anew, still arose, it was settled with the simplest means conceivable. The thought of the pre-exilic prophets of the time of Ezekiel did not extend into the past beyond the exodus from Egypt. Not only did the patriarchs in contrast to Deuteronomy play a most modest and occasional role, but also the original man of Ezekiel, 28:17, points to a version of the Adam myth which greatly differs from the later borrowed version. The legend of the golden calf was apparently unknown to Hosea. For him the outrage of the Baal peer played the corresponding role. Yahweh's wrath is always traced to the sole motive of Yahweh's covenant with Israel as a confederate association, whose members are jointly liable for one another and also for the deeds of their ancestors. His wrath was not attributed to qualities resulting from original sin nor Adam's fall. Man appeared entirely qualified to fulfill Yahweh's commandments, although actually he did it unfortunately not constantly and hence repeatedly was in need of Yahweh's mercy. Also the prophets were not primarily concerned with the question of the moral qualification of individuals, but with the consequences which could and must be. 816 brought over the collectivity by the impious acts of the qualified representatives of the people, the princes, priests, prophets, elders, patricians, and only secondarily by all other members of the nation. Ezekiel, chaps 14 and 18, first expressly posed the problem as to why the righteous should be made to suffer with the wicked and where there be a compensation for this. Jeremiah, 31:29, held out only for the kingdom of the future that everyone would have to suffer only for his own misdeeds and that one would no longer say the fathers have eaten sour grapes and the children's teeth are set on edge. Deuteronomy had, as noted above, broken with the principle of joint liability. It characterizes the peculiarity of prophecy which is entirely concerned with the collective fate of the people, not with that of the individual, that it remained more conservative in just this point. From the beginning, however, the expectation, even of Amos, was that the pious remnant would be spared doom and that, in the end, they would share in the state of bliss. Also the question of the theodicy was answered, or actually not answered, by Ezekiel. He held that Yahweh would spare on the day of doom the righteous, regard those who had not practiced usury, who had returned pawned goods, and had practiced charity, and all who had been converted in good time would not die. The sinful people would not be saved for the sake of no matter how pious individuals. 14:18. There was but the hope that God, when the time of vengeance was past, would permit better times to come for the remnant of Jacob who would keep faith. Meanwhile the prophets viewed the relation to Yahweh as in the case of blood revenge, feud, and war, that the individual was responsible for what his tribal and sib companions did or his forefathers had done and left without expiation. Violations of the confederation duty had repeatedly occurred and were also easy to demonstrate in the present. Consequently God was simply always right and there were no problems for a theodicy. Expectations of a beyond, finally, ensued least of all from such problems. The representation of the eschatological event as a day of judgment made its appearance, but was nowhere developed. The wrath of the God sufficed to motivate everything. The shadowy realm of Hades was held by all pre-exile prophets quite in the same manner as the Babylonians as the unavoid 317 able abode of all the dead which Yahweh did not, like some of the great heroes, take to himself. Death per se was considered an evil, and premature, violent, unexpected death was viewed as a sign of divine wrath. Sheol throws wide its mouth, according to Isaiah 5:14, and salvation from Sheol, of which Hosea 13:14, AE is not the saving from a hell, but simply from physical death. The prophetic horizon remained, in this, like the official Babylonian one, completely this worldly in contrast to the Hellenic mysteries of the Orphic religion which operated throughout with promises of the beyond. There was, indeed, concern with individual salvation. But, in contrast to the Levites curing the souls, Israelite prophecy while taking this as a point of departure was concerned only with the fate of the people as a whole. In this the political orientation of the prophets is always obvious. prophecy also bypassed completely the Babylonian and other myths of journeys to Hades. They had nothing to do with the future fate of the pious community and did not fit into Yahweh belief. Only in a poem of exile times falsely ascribed to Isaiah are to be found traces of a distinction in the fate of the dead in Hades. Doubtlessly this was under the influence of late Babylonian representations. And even their Hades still remained quite in keeping with the Homeric character. All, including the great kings, are powerless shadows. Only certain great criminals receive special punishments. Isaiah 14:9f, 19f. Yahweh's commandments, like his ancient promises, were quite concrete and positive and purely this worldly. Only timely problems of a concrete inner worldly conduct could merge and demand answers. All other problems were precluded. One must fully realize the tremendous economy of psychic resources conditioned thereby, to assess the importance of this state of affairs. For Bismarck, the exclusion of all metaphysical rumination and in its stead the Psalter on his night table was one of the preconditions for conduct unbroken by philosophy. Likewise, the Jews and the religious communities influenced by them were affected by this barricade against pondering the meaning of the cosmos. This barrier was never entirely eliminated. Conduct according to the commandment of God, not knowledge of the meaning of the world, behoved man. An ethic does not receive its peculiar nature through the SPE 318 Chale character of its commandments. The Israelite workaday ethic was not dissimilar from that of other nations, but through the underlying central religious mentality. Israelite prophecy has greatly influenced its framework. The decisive religious demand of the prophets consisted not in the demand to observe particular rules, however important this was and however much the true prophet felt himself to be a guardian of morality, and however great importance was given, for example by Isaiah 3:10, to righteousness based on good works. Decisive was faith. Not to any similar degree, love. To be sure, love constituted with Hosea 3:1, who was of North Israelite orientation, the basic relationship of God to his people, and also other prophets, particularly Jeremiah 2:1f, described in lyrical mood Yahweh's loving relationship of previous times to Israel, his bride. But that was not predominant. Moreover, the specifically holy state was never a loving communion with God. We have examined the reasons for this above. Presumably the demand for faith within Israel was first raised and emphatically stressed by the prophets, and, indeed, by Isaiah 7:9. This agreed with the nature of the prophetic inspiration and its interpretation. They heard the voice of God, which required in the first place nothing from them and the people other than faith. The prophet had to demand faith of himself, and this faith had to be devoted to the missionary messages which his God laid on him. Hence, the faith which the Jewish prophets demanded, was not that internal behavior which Luther and the Reformers intended. In truth, it signified only the unconditional trust in Yahweh's omnipotence and the sincerity of his word and conviction in its fulfillment despite all external probabilities to the contrary. The greatest prophets, especially Isaiah and Ezekiel, indeed, based their stand on this conviction. Obedience and particularly humility were the ensuing virtues, and both were especially appreciated by Yahweh, especially humility, the strict avoidance not only of hybris in the Hellenic sense, but in the last analysis of all trust in one's own abilities and all self-renown. This representation was of great consequence for the development of later Jewish piety. The ancient fear of arousing the jealousy of God by excessive good fortune and drawing revenge for proud self-confidence per 319 meets the prudence of Homeric and still Solonic and Herodotic times. In Israel this fear was confined in its effects by the barriers of an intelligent and sober view of man's fate. The demand of humility in the sense of the prophets would have been shocking to the hero's sense of dignity, and a genuine belief in providence with its demand to honor God alone and abject submission to his counsels could attain supremacy only in the neighborhood of world monarchies, not in free states. With the prophets, however, this humility became absolutely dominant. The great kings fail and their kingdoms perish because they claim the honor for their victories and do not give it to Yahweh. And the great, in the prophet's own country at the peril of destruction, act no differently. Whoever, on the other hand, walks in humility and complete obedience in Yahweh's paths has his assistance and, indeed, need fear nothing. This also constituted the foundation of prophetic politics. The prophets were demagogues, and anything but practical politicians or political partisans. Therewith we return to what was said at the beginning. The political stand of the prophets was purely religiously motivated through Yahweh's relationship to Israel. Viewed politically, their stand was quite utopian. Yahweh alone would ordain everything according to his will. And for the immediate future his intents, in view of the behavior of his people, were threatening and terrible. The great kings and their armies were, as indicated, his instruments. Insofar as their acts were God-ordained, and Isaiah found Yahweh's will to destroy those whom he had called near, barbaric. For Jeremiah, Nebuchadnezzar is God's servant, and in the late post-exilic book of Daniel because of this designation he became a convert to Yahweh. The nature of this conception and particularly its reception into Israelite piety shows again the special position of Israel. In a very similar situation, that of the impending attack by the Persians, the Delphian Apollo, too, gave oracles of doom to his people. He counseled the Greeks to flee to the ends of the earth. That, however, was destiny, not the consequence of religious guilt. Yet throughout antiquity the idea was diffused that an enraged deity, even the god of the polis, might visit misfortune on his people, and especially in war. This also is to be found prominently in early Hellenic poetry. Also the quite specific idea is not 320 peculiar to Israel that a universal God should punish the guilt of the people by leading the enemy against the city, thereby bringing it either close to destruction or actually having it destroyed. It is found in Plato, in the Critias fragment, and in Timaeus' writings, which may well have been influenced by the terrible experience of the downfall of Athenian power after Aegispotami. Here as there similar things are considered vices, namely, Mammonism and hybris cause divine intervention. But these theological constructions of the head of a philosophic school remained without historical religious consequences. The streets of Jerusalem and the grove of Academos were indeed different sites for religious anunications. The unrestrained demagogy of the prophets was quite alien to the genteel thinker and political pedagogue of the educated youth of Athens and occasionally of Syracusan tyrants or reformers. Despite all divine demonism and emotional excitability, the orderly procedure of the Athenian ecclesia, a rationally organized council, still would have been no scene for ecstatic oracles. Above all, the specific Israelite conception of the catastrophic nature of Yahweh as well as the special birth of the people with God was indeed unavailable. This only infused the entire conception with the resounding pathos of punishment for the breach of a covenant with this fearful God. Hence, whatever important role oracles and omena played in Hellenic antiquity for various political decisions, they developed into no such prophetic theodicy as the scriptural prophets used from the outset in interpreting their tragic history. The vision of misfortune, though, did not result from this way of interpreting history. Jeremiah had Yahweh confirm to him that he had not called for, but rather predicted the day of doom for Judah. To his torment he had been commanded to do so. Likewise Isaiah, as noted, resisted inwardly certain threats of disaster against Assur. But once misfortune for Israel had come to pass, its interpretation followed the course which the conceptions of the Israelite intellectuals and particularly the Torah teachers had shown on the basis of the ancient Birith idea. Israel upheld the commandments of the Holiness Code. Yahweh intervened against other nations if His Majesty was insolently of. Jowett, Volume 4, pages 370f, 397f. Ed. 321 Fended. Isaiah's well-known curses against Assyria, according to the reasons given, are solely motivated by the fact that the prophet, in view of the behavior of these kings, deemed it impossible that Yahweh could permit it indefinitely. Hence, considerations of practical politics played no part in the seeming change of the prophet's attitude to Assur. With regard to Jerusalem he changed his position likewise, for purely religious reasons. Initially, the corrupt city seemed destined to fall. Zedekiah's faith in Yahweh suggested to him the view that Jerusalem would never fall. Despite the confirmation of this opinion by Sennacherib's withdrawal, he was so impressed by transgressions which continued to exist without change, that, in the end, he turned pessimist again. This could never be forgiven. For the other prophets, too, the religious behavior of the ruling strata is always decisive. At times it appears as if almost each of them seemed to despair of all hope. For Amos, Isaiah, and Jeremiah this must have been the case at times. But this state of despair has been definitive for none of them. To eschatology and prophets' prophetic expectation of the future was as utopian as prophetic politics. Such expectations dominated the prophets' intellectual orientations and gave coherence to their ideas. The prophetic mind was saturated with warlike and partially cosmic horrors to come. In spite, or better because, of this they all dreamed of a kingdom of peace to come. Already for Hosea, and similarly for Isaiah and Zephaniah, this kingdom assumed the usual Babylonian, Mid-Eastern features of paradise. To be sure, it has been maintained without justification that one could find with the prophets Babylonian astrological doctrines of the earth's revolution as determined by the precision of the equinoxes * the prophets, rather, adjust representations of an original state and hopes for the future to the special presuppositions of Israel's relationship with Yahweh. Such representations are by no means necessarily related to Babylonian astronomical teachings. They are well nigh universally diffused, and, in antiquity, Virgil still in his fourth eclogue makes use of such representations in the typical form of the return of the Golden Age following the Iron Age. 322 Yahweh will establish a new birth with Israel, but also with their enemies and even with the wild animals. Ever since then the pacifistic hope recurred alternating with expectations of revenge on the enemies. The wondrous eschatological Prince Emmanuel, who eats cream and honey, is for Isaiah a Prince of Peace, whose sway extends to the end of the earth. No prophet has dared to promise that death will vanish again. But, says Trito Isaiah, 65:20, everybody shall fill his days. Such conceptions were clearly the result of the transposition of popular myths of an original state into intellectual speculation. Besides these we find gross expectations of the future of the burghers and peasants. They expected, above all, external prosperity of all sorts and, in addition, revenge on the enemy. After its consummation the horses and chariots and all apparatus of kingship, its pomp and palaces of its officials, will vanish. A savior prince riding an ass in the way of the ancient cantonal prince will make his entrance into Jerusalem. Then the military machine will be superfluous and the swords beaten into plowshares. In what was this now civically, now paradisically represented holy time related to the pre-exilic prophet's prediction of doom. It has often been believed possible to determine a unified schema, first frightful calamity, then exuberant bliss as the constant type of prophecy. The assumption was that this type was borrowed from Egypt. However, such a unified schema for Egypt would not seem sufficiently corroborated by the evidence. Thus far, actually only 2 instances have been adduced. Besides, it would be equally suggestive to point to the influence of fertility and celestial cults and their myths as the source of such peripeties. Such cults were doubtlessly diffused also in Palestine. Cf. especially Isaiah 21:4f. For such myths the rule was that it must first be fully night or fully winter before the sun or the spring could return. Undoubtedly this could have influenced man's imagination beyond the circle of the cult member proper, although it is not certain whether the prophets have been so influenced. For, in the first place, the alleged schema cannot be demonstrated for all the prophets. Precisely with the early prophet, those oracles which would correspond to it are in no way the rule. With Amos but one example of the peripety is to be found 323. 9:14. Otherwise there is only the hope that, perhaps, though not for certain, the remnant who are converted will survive by Yahweh's grace and only the sinners will die. 5:15, 9:8, 10. Most of his oracles contain sole threats of disaster. In Hosea's view, the fate of the northern kingdom would seem to differ from that of Judah. In Isaiah one finds oracles of disaster without prophecy of good, and the promise of the boy Emmanuel is not connected with an oracle of disaster. A true peripety from misfortune to good fortune is to be found particularly in one of his oracles, 21:4f, where Jerusalem sinks into Hades and then is saved. This certainly recalls cult mythologies. Otherwise one finds with well nigh all prophets the Deuteronomic type of alternative which differs entirely from said schema. The alternative of either fortune or misfortune, according to the conduct of the people, is rather frequent. In pre-Deuteronomic times, Amos, 5:4-6, is 1:19-20, in post-Deuteronomic times, Jah chap 7 and 18, Ezek chapter 18. Generally correct only is the fact that no prophet exclusively pronounced oracles of misfortune. Furthermore, in some cases prophecy of good was joined to the threat of evil as the peripety after the appeasement of Yahweh's wrath and as compensation for the pious remnant. In many oracles calamity appeared quite unavoidable and must occur under any circumstance as a long impending fate. Finally, when considering the oracles of a prophet as a whole, one must get the impression that both evil and good and, of course, evil first, must unavoidably occur. The unavoidability of misfortune appeared as a consequence of sins even of the forefathers who for no reason broke the covenant, Jah 2:5. But most prophets have retained this fatalistic idea just as little as did the Torah teachers. People can amend their way and avoid evil, although only a remnant will do so. A unity, in the sense of a schema, exists, if comparing the single oracles, not even in one and the same prophet. Rather, what was prophesied changed according to the state of sin and the world's situation. Prophecy knew not of the Hellenistic Moira and the Hellenistic Hamarmeni, it knew Yahweh whose decisions varied according to man's conduct. Only the two following conceptions were essentially held in common. First, that there would come the day of Yahweh. In popular expectation it was viewed as a 324 day of horror and doom, particularly military disaster for the enemy. For Israel, however, it was conceived as a day of light. It was also viewed as a day of calamity for Jewry, at least for the sinners. The way in which Amos proclaimed this seems to indicate that this important conception was actually his intellectual property. To be sure, the interpretation of it as a day of good fortune for Israel continued. But the idea that at the same time or previously a severe calamity as a punishment of sins would occur remained the common property of prophecy. Similarly, the conception of the remnant to whom good fortune would be imparted, is to be found even in Amos, and is clearly developed by Isaiah, who named his son accordingly. Since both of these representations together formed the schema, calamity for the people, or for the sinners, good fortune for the rest, a peripety from evil to good or a combination of both actually represents the type toward which the prophetic promise constantly gravitated. This, however, was hardly due to a borrowed schema, but simply in the nature of the case, as soon as the character of the day of Yahweh as, at least, also, a day of evil was accepted. For, a simply hopeless threat of disaster would not have made pedagogical sense. Hence the type of peripety must have had its way at least in the selection of scriptures by the collectors. For the prophets themselves, of course, one should, in general, not assume primarily pedagogical purposes as informing the threats of disaster. They prophesied their visions and voices. They were not true preachers of penitence as appeared during the time of the Evangels and in the Middle Ages. Naturally, they did not fail to call to repentance and penitence. On the contrary, Jeremiah, indeed, considered the denunciation of sin as one of the characteristics of the true prophet. This important principle differentiates the prophets from all mystagogues. Hosea, at the very beginning, most passionately raised the call for penitence, and it is especially to be found in Jeremiah, chapter 7. As a rule, however, the content of the great visions and auditions consists simply of what good and evil Yahweh had decided already and possibly why. The people were in hard and clear terms without any admonition, expected to assume the responsibility for their own or their ancestors' guilt. The genuine exhortatory scolding and penitence speeches and admonitions of the prophet's person 325 ally, in contrast, are introduced as a rule, not as the debarim of Yahweh, but as personal speeches of the prophets, commanded by God. In any case the schema, first evil, then good, was given in the nature of the case and can be understood so without the assumption of borrowing. The passionate vigor of the prophetic accusation and threat and the mostly general turns of phrase of the admonition stand in contrast to the style of the Torah. Deuteronomy is more edifying in tone. The older moral exhortation was forceful but matter-of-fact in its enumeration of special demands. This is not only determined by differences in temperament. On the contrary, the prophetic temper is, rather, conditioned by the timeliness of the prophet's expectations. The expected evil or good is but rarely placed in the distant future. Mostly it can come to pass at any time. As a rule, however, it is likely or certain to be directly at hand. Isaiah saw the young woman already expecting the eschatological boy king. Every military move of the Mesopotamian rulers, especially events such as the invasion of the Scythians, could mean or initiate the approach of the enemy of the north, presumably a figure of the popular mythological expectation. In Jeremiah's eyes, especially, this was the harbinger of the end. The fateful peripeties of the contending states kept alive these expectations. This timeliness of the final hope was indeed decisive for the practical ethical significance of prophecy. Obviously eschatological expectations and hopes were popularly diffused in the neighboring states. But, their vague indefiniteness failed, as in all such cases, well nigh completely to affect conduct in practice. The storyteller, the actor in a cultic masquerade, and possibly the intellectual Gnostic in his esoteric conventicle knew how to exert temporary or personally limited influence. Nobody considered these expectations as timely and as factors which one had to take into account in one's whole way of life. The prophecy of the royal prophets of good fortune evoked timely expectations, as did the itinerant cosmologists among the Hellenes. But, in the first case, they were narrow courtly circles, in the other discreet private individuals who more or less took their expectations into account. In Israel, however, due to its political structure and 826 graphical situation, everybody, as shown by Jeremiah's capital trial, at least among the elders, knew even after 100 years of an oracle of doom such as that of Micah. And the whole populace was agitated when a prophet arose to proclaim striking threats. For, the predicted misfortune was timely indeed, threatening everybody's existence and necessitating the question as to what could be done to ward it off. Moreover, the threats were backed by a prophecy which was legitimate by the most striking confirmation of several unforgotten oracles of misfortune. And the prophets, in turn, were supported by the strong ancient opposition to kingship. Such timely expectation was nowhere else represented by a ruthless public demagoguery, and at once joined to the traditional idea of old of Yahweh's covenant with Israel. For the circles of true believers in Yahweh, of course, precisely this timeliness of the final expectations was decisive. We know from the Middle Ages, the time of the Reformation, as well as the early Christian community, the powerful impact of such expectations. In Israel, too, they have indeed been decisive for the way of life of such pious circles. In the last analysis they alone explain the utopian world indifference of the prophets. When they counseled against all treaties, when they ever again turned against the vain arrogant doings of this world, when Jeremiah remained single, it was for the same reason that led Jesus to counsel, "Give unto Caesar what is Caesar's." It is like the opinion of Paul, that each should remain in his calling, that one should remain single or married, as before, and have wives as if one had them not. All these affairs of the present after all are completely irrelevant, for the end is directly at hand. This sense of the timeliness of the final expectation gave its stamp to the personal attitude of the prophets and their adherents as to the early Christians. It gave the prophets announcement power over their audiences. And in spite of the delay of the day of Yahweh for a millennium unto Bar Kochaba's fall, Each new prophet received the same passionate belief, though restricted to a narrow circle before the exile. Here, too, the unreal proved to be effective and left traces in the most profound reaches of the religion and established its power over life. The unreal alone imparted the hope that made life bearable. Above 827. All, the complete renunciation of all hope in a beyond and of any kind of true theodicy, despite the constant quest for reasons of misfortune and the postulate of just compensation, could be borne most readily in a time when everybody expected the eschatological event during his lifetime. These men of most passionate temper produced by Israel lived in a constantly tarrying mood. Immediately after the outbreak of disaster one expected good fortune. Nothing indicates this more clearly than Jeremiah's attitude in the face of the impending fall of the city. He buys land, because the hope for new times will soon be realized, and he admonishes the exiles, to mark their route in order to find the way back. The expected good fortune itself was gradually sublimated. The final hopes stood side by side. Partly these were chiliastic expectations in a cosmic sense of a final paradisiacal state with Hosea and Isaiah, partly the burghers' robust material hopes of Deuteronomy that Israel would constitute a nation of Jerusalem patricians, other nations would be bondsmen and tributary peasants. Both hopes more and more receded into the background until they revived in post-exile times, the first with Joel, the second with Trito-Isaiah, 6:15,6. Alongside the political expectation of a military victory and Israel's sway over other nations, as found especially in Micah, 4:13, and alongside the ancient peasant promises of rich harvest and external prosperity, Amos, there appeared with the prophets the far more idealized pacifistic hope of a future kingdom of peace. The temple fortress was to be in the center, Isaiah, as the single seat of the Torah and wisdom and teaching for all nations, Micah. The hope, to be found even in Hosea, 2:19, that Yahweh in times to come would, in a new birth with Israel, guarantee righteousness, judgment, and loving kindness, is deepened in the sense of ethical absolutism by Jeremiah, 31:33, 34, and Ezekiel, chapter 86. The hope is that Yahweh would form a more benevolent birth with his people than was the old hard covenant with its severe laws. He would take away the stony heart and replace it with a heart of flesh. He would put a new spirit within them and cause them to walk in his statutes. I will put my law in their inward parts, and write it in their hearts. Then they shall. 328 Teach no more every man his neighbor, for they shall all know Yahweh. So long as the cosmic order will remain, they will never cease to be his people. Here we meet at least an allusion to the fact that sin per se can be a problem of theodicy. The whole, however, represents a high degree of ethical sublimation of hopes as once elaborated in a poem which is questionably ascribed to Amos, 9:11f. The idea of this new covenant resting on pure belief was still significant for the development of Christianity. Sin itself, the removal of which through Yahweh is hoped for, also for its part is greatly internalized and conceived as a unitary God-estranged mind. The circumcision of the foreskin of the heart is for Jeremiah decisive, not anything external. Also that is very similar to the well-known evangelical pronouncements. No longer a social but a purely religious utopia is here visualized. For Jeremiah this internalization and sublimation of expectations went hand in hand with the formation of quite modest external hopes. Deuteronomy presupposes the city-state and the patrician position of the pious and prophecy, for the rest, where touching upon these hopes, viewed the Jews at least as the spiritual master people of the earth, as teachers and leaders. With Jeremiah this, too, has disappeared. He mentions Zion but once, 31:6, as the seat of Yahweh worship. He also knows the master people ideal in its sublimated form. But with increasing age he becomes more moderate. In the future Yahweh will bless pious herdsmen and peasants, 31:24. It is sufficient for him that people will sow and harvest the land again in the future. A kind of idyllic happiness threatens to displace the great eschatological expectations of world domination. We now stand in the midst of all the misery of consummated devastation, and Jeremiah's prophecy toward the end of his life concluded with renunciation. He counseled submission to this Yahweh-ordained fate, continued stay in the land, obedience to the Babylonian king, and then to his viceroy. He warned against an exodus to Egypt. And while at first he had expected the early return of the exiles, later he advised them to make themselves at home in their new place of dwelling. After the assassination of Gedaliah and his own abduction to Egypt, he clearly stood at the end of his hopes, as is indicated by his moving deeply 329 resigned testament to his loyal disciple Baruch, "Behold, I will bring evil upon all flesh, saith the Lord, but thy life will I give unto thee for a prey in all places whither thou goest." 45:5. According to a late Judaic tradition, Jeremiah was stoned in Egypt. This completely pessimistic and docile attitude could not possibly serve as a support of the community under exilic conditions. Already his advice to the exiles, to make themselves at home in Babel, sufficed to provoke a sharp conflict with the counter-prophet Shemaiah, as the irritated letters to Babylon indicate. Especially Ezekiel, preeminent among the prophets, carried away into the exile, opposed him sharply and maintained the timeliness of the hope for return. It was indispensable for the very cohesion of the community. The final hopes, which were decisive for the powerful impact of the prophets, were, of course, not the sublimated, but the crude forms which continued to coexist with all prophets. According to all experience, eschatological ideas which fail to hold out the day of judgment and resurrection as timely, have had strong effects just as seldom as any purely secular hope for good fortune in the distant future. Decisive was precisely that here the day of Yahweh was predicted as an event that everybody could hope or fear to experience here and now, and that big revolutions in this world were in sight. Various representations of the Savior personality corresponded to the different cast of the final hopes. Amos did not know of a Savior, he emphasized extensively the saving of the remnant. With the other prophets, however, the expectations of good fortune were saturated with images of saviors in the form known to the tradition of ancient heroes of the Confederacy, the Shoftim, the Redeemers. These images were linked with the eschatological representations offered by the environment. Of course, the image of the Redeemer ultimately did not offer what might have been useful. Among the possible images of a redeeming Savior for the prophetic mind, incarnation as well as divine generation and apotheosis proper were precluded, as all of these were incompatible with the traditional peculiarity of Yahweh. That the role of Savior would go to a foreign king, Cyrus, is only a conception of the time of exile, Deutero 330 Isaiah. In Israel the figure of the Savior had to be related to the day of Yahweh, hence, to a very specific eschatological event, the nature of which, as we saw, ensued from the traditional peculiarity of the god of catastrophe. The cultural religions and cults of the surrounding world, including, by the way, Iranian religion, in this special sense, knew of no eschatological figure of a savior king. At best one could borrow from them speculations concerning a pre-existent redeemer of astral character, in the Balaam dirge number 24:17, or in the nature of the first man, most distinctly possibly in Job 15:7f, allusions could, perhaps have been borrowed is 9:5, Micah 5:1 and Ezek 28:17. Even if at times such cult legends and or speculations of intellectuals are echoed in mysterious hints of the prophets, none of them resolved to take his stand on the basis of such conceptions, which necessarily lead to mystery esoterics. They were prevented from so doing out of fear thereby to damage Yahweh's sole majesty. The figure of the Redeemer must retain the nature of a creature. Hence there remained either the Barbarossa hope, which, as far as is known, was not diffused in the environment, but could easily be derived from the prophecy of the Redeemer King, which in Israel would have meant hope for the return of David. Or there was the hope for the appearance of a new Israelite Savior King, either as a scion of Davidian lineage or as a miraculous child of somehow supernatural, hence primarily fatherless generation. In Mesopotamia especially such traits were ascribed to kings, during their lifetime, especially to usurpers. All these possibilities are to be found, the first with nearly all prophets, the last especially with Isaiah in the prophecy of the child Emmanuel, the son of the young woman. The legitimacy of the Davidians was doubted by none of the prophets, also, not by those appearing in the northern kingdom, Amos and Hosea. For Amos, Zion is the seat of Yahweh, for Hosea Judah is not defiled by the sins of Israel, particularly, not by the shame of usurpers. Apparently he did not at all believe in the downfall of Judah. Also for Isaiah, the remnant appears to have originally meant Judah. For Micah the Savior King would come from the seat of the Davidian Sib, Beth-el Ephrat. For Isaiah it is quite probable that the figure of the Holy Child $331 Manuel signified defiance of the impious royal family registered, and for Jeremiah and Ezekiel the hopes for the ancient dynasty strongly receded into the background. Alongside the Davidians there is to be found in Ezekiel 21:32, also the hope for him whose right it is, and I, Yahweh, will give it him. The promises of the prophets were anti-royalist only in the sense of the popular opposition which the intellectuals supported. The Savior Prince was not expressly a warrior king who for his part fulfilled Israel's revenge on the enemy, although, of course, this representation too occasionally appeared. The rule was, rather, that Yahweh himself would execute the punishment. That the figure of the Savior assumed the traits of a prophet and teacher was already prepared in pre-exile times through the strong emphasis of the Torah upon everything which in the end, Zion would have to offer to the world, and through the Deuteronomic prediction that Yahweh would awaken in Israel a prophet like unto Moses. Since Hosea 12:11, it was Moses, and since Jeremiah 15:1, and Deuteronomy it was Samuel besides Moses whom prophets have stamped as the archegets of their own vocation. An essentially pure religious character could be preserved for these figures in contrast to the rulers and leaders of armies. They are counselors and admonishers, not mass leaders. This made both, Moses and Samuel, appear suitable for this role. The legendary figure of Elijah was quite naturally joined to them. He was the first prophet known to have stood up to the king as a prophet of doom in the later sense. The traditional representation of the day of Yahweh as one of political and natural catastrophe made it difficult to displace the popular Savior King by a purely religious figure. The genuine eschatological conception of a Savior teacher belongs, therefore, first to the time of the exile, and the hope for the return of Elijah, the anti-royalistic magician, won popularity only in later times, as we know from the New Testament. For the prophets, speculation over the nature of this eschatological figure evidently played a quite minor role. Foremost on their mind was that Yahweh, by stupendous action, would soon bring about a tremendous revolution. This distinguished the prophets from the Deuteronomist who, in the manner of a moral preacher, arranged a sequence of all sorts of promises of good and evil in exhortatory fashion. 332 In the last analysis the prophets were not interested in man's action during this revolution, their views of this varied. The absolute miracle is the pivot of all prophetic expectation, without which its specific pathos would be lost. Therefore the image of the Messiah did not become absolutely lucid and constant, usually not even for one and the same pre-exile prophet. Also the role of such predictions varied in each case, sinking to a low point with Jeremiah. Like Amos, he placed all emphasis on the converted remnant of the people, and with him we find but one truly messianic prediction. The same applied to Ezekiel, his contemporary. The prestige of the Davidian dynasty was plunged deeply into the shadow. We find ourselves already in the course of a profound transformation which made out of the Israelite people the community of the Jews. Judah came to the fore as the bearer of the promises even since the decay of the northern kingdom with Hosea, and increasingly so with the later prophets, although the hope of a final reuniting of the entire people was not surrendered. Before we examine this development of the people of Israel into Jewry, a question must be briefly posed: what influence was worked by the pre-exilic prophets in relation to other active powers in the development of ethics? They took over, as noted, all substantive commandments of the Levite Torah. The idea of Yahweh's birth with Israel and the essential features of their specific conception of God were also taken over from previous times. Social strata, which, like the prophets, confronted kingship and the material and aesthetic culture of the preeminent, had appeared before. And the skeptical attitude toward sacrifice has most probably always existed, also outside Rechabite circles. The question is whether one has to ascribe to the prophets alone the powerful stimulus of the divine plan of evil and good underpinning the ethic and the extensive sublimation of sin and God-pleasing behavior into ethical absolutism, or whether one has to consider this as a cultural product of the pre-prophetic intelligentsia. All intrinsic evidence suggests that these conceptions developed out of the cooperation of prophecy and the gradual rationalization of the Levite Torah and the thought ways of pious, cultured lay circles. 333 The increasing coincidence of the prophetic register of sins with the commandments of the Decalogue, indeed, suggests this. The prophets were, in terms of their time, cultured men, and maintained friendly, though sometimes strained, relations to those circles which led up to the Deuteronomic school. The Torah teachers will have contributed to the systematic ethical casuistry. Prophetic inspiration will have contributed the lead and watchword for the ethical sublimation and concentration. One need only compare the Deuteronomistic edifying way of thought and expression, characteristic of the burgher, with Isaiah's oracles in order to reject the, seriously advanced, idea that Isaiah composed this exhortatory work himself and transmitted it sealed to his disciples. This is simply unthinkable, and whereas the alternative, blessing or curse according to conduct, indeed agreed with the folk pedagogy of Torah teaching, it was alien to the visions of impending doom precisely of Isaiah and the later prophets. Decisive, here, was the pressing timeliness of the fearful expectations of the prophets, who addressed themselves throughout to the political catastrophes. This stood in contrast to the individual retribution of sins and the piety of the Torah teachers' patronage. Besides, there were somewhat Philistine hopes and fears of the burgher advanced in the exhortatory tone of the detailed moral preaching of Deuteronomy. Yet Deuteronomy is, of course, inconceivable without the prophets. For precisely Deuteronomy placed its hope on the prophet of the future. And the naive rules of war in Deuteronomy are purely utopian in the prophetic manner and can be explained only in terms of the assimilation of the conception of faith which the prophets experienced directly. Only everything is transposed into everyday life and breathes the atmosphere of genre. Similarly, what cannot be here pursued further, the entire present revision of the tradition and the Torah, so far as they may be considered pre-exile works, were prophetically influenced, though to different extent. But they were doubtless not elaborated by prophetic editors. Without the tremendous prestige of these demagogues, known and feared by all the people, it is difficult to see how the conception of Yahweh as the God of 334 the universe, the destroyer and rebuilder of Jerusalem, could have become authoritative. This conception was equally remote from all popular and priestly conceptions of the relationship of Israel to its God. It is completely inconceivable that without the profound experiences of a confirmation of the prophetic words of doom uttered in public and still remembered after 100 years, J 26:18, the belief of the people was not only unbroken by the fearful political fate, but in a unique and quite unheard of historical paradox was definitively confirmed. The entire inner construction of the Old Testament is inconceivable without its orientation in terms of the oracles of the prophets. These giants cast their shadows through the millennia into the present, since this holy book of the Jews became a holy book of the Christians too, and since the entire interpretation of the mission of the Nazarene was primarily determined by the old promises to Israel. Again, the internal Israelite development from a political to a religious association would have been inconceivable without the grandiose constructions of Yahweh's intentions and the firm trust in his promises in spite of all, precisely because of all the visitations which he ordained for his people in accordance with the uncanny predictions. Solely the internal transformation of the people of Israel facilitated the continued existence of the Yahwistic community after the destruction of Jerusalem. The pressing emotional timeliness of the eschatological expectation was all decisive. There was indeed great need for it in exile. Nothing much could have been done with the mere Torah and the edifying exhortations and consolations of the Deuteronomic intellectuals. Thirst for revenge and hope were the natural mainsprings of all conduct of the believers, and only that prophecy which offered hope to all to see these passionate expectations still fulfilled during their lifetime could give religious cohesion to the politically destroyed community. The new religious association, by ritualistic encapsulation, could consider itself as the direct continuation of the old ritualistic folk community precisely because the prophets had offered no means for the formation of a new religious community, and because, in practice, the substance of the eschatological message consisted 3,385 solely in sublimation of the traditional religion into ethical absolutism. This definition of the new association as a continuation of the old ritualistic folk community was not possible for Christendom in the long run. Ed. Chapter 13. 1. The development of ritualistic segregation prophecy together with traditional ritualism of Israel, brought forth the elements that gave to Jewry its pariah place in the world. The Israelite ethic especially received its decisive imprint of exclusiveness through the development of the priestly Torah. Egyptian ethic, too, was exclusive insofar as, like all ethical codes of antiquity, it ignored the foreigner as a matter of course. Apparently the Egyptians knew no bar against intermarriage with strangers nor the assumption of their ritualistic impurity. In contrast to Israel, the Egyptians, like the Indians, seem to have avoided contact with the mouths and dishes of beef-eating peoples. In Israel, originally, ritualistic segregation from strangers was totally absent and exclusiveness according to type received its special accent only in connection with the development into a confessional association. This transformation of the Israelite community began, to be sure, under the influence of the Torah and prophecy even before the exile. Its first expression was the increasing inclusion of the medics, Jerem, into the ritualistic order. Originally, the Ger, as we saw, had nothing to do with ritual. Circumcision was not an exclusively Israelite institution. Among Israelites it was obligatory only for the army. The Sabbath was a day of rest diffused, presumably, among full Israelites and perhaps beyond the circles of Yahweh adherents. Gradually it attained the status of a rigid command of the religious ethic. That the Ger was permitted to be circumcised and then 886-337 admitted to the Passover meal, ex 1248, was doubtlessly an innovation determined by the pacifistic transformation of the pious circles of Yahwists. This became, number 914, a duty of the Ger. The enjoyment of blood, Leviticus 17:10, and the Moloch sacrifice, Leviticus 20:2, had probably earlier been forbidden to the Jerem by threat of capital punishment and, above all, he was required to observe the Sabbath. The Deuteronomic and finally exilic priestly doctrine, number 914, 1515, 16, destroyed all ritualistic differences between full Israelite and Jerem. Hereafter, one law shall be for the Israelite and the stranger for all time to come. The obviously late edition ex 1249 agrees with this. According to Deuteronomy 29:11 the Jerem belong to the union with Yahweh, and in the book of Joshua 8:33 this is even incorporated in the Shechemite curse and blessing ceremony. The late prescription, Deuteronomy 31:12 hence expressly stipulates that the Torah should be publicly read also to the Jerem. The driving forces in this process were the demilitarization of the Israelite peasants and town farmers in connection with the interest of the priests in the patronage of the Jerem, among whom such exemplary pious people were to be found as the Yahwistic stock breeders, while the preeminent, in the account, figure together with the Korahites in the latter's insurrection as opponents of the priests. The politically disqualified or less qualified strata were here, as often elsewhere, an increasingly important field of work for the Levites, and in the exile, for the priests. The prescriptions concerning the reception of total strangers, first of the Egyptians and Edomites, into full ritualistic communion, as found in the present revision of Deuteronomy 23:8, derive probably only from exile times. In place of the ancient organization of settled warriors with the Berith-bound guest tribes of affiliated Jerem, there increasingly appeared now a purely ritualistic organization, a territorial organization at least in theory, with Jerusalem as the postulated capital. Originally there was no common attitude toward the future form of the Yahweh community. Soon after the first abduction, Jeremiah advised the exiles to make themselves at home in Babylon. After the destruction of Jerusalem, he urged, on the other hand, that those left behind should remain in the land. 338 In that case, a rural community with Mizpeh as its center would have emerged under Babylonian suzerainty. But Ezekiel opposed this very sharply, according to the presumably correct interpretation of 33:25. Jerusalem was to him, the priest, the only legal place of worship, and without retaining the promises for Mount Zion there was no hope for the future. Practically he was undoubtedly right. The commandment of ritualistic homogeneity of the people, including the Jerem, was brought into a new relation with the specific ritualistic purity of the land, as maintained even at the time of Amos. Yahweh had given this to Israel in contrast to other lands. The increasing confessional zeal of the exilic priests hence demanded theoretically that no ritually impure persons be tolerated as permanent residents of Palestine. Thus, almost at the moment when Israel lost its concrete territorial basis, the ideal value of the political territory was definitely and ritually fixated for the henceforth developing internationally settled guest people. Only in Jerusalem could sacrifice be performed, and only the ritually pure must be permanently settled in the territory of Israel. All ritually pure adherents of Yahweh, however, whether they be Israelites or Jerem or new converts, were now confessionally of equal value. The purely religious nature of the community, resting on the prophetic promises, determined the substitution of this confessional and essentially sharpened segregation for the political separation from the outside. We may trace this first in the development of substantive ethics. Originally, as was always the case, the duties of the Israelite differed naturally with respect to a tribal brother as over against a tribal stranger. The ethic of the patriarchs considered as inoffensive fraud the deception even of ethnically close tribal strangers such as the Edomites, Esau, or the nomads of the east, Laban. Yahweh commands Moses to lie to the Pharaoh, Ex 3:18, 4:23, 5:1, and helps the Israelites in the embezzlement of Egyptian goods during the Exodus. Also, within Israel itself, there were, as we saw, tribal differences with similar consequences. The Ger was legally protected by the framework of the Berith with his community, ethically he was protected only through the Levitical moral exhortation. However, any sort of 839 xenophobia was lacking in older times. Among the Jerem there were to be found, as the tradition indicates, also Canaanite communities in agreement with the paradigm of Gibeon. Only Yahwistic Puritanism posed against Canaanite sexual orgiasticism, and Solomon's national kingdom sharpened the opposition to the Canaanites, including the Canaanite Jerem. In the exilic view, all Canaanites were held to be enemies, and destined by Yahweh to bondage for their sexual shamelessness, and later on to be liquidated because of the holiness of the land, and lest they tempt Israel to godlessness, Ex 23:23f, 34:15. According to this view, no berith with them was admissible unless, in accordance with the reservation of the Shechem tradition, they enter the ritual community through circumcision. In view of the doubtless prevalence of circumcision among the Canaanites, already observed, this was a later interpolation. For in early times the relation of Israel to the non-Israelites had been rather politically determined, also, with regard to worship and ritual. Originally, there was neither exclusion from commensality, nor, in this connection, the incompatibility of strange sacrifice. The table community with the Gibeonites was, of course, as the text indicates, no sacrificial meal, but simple commensality by virtue of the berith. Just the same, on ritual occasions the Israelites accepted strange food. The account of the meal of Joseph and his brothers and the Egyptians, General 43:32, indicates that the denial of commensality with strangers by the Egyptians at the time of the origin of this tradition characterized them in contrast to Israel. Under the influence of Yahwistic Puritanism, common sacrificial meals with strangers, Ex 34:15, number 25:1f, were prohibited with increasing severity. These prohibitions would hardly have been necessary, unless such meals had not originally existed among the Israelites as among others. It remains questionable whether the treaty-bound sacrifice of Jacob and Laban, General 31:53, was considered by the Allahist as such. He considers Laban as the servant of other gods. However, the histories of Elisha still bear out that an adherent of Yahweh, who found himself in foreign service, like Naaman, in the view of the time was permitted to participate in worshipping the God of his king, doubtlessly because this was a political act. Later confessional Judaism would have viewed this conception as an abum. 340 Ination. Rather than submit to the demand for king and emperor worship, it chose martyrdom. The full conclusions of strict monolatry, as determined by the Birith, were simply drawn only in the time of the confessionalization. Also connubium with the stranger is mentioned without scruples. A captive, and indeed, in this connection a captive Canaanite, could be taken for wife. That she was considered a concubine and that it was stipulated that the son of the bondswoman should not inherit in Israel, was here, as elsewhere, only the developmental result of an epoch in which the propertied Sibs endowed their daughters with a dowry at marriage and thereby claimed for their children a monopoly of legitimacy. Perhaps this led, first, to scruples against intermarriage with non-members. In the time of the marriage of princesses these scruples were soon intensified among the pious for confessional reasons. True prohibitions against mixed marriages, however, appeared only during the exile. David's lineage, as indicated by the tale of Ruth, still includes a stranger. The inner relation to the non-Israelites is most clearly reflected in the development of Yahweh's attitude to them. First, purely political motives were decisive for Yahweh's stand. Non-Israelites per se were indifferent to him. If war broke out, he stood, naturally, on the side of Israel. But, strangers, even when worshipping other gods, were not hideous to him. If they assisted Israel in war or were otherwise helpful, Hobab as leader through the desert, number 10, moreover, if they betrayed their people to Israel, Rahab and the spies in Josh 2, they received the privilege to dwell as Jerem in Israel. It is out of the question that foreigners should be fought because of their foreignness. On the contrary, Yahweh obviously disapproved of harming them in politically imprudent and above all treacherous fashion, as in the case of Shechem. And the pacifistic God of the patriarchs was clearly glad about Abraham's generosity to Lot in the peaceable division of land, General 18, and honored Abraham's intercession for Abimelech. Occasionally Yahweh views with displeasure the decency of treatment of strangers to Israel repaid by ill. Never, in the ancient tradition, are other nations reproached in the name of Yahweh for worshipping their own gods. On the other hand, the legitimacy of other gods for them was 841 recognized only exceptionally, in the Jephthah account and the original account of the sacrifice of his son by the king of Moab. All these are usual attitudes slightly modified only by the special birth relation of Yahweh to Israel. However, according to the patriarchal legend, General 27:40, Yahweh had also given Edom, an ancient sanctuary of Yahweh, a promise, though a more modest one, and likewise to Ishmael, who also was considered to be inclined to worship Yahweh. A universalist rationalization of these representations began with the theological need for a theodicy, which derived from the birth of Yahweh his right to punish Israel for disobedience in order to explain the political threat and the defeats. Yahweh remained, as before, indifferent to other nations. However, he used them as scourges of God, Pisker, against disobedient Israel, and as soon as his people had again improved, he had them crushed again by Israel. This is the typical action pattern of the present version of the Book of Judges. Israel alone matters for Yahweh, the others are but means to an end. For this end, Yahweh had to have the power to use them at his discretion. Hence, he must also, at least in part, determine their fate. He did that by no means only to their disadvantage. To be sure, the boundaries of the dwelling site of Israel, which was his work, were not established in the interest of other people, but they still were to their benefit. The then existing peaceable state with Moab and Edom found a clear expression in the explanations of Deuteronomy, that Yahweh had given Seir as a dwelling to the children of Esau, and Moab to the children of Lot, Deuteronomy 2:4-9, and upon this rested the prohibition military to contend them. His disposition with respect to strangers became, in many ways, increasingly similar to those over Israel. In the priestly revision of the Exodus legend, it is Yahweh who hardened the heart of the Pharaoh, Ex 7:3, which corresponded to the Deuteronomic mentality in order to be able so much the more to glorify in his power. Subjectively, indeed, the strangers, as example the Pharaoh, did not know Yahweh, Ex 5:2, Elohistic. However, the belief, that it was Yahweh, who brought the Philistines with the Arameans from afar, must go back to a time even preceding the first prophets, since they presuppose this belief. Only with the increasing universalization of the Con. 342ception of God, the special position of Israel through Yahweh became the paradox, the motivation of which was sought through renewed emphasis on the ancient Birith conception, now in the form of a one-sided divine promise from love without reason and conditioned by obedience or on account of the God-pleasing unconditional faith of the forefathers or because of the cultic abominations of other nations. From a historically conditioned social form of the body politic, the Birith was transformed now into an implement of theological construction. Only when Yahweh had increasingly become the heavenly sovereign of heaven and earth and of all people, Israel became his chosen people. As we see in the case of Amos, the special ritual and ethical duties and rights of the Israelites were based upon their belief of being the chosen people. The general and primordial dualisms of in-group and out-group morality now received this supporting pathos for the Yahweh community. In the field of economics, it found its striking expression first in the prohibition of usury, then in the stipulations of social protection and brotherliness of the charity exhortations. For originally it rejected only, Ex 22:25, the oppression of the poor, doubtlessly, cf. Leviticus 25:36, the impoverished brother, and pertained only to full Israelites, m. Deuteronomy expressly permitted usury toward confessional strangers, Nakri. Originally, it was usury toward the Ger, as is evident in the related Deuteronomic promises and the parallel threats of disaster. The latter still mention the Ger instead of the Nakri. Usury, indeed, remains usury. But according to the correct interpretation of Deuteronomy 23:20, Yahweh will also bless this usury with success like all other ventures of the Israelite unless he practiced it against brothers. Similarly, all other social ethical prescriptions, the Sabbath year, the unharvested edge of the field for the poor, gleaning, were restricted to the Jerim and the Evianim of one's own people. The neighbor is always the compatriot, or now the co-believer. This applies no less to the moral imperatives of the exhortations of one's own people toward the members. One shall bear no hate in his heart, but love him as oneself, the enemy, whose cattle one should not permit to go astray, Ex 23:4, is no foreigner in the political sense, but, as Deuteronomy 22:1 indicates, a compatriot with whom one is on inimical terms. Goodwill and righteous 843 behavior of an Israelite toward a stranger can indeed add to the good name of Israel and therefore be pleasing to Yahweh. But the moral commandments of the exhortations are restricted solely to the brethren. Guest right remains sacred as of yore. Otherwise, only great abominations toward strangers endangering Israel's reputation were disapproved also by Yahweh. To the dualism of in-group and out-group morality, the separation of economic in-group and out-group ethic has remained permanently significant for the religious evaluation of economic activity. Rational economic activity on the basis of formal legality never could and never has been religiously valued in the manner characteristic of Puritanism. It was prevented by the dualism of the economic ethic, which stamped as adiaphora certain forms of behavior toward the outsiders which were strictly forbidden with respect to brothers in belief. This was decisive. It posed difficulties for Jewish ethical theorists. Maimonides was inclined to view interest-taking from strangers as indeed religiously commanded. Besides the historical situation of the Jews at the time, this was doubtlessly co-determined by the disinclination against the admission of such adiaphorous acts which endangers all ethical formalism. The late Judaic ethic disapproved of usury in the sense of an inconsiderate exploitation, also of non-Jews. The success of such disapproval had, however, to be precarious in the face of the robust words of the Torah and the social situation which meanwhile had developed. In any case, the dualism in the interest question remained. The theoretical difficulties of ethical thinkers are naturally matters of secondary importance. Practically, however, this all-pervasive ethical dualism meant that the specific Puritan idea of roving oneself religiously through inner-worldly asceticism was unavailable. For this idea could not rest on a basis which was as such objectionable, but permissible toward certain classes of people. Thus the religious conception of vocational life of ascetic Protestantism was absent from the outset. The exceptionally high, traditionalistic, esteem for religiously pursuing 344 one's daily work which we will find, with Jesus Sirach, could not alter this. The difference is plain. To be sure, the rabbis, especially in the time of the proselytizing propaganda, greatly stressed righteous and honorable behavior of the Jews toward their host nations. In this point, the Talmudic teaching is in no way different from the ethical principles of other religious communities. Especially early Christendom, Clement of Alexandria has, with respect to economic ethics, inclined to the same dualism which confined the law of usury of the Old Testament. The puritanical crusader faced non-Puritans with the same abhorrence, in part fed on the Old Testament mood, as did the priestly law of Israel the Canaanite. Moreover, no Puritan could ever have said that an unbelieving king could be a servant of God, as Israelite prophecy expressly declared, for example, of Nebuchadnezzar and Cyrus. In the area of economic ethics, however, the Christian sects of the 17th and 18th centuries, particularly the Baptists and Quakers, pointed with pride to the fact that precisely in economic intercourse with the godless they had substituted legality, honesty, and fairness for falseness, overreaching, and unreliability, that they had carried through the system of fixed prices, that their patrons, even when sending only their children, would receive always real value at a fair price. That deposits and credits are sure with them, that precisely therefore, the godless prefer to patronize their stores, their banks, and their workshops before all others, in short, that their superior, religiously determined economic ethics gave them superiority over the competition of the godless according to the principle honesty is the best policy. This is in complete agreement with what could be concretely discerned in the United States during recent decades as characteristic of the middle-class way of life. It held, similarly, for the Jains and Parsis in India. Only here ritualistic fetters firmly delimited the possible extension of rationalization of economic enterprise. As little as the correct Jain or Parsi would a pious Puritan ever place himself at the disposition of colonial capitalism, of the state purveyor, ancient tax and custom farmer, or monopolist. These specific forms of ancient, non-European, and pre-bourgeois capitalism to him were ethically objectionable and God-disapproved forms of brutal accumulation of money. 345. Jewish economic ethic was quite different. First, it was impossible that the ethic of precisely the patriarchs was without effect, which implied with respect to non-members quite distinctly the maxim, qui trompe t'en. In any case, there was no soteriological motive whatever for ethically rationalizing out-group economic relations. No religious premium existed for it. That had far-reaching consequences for the economic behavior of the Jews. Since antiquity, Jewish pariah capitalism, like that of the Hindu trader castes, felt at home in the very forms of state and booty capitalism along with pure money usury and trade, precisely what Puritanism abhorred. This was held in both cases as unobjectionable on ethical principles. Although whoever practiced usury as a tax farmer in the services of a godless Jewish prince or, worse, of a foreign power against one's own people was deeply objectionable and held by the rabbis as impure. However, against foreign peoples this way of acquisition was ethically adiaphorous. The moralists, naturally, made the reservation that outright deception was always abominable. Thus, economic pursuits could never furnish the setting for proving oneself religiously. If God blessed his own with economic success, it was not because they had proven themselves to be pious Jews in business conduct, but because he had lived a God-fearing life outside his economic pursuits, so, already, in the Deuteronomic usury teaching. As we shall see later, the area of proving one's piety in practice, for the Jew, lay in quite a different area than that of rationally mastering the world and especially the economy. The elements of the religiously determined way of life which enabled the Jews to play a role in our economic development will be considered later. In any case, the Oriental and South and East European regions where the Jews were most and longest at home have failed to develop the specific traits of modern capitalism. This is true of antiquity as well as of the Middle Ages and modern times. Their actual part in the development of the Occident rested essentially on their character as a guest people, which their voluntary segregation imposed on them. This place as a guest people was established through ritualistic closure which, in Deuteronomic times, as we saw, was diffused, and during the time of the exile was carried through by Ezra's and Nehemiah's enactments. 346 The downfall of the national state and the exile meant different things for northern Israel and for Judah. In Samaria, the Assyrian kings, in exchange for the abducted warriors, had settled Mesopotamian colonists, who, as the tradition shows, very quickly accommodated themselves to the gods of the land, hence, the forms of Yahweh worship found there, allegedly induced through frightening miracles of Yahweh. Apparently Nebuchadnezzar had thoroughly destroyed Jerusalem, though this was done only very reluctantly and after long considerations, for he would have preferred to use it as a stronghold against Egypt. By means of repeated deportations he had abducted the urban patrician and official families, that is, the court nobility, the trained warriors and royal artisans, the hierarchy, and probably also the rural notables. There remained, essentially, the small peasants in the land, and, as Babylonia already had had no strong peasant population for a long time, no settlement with Mesopotamian or other colonists occurred. The fate of the exiles in Babylon appears to have varied. It is certain that a large part of them, though hardly all, were settled near the capital in the countryside. In agreement with what we always find in inscriptions of the Mesopotamian great kings, they had doubtlessly to dig, or repair, canals, hence they lived together in settlements of their own, paying taxes to the king from the reclaimed land and rendering corvée upon demand. Forced labor was mentioned by the prophets, is 47:6, Jah 5:19, 28:14, Lamentations 1:1, 5:5. Need, in one case particularly, hunger was complained of, is 51:19. An increase of oppression under King Nebuchadnezzar, in contrast to the treatment under evil Merodach, as Clamorth deems, would not be surprising, since Cyrus' inscriptions indicate, that said king had also increased forced labor for his own people. Individual imprisonment, which according to prophetic passages appear probable, may well have been due to resistance, and this, in turn, to the activities of the prophets of hope, Jah 29:21, who arose at least until the downfall of Jerusalem under Zedekiah. As a rule the oppression can, objectively, not have been very severe, for already in Jeremiah's letter to the heads of the exile community, it is presupposed that the exiles were occupationally free and able to establish themselves in Babylon at their pleasure. 847 Thus we find increasing numbers of exiles in the very capital and, according to the Murasha documents, discovered and published by the Pennsylvania expedition, in the most varied occupational positions with the sole exception of purely political offices. Access to these was dependent on education as a Babylonian scribe, and this education obviously was denied to Jews as to other non-Babylonians. The number of Jewish names in Babylon increased especially in Persian times, and one finds, at that time, Jews as landowners, rent collectors, employees of Babylonian and Persian notables. Finally, and doubtless increasingly, Jews were found in trade and particularly money exchange, which, indeed, in Babylonia, first in Hammurabi's time, had permitted the financier to emerge as a type. The slight ethnic and after the exiles had accepted the Aramaic folk idiom linguistic differences have prevented, from the beginning, the development of persecutions such as those in Egypt. It prevented, too, ghetto-like existence, as is indicated by the contemporary Aswan papyri. The community increasingly prospered. Among all foreign peoples, it seems to have played the most important role second only to the Persians. A considerable part of the exiles had, indeed, become wealthy, as indicated by the significant contribution to the temple construction with the return from exile. And there was no small number of wealthy men who preferred to remain behind in Babylon, lest they lose their possessions. This occurred, of course, under Persian rule, which was outspokenly friendly to the Jews and witnessed Judaic eunuchs, like Nehemiah, as personal confidants of the king. A systematic oppression, precisely of the exiles, by the Babylonian administration is indeed improbable. Religious intolerance cannot be ascertained. However much, in the given case, the great king saw to it that the defeated pay deference to their gods, like all overlords of antiquity, they intervene only when necessary for reasons of state. Meanwhile, all these Oriental monarchies knew no true emperor worship in the manner of later Rome. To be sure, the ruler demanded the prostration and unconditional obedience, but he stood, nevertheless, under the gods. This circumstance facilitated tolerance. Yet hatred against Babel was very strong, as the jubilant prophecies of doom in Deutero-Isaiah indicate with the AP 348 approach of the Persian War. The result was that the community in the course of the exile gained great cohesion. This was the work, above all, of the priests, who were abducted en masse only with the last deportation at the destruction of Jerusalem. Previously Nebuchadnezzar had obviously hoped to utilize them as a support. Authority was held among the exiles first by the elders whom Jeremiah's letter, J 29:1, mentions at the head and before the priests and prophets. Officially they remained, perhaps, the permanent representatives responsible to Babylonian administration. King Evil-Merodach, to be sure, after long captivity had shown mercy to the penultimate Judaic king Joachim and received him at his court table. The Davidians as the royal sib therewith must have gained an honorific preference in the community of exiles, though, at first, hardly more. Actually, the priests came increasingly to the fore, alongside some prophets of whom more below. The Christian bishops during the time of the great migration of peoples developed their power for similar reasons. One recognizes the great importance of the priests even in the early period, in the book of Ezekiel. Ezekiel was of priestly descent. His plan for an Israelite state of the future indicates the disrepute of kingship. The prince, Nasi, is basically but a patron of the church for the theocratically constructed community. The high priest of the Temple of Jerusalem appears first with him, Ezekiel, as the central figure of the future hierocratic order. The utopian and at once schematic details of his project are of no interest here. Besides the figure of the high priest, it was of practical significance that here for the first time the status differentiation of the cult priests was carried through, a differentiation which separated the Kohanim from the rest of the Levites not qualifying for sacrifice. Here, naturally, difficulties arose. For Ezekiel the Jerusalem Zadokites still play the decisive role as the sole Kohanim. On such a basis the unification of the diverse priestly families was not possible. Only the further developmental course must have brought about the settlement with the non-Sadokite priests, the Aaronites. With the beginning of the Persian domination the priests became paramount. This was connected with the quite consistently pursued policy of the Persian kings, always to place 3849 the priesthood in the saddle as a useful tool for taming the dependent peoples. Already Cyrus paid reverence on the one side to Babylonian gods, on the other, however, boasted of having reinstated at their old sites all those deities which the Babylonians and whose images and treasures they had carried off to Babel. In agreement with this policy he, also, permitted the Israelites to return to their homes. For all that, he was still not as consistent in his use of the priests as Darius. Persian policy sought first to win the legitimate Davidian dynasty for a support. Two Davidians, Sheshbazzar and Zerubbabel, were found succeeding one another as nasi of the returned exiles. But the project had to be abandoned, presumably because the position of the David Sib, in the confusion of the false Smerdis, had proved to be of doubtful political value. The prophet Haggai, then, had prophesied to Zerubbabel, the swift restoration of the crown of David. Whether Zerubbabel made a corresponding attempt is uncertain. But he disappeared thereafter, and his Sib was no longer relevant for the Persians. As a matter of general principle, Darius' policy took for its point of departure the alliance with the national priesthoods. For Egypt there is documentary evidence of his restoration of the old priestly schools. The quasi-ecclesiastic organization of Egyptian religion with its synods and its national power position dates first from this. For the cults of Apollo in Asia Minor something similar is to be found. It is established for early Hellas that the Persians had the Delphic oracle and all sorts of plebeian prophets on their side. It was the result of the battles of Marathon, Salamis, and Plataea which preserved Hellenic culture, which was free from priestly domination, from becoming subjected to the Orphic teaching of metempsychosis or other mysteries and priestly domination under Persian protection. Persian policy toward the Israelite priests after Darius, and even more in principle since Artaxerxes, followed this course with smashing success. The priests had no interest in seeing the Davidians restored to royal power and preferred to assume decisive authority in all social and internal affairs, if need be under foreign regents, who therefore stood aloof from the concerns of the community. This was agreeable to the interests of Persian policy. The figure of 850 high priest, completely unknown before the exile, was fashioned to make him the representative of the hierarchy by raising the demand for purity, bestowing upon him the privilege of entering the inner sanctum of the temple and qualifying him alone for performing certain rites. This creation resulted from the cooperation of the priestly-influenced exile prophecy and the priestly revision and interpolation of the ritualistic commandments. The priestly revision of the Mishpatim and the Torah mentions the prince, nasi, only in the prohibitions against cursing him. For the rest, they disregard him completely. All this was in perfect agreement with Persian policy. The priests had also otherwise done preparatory and very consistent work toward an understanding with Persian kingship as consummated under Artaxerxes. This work entailed first a zealous registration of the priestly sibs with a claim to full priestly office, and of the now separate levites and religious functionaries disqualified for such office, and, likewise, of the community members. At that time the comprehensive sib registers have been fabricated which partly contradict obviously the older tradition. They represent a considerable part of the present priestly revision of tradition, and for the future were to serve as the sole certification of ritualistic qualification. The further work consisted in determination and written fixation of the rules of worship as well as prescriptions for a ritualistic way of life. Besides, the entire written tradition then existing and the Levitical Torah were correspondingly revised. In the main the tradition has then, during the 5th century, received its present form. After this preliminary work had been accomplished, the priests succeeded through their contacts at the court under Artaxerxes, to attain the following: 1. A Judaic eunuch and favorite of the king, Nehemiah, with full power of a regent, reorganized the Jerusalem community and secured its continued existence by walling of the city and by synoicism. 2. A priest, Ezra, proclaimed a law which had been drafted by the priests in the exile community in Babylon, as binding for Jerusalem by force of royal authority. He bound the representatives of the community to honor it by means of a solemn document. What interests us here is primarily the consummation of the ritualistic segregation of the community. It was carried out in exile after the 851 North Israelites, deported by the Assyrians, had been almost completely absorbed by the environment. This absorption taught the priests and Torah teachers the decisive importance of such ritualistic protective barriers for their own interests. The absolute prohibition of mixed marriages was practically the most important point. Ezra put it over by quite theatrical means, and it was at once enforced with all relentlessness, including the dissolution of the existing mixed marriages. The previous irrelevance of this prohibition is indicated in the old sources, General Chaps 34-38, Jude 3:5, 6, Deuteronomy 21:10f, and the mixed blood of the Davidians, Ruth. Furthermore, among those settled in Israel, alongside the distinguished Sibs and quite a few priests and Levites, the family of the high priest was guilty of the abomination, Ezra 10:18f. In the priestly revision, this struggle against mixed marriages has found expression in a whole series of theological constructions. So in the objection to the use of mixed seeds in the field, mixed threads in weaving, and bastard animals. It is possible that these prohibitions were at least partially linked to ancient superstitions of unknown origin. But generally it is more probable that one and all of the prohibitions represent late theological constructions of formalist-minded priests occasioned by the tabooing of mixture with Gentiles. For example, the use of the mule as a matter of course is established for pre-exile times. Next to connubium we have to consider the role of commensalism for the caste-like closure against outsiders. We saw that commensalism was readily practiced also with ritualistic strangers, but as is natural elsewhere only within the circle of either permanent Birith affiliates or temporary affiliates by guest right. At the separate meal of the Egyptians and Hebrews in the Joseph story, the denial of commensalism is laid at the door of the Egyptians in contrast to the Israelites. Only the extraordinary stress in the priestly law on dietary prescriptions created tangible difficulties in practice. The cultic Decalogue contained a highly specialized dietary prescription which was later extended with important consequences, namely, the prescription not to cook the kid in the milk of the mother. But neither here nor in other certainly pre-exilic statutes were the later and most characteristic dietary. 352 prohibitions of the Israelites carried or mentioned, except the prohibition of numerous and, in part, very important animals, Leviticus 11. Such prohibitions pertain to, 1. The hip nerve, which in its later specialization almost precluded all enjoyment of the hindquarters, 2. Fat, Leviticus 3:17, 7:23, 25, which prohibition in later interpretation was restricted to four-footed animals, forcing the Israelites to use goose fat. 3. Blood, this necessitated the salting and watering of meat. 4. Fallen and lacerated meat, which in combination with no. 3. Determined the ritualistic regulation of slaughtering. Some of these prohibitions, Leviticus 3:17, are already characterized by their form as amendments of priestly enactments. The enjoyment of meat of the ass is presupposed in 2 Kings 6:25. The prohibition of fallen and lacerated meat is presupposed by Ezekiel 4:14, compare with 44:31, as holding only for the priests, and in Trito Isaiah 66:3, only the sacrifice of sow's blood is mentioned as an abomination. Some features of these prohibitions must go back to ancient times, in part as general taboos, in part as sacrificial taboos for the benefit of God, registered in part as priestly purity taboos. This holds, presumably, for the objection to pork and hare's meat and the prohibition mentioned in the tradition of Samuel, I Sam 14:33f, against the enjoyment of blood. The etiological saga, generally a certain indication of great age, is to be found only for the usage not to eat the hip nerve, a metaphysical, hence relatively late, interpretation, from the belief in souls, of the blood prohibition. In later Judaism, the prohibition of the Decalogue against cooking young kids in their mother's milk was extended to any joint cooking of meat and milk. This seems to derive from a local taboo of the Shechemite cult and is found there without motivation as a positive statute. The denial of enjoyment of fallen or lacerated cattle may be related to sacrificial prescriptions. There is nowhere to be found an etiological legend for the prohibition of certain kinds of animals. In its place appears, rather, a kind of scientific distinction, certainly not old, but a product of priestly schematization. It is similar and partially equivalent in manner to that in Manu, v11ff, and presumably has considerably extended the range of prohibited meats. 853. To trace the grounds for establishment of individual prohibitions would seem to be a vain endeavor. It is ascertained for the time of the Evangels that the pig was still raised, also as a herd animal, in Palestine. Even later the bristles were not held to be impure, only the eating of the meat. All small stock breeders, including goat breeders, once representative of pious Yahwism, were considered impure only in Talmudic times, though not because of pork eating, but for their levitically impure way of life. The most likely reason would be that here, as in the case of the church taboo of horse meat in Germany, the sacrificial feats of strange cults were forbidden. The rather widespread prohibition also diffused in India and Egypt can, however, also have been borrowed from the outside. The prohibition of the enjoyment of blood and the increasing anxiety of avoiding all cattle not specifically killed by slaughtering had to be more incisive for possible commensalism than this rejection of a number of elsewhere quite favored meat dishes. This inhibition of commensalism had to be especially effective when the necessity was deduced of introducing a ritually controlled and regulated special method of butchering, shachat, for all animals, as occurred in post-exilic times. All cattle incorrectly slaughtered were considered carcass, nebula, even when the mistake was due, for instance, to a notch in the knife, because then it had been torn, or some other oversight of the butcher, who could learn his art only after long practice. The difficulty for correct Jews of living isolated or in small communities resulted from the indispensability of kosher neighborhood butchers. This has promoted, to this day in the United States, the dense concentration of Orthodox Jews in the great cities, while the Reform Jews in isolation were able to pursue the very profitable business of usuriously exploiting the rural Negro. The casuistic elaboration of this dietary and butchering ritual falls only into late antiquity, but basically goes back to the exilic priestly teaching. This ritualization of dietary habits made commensalism very difficult. No true prohibition of commensalism was ever known to official Jewry. The admonition of the apocryphal Jubilee Book, 22:16, to separate from the Gentile and not to eat with him has been accepted as little as a general impurity of the 804 houses of Gentiles or of their personal touch. Only the Jew going to enact a religious rite, in later times was placed under the commandment of rigid segregation from all things pagan, John 18:23. All the same, the reports of the Hellenic and Roman authors bear out that correct Jews naturally had considerable scruples in the face of any commensalism with Gentiles. Undoubtedly this is primarily responsible for the reproach of the odium generis humani sent in exile times. The strict observance of the Sabbath came to the fore as one of the most important differentiating commandments, for, in contrast to mere circumcision, it furnished a sure and generally visible sign that the respective person actually took his membership in the community seriously. Then, because the religious festivals were bound up with Jerusalem as the place of worship and the Sabbath represented the one festival independent of all cultic apparatus. Naturally, the Sabbath rest rendered cooperation with non-members in the workshop quite difficult. This, besides the high visibility of Sabbath observance, actually contributed greatly to segregation. The majestic account of creation in the priestly revision sanctioned the Sabbath with a very impressive etiological myth by means of the 6 days of divine work. The ritualization of the Sabbath found expression in comprehensive insertions in the text of the Decalogue. The commandment to cease all field work, stemming from the Yahwist, Ex 34:21, and the Elohistic general prescription of rest from work, Ex 23:12, now became a prohibition of all activity, a prohibition of leaving one's home, Ex 16:29, later softened through the delimitation of the Sabbath way with all sorts of possible evasions of lighting fire, Ex 35:3, so that one had to cook already on Friday for the lamp, tempered by possible evasions of carrying loads and burying beasts of burden, of going to market, of contracting any sort of business, of fighting and loud speech, J 17:19 ff, Trito Isaiah 58:18 f, Na 10:31, 13:15 ff. The performance of war service, in Seleucid times, was declared impossible essentially because of the Sabbath and dietary prohibitions. This sealed the definitive demilitarization of the pious Jews, except in case of crusades when according to Maccabean view the end justifies the means. Cele there are indications of incipient creation of a special costume, as the late tefillin presented in similar manner for the exemplary pious, but, at first, these beginnings were not further developed. Chapter 14. I-1. Babylonian and Egyptian exiles. In late Judaism as well as in early Christendom, considerations were raised against all participation in activities which might only indirectly benefit pagan sacrifice, and against any social intercourse which might entail the danger of an indirect participation in pagan worship. The most important practical objections were first developed by the rabbis, but prophecy and the Torah furnished their basis. This refusal of participation in any sort of sacrificial meal was unique in antiquity and, indeed, decisive for the political pariah situation of Jewry. The characteristic feature of this tendency towards segregation was that it was promoted by the Babylonian exile community and, under its influence, by the organizers of the community of those who had returned to Palestine. The Egyptian exile community was, according to the prevalent names, strongly recruited from northern Israelites, who continued the syncretic tradition of northern Israel. In contrast, the Babylonian community was Judaic and strictly Yahwist in origin. This is also borne out by the numerous name creations during the Babylonian exile. They all were formed on the root Yah, not El. Above all, the Babylonian community was centered around the continuity of the prophetic tradition in contrast to that of the exiles in Egypt, where the Jewish opponents of prophecy had turned and dragged Jeremiah away by force. A 356-807 political alliance with Egypt had always been rejected with special sharpness by the prophets. One can assess the supreme importance of prophecy and its hopes for the formation and preservation of Jewry by considering that on the whole the situation of most Babylonian exiles was much more favorable than that of the Egyptian exiles. Above all, the former were far less rejected by the Babylonian environment than were the latter. Nevertheless, actually the Babylonian and not the Egyptian Jews were in the lead in establishing the decisive ritualistic barriers against the outside, in organizing the internal affairs of the community even as they were later the representatives of Talmudic education. Naturally, there were also priests in the Egyptian community. But the prophetically influenced priesthood in Babylon, which kept the Deuteronomic tradition alive in their midst, was the sole nucleus of further development. In Palestine the urban population supported the puritanical tradition in opposition to both the wealthy rural sibs and the rich priests. The consequential social antagonisms of post-exilic times appeared right away. The Samaritans, from the outset, opposed the returned exiles. According to the tradition, 2 Key 1724, the population represented a fusion of settlers, coming from Mesopotamian and Aramaic cities, with the native Israelites. Under the guidance of northern Israelite priests they worshipped Yahweh, but often in community with other godheads. Their most influential strata were, on the one side, the officials and other interest groups adhering to the court of the regent, who always remained in Samaria, and, on the other side, wealthy rural and small-town sibs, which were interested in the rural cults. When, apparently first under Darius, the temple construction in Jerusalem was begun, they offered their cooperation, but as Rothstein has made probable, Zerubbabel, in consequence of an oracle of Haggai, 2:10f, rejected them, Ezra 4:3. Whereupon they, in turn, enforced the discontinuation of the temple construction. Their enmity to the Jerusalemites continued and, especially, they hindered every attempt to fortify the city. The opponents who caused the Jerusalemites constant anxiety, Ezra 3:3, were named Amharatzoth. As conditions under Nehemiah indicate, a considerable part of 858 the propertied strata of the city of Jerusalem and rural environs, officials and priests, including the very family of the high priest, were related by marriage with the opponents of Babylonian Puritanism, and partly were in agreement with the opponents, partly wavering in attitude, Na 5:1, 6:17f. So it remained. Still in Hellenistic times, as appears according to Josephus, a brother of the high priest was related by marriage to a Samaritan governor and moved thither. Perhaps this occurred even in the time of Nehemiah. Only the royal prerogatives, bestowed upon Ezra and Nehemiah caused, apparently, the preeminent groups to obey at all. The plebeian Thekoites, to be sure, cooperated in constructing the walls, but the nobles, Adorim, of the city Theko did not, Na 3:5. Also the strata of propertied Jerusalemites exacted usury from the small owners exactly as before the exile, so that a sharp conflict developed, Na 5:7. Nehemiah, for his part, supported himself along with an escort by his apparently great personal money holdings and those of the Babylonian exiles. For the rest, he had mass support. In order to force the wealthy Jerusalemites to remit debts, he called for, Na 5:7, a great assembly, Kahal Haged Allah. Similarly Ezra, 10:8, in order to force the dissolution of mixed marriages assembled the congregation of those that had been carried away, Kahal Hagolah, at that, under the threat of spiritual sanctions, namely excommunication from the Gola and the Churim of the possession of those who failed to appear. Whether, in this case, the Churim meant only tabooing, hence, boycott, or effective destruction, must remain uncertain. Feuds developed in the land as Nehemiah's presentation indicates. In the Annals of Ezra, 6:21, the term Nibdalim, those who separated themselves, is to be found, for the congregation of the ritually correct exiles and those who joined them. This congregational organization was doubtless first the work of Nehemiah. Formally the efforts of Nehemiah were directed to two things: 1. Synoicism of Sibs and a redeemed part of the rural population in the now fortified city of Jerusalem; 2. Formation of a congregation which assumed definite minimal duties by means of a sealed and sworn covenant signed by Nehemiah, the representatives of the priests, Levites, and heads, Rashim, of the people, Hayam. These obligations were, according to Natan, 859, 1. Suspension of connubium with the Amharzoth, 2. Boycott of all market traffic on the Sabbath, 3. Remission of all debts every seventh year, 4. A head tax of 1/3 shekel per year for temple needs, 5. Delivery of wood for temple needs, 6. Firstlings and or redemption of firstlings according to the priestly law, 7. Deliveries in kind to the temple priests and Levite tithes, 8. Maintenance of the temple. The chronicler made the account of this fraternization follow the imposition of the Mosaic law, that is the exile priest's revision of the cult and ritual prescriptions. However, despite the eminent cultic place of the high priest envisioned in this very law, he took no part in the act and his signature did not appear among those of the trustees of Nehemiah's newly organized congregation. The singularly ambiguous position of the new foundation appears in all this and continued throughout Jewish history. On the one side, it was a matter of a formally voluntary religious association. On the other, this community of exemplary righteous persons claimed to be, in the last analysis, the sole heir of the sacerdotal and therefore also of the political position of Israel. Actually, however, the political prerogatives rested always in the hands either of the Persian satrap and later of the Hellenistic regent and their officials or in those of a special commission of the king, as Nehemiah was de facto. Ezra's position, likewise, rested formally solely on the authority invested in him by the Persian king. We may bypass the question whether the written order of the king, reproduced by the chronicler, was authentic, and whether he was commissioned to carry out the law of the God of heaven, Ezra 7:23, if need be by use of force, Ibid 26. But Ezra's position, opposite the high priest, is inconceivable without far-reaching royal authorization. Obviously, the king granted no secular prerogatives whatever, especially no judicial prerogatives, to the functionaries of the new community. At the time of Nehemiah's arrival in Jerusalem, the governor, residing in Samaria, appears to have administered justice whereas Jewish district officials administered local affairs. Neither this, nor the tax obligations to the king, appear to have been permanently revised. Only the Reists, Levites, and temple servants became tax-exempt by the alleged letter of the king. However, we hear nothing about 360 a right of the community to self-government. Likewise, the priestly and Levite tithe, probably, were actually compulsory only in the intervening epochs in which ritually correct Jewish princes ruled and so far as their power extended. Religious means of coercion, the ban from Nehemiah's organization, later the ritualistic declassification of the non-tithe payers as Amharetz, must have guaranteed income. The ambiguity of this situation, the source of recurrent conflicts, is clearly discernible in the documents. Jewry was a purely religious community organization. The tax delegations which they took upon themselves appear formally to have also been voluntarily assumed. The written petition of the Upper Egyptian Jews of the year 408/7 for the reconstruction of their Yahweh temple was addressed to the governor in Samaria as well as to the governor in Jerusalem, after they had previously without receiving an answer written to the high priest and the priests in Jerusalem, his colleagues. Apparently, they were not quite certain who was actually the proper authority. Besides, it is not astonishing that they failed to receive an answer from the Jerusalemite priests. 4. The organization of the Jewish congregation signified the ritual separation from the Samaritans and from all Israelites or half-Israelite inhabitants who had not been formally received into the community. Above all, it signified separation from the Samaritans, although these had accepted the entire Torah in the revision of the exile priests and had Aaronitic priests. The monopolistic position of Jerusalem as the place of worship was the decisive point of discord. Characteristically, the Babylonian exiles had placed decisive importance on this cult monopoly. They were the only ones to do so. The Egyptian community of exiles had, as the documents from Elephantine indicate, built their own temple, and the high priest Onias, who in the confusion of Maccabean party struggles had escaped to Egypt, still had not scrupled to build a temple there. The thousand-year-long dominant influence of Babylonian exiles appears in nothing more clearly than that their principle, cherished from the beginning, won out. For this result, it was of greatest importance that the leading priestly families and eminent prophetically influenced circles which had produced the Book of Deuteronomy, 861 had been deported thence and maintained the continuity of the tradition. This was more important than the economic preeminence of the Babylonian exiles, which was later, at least, equaled by that of the Alexandrian community. In addition, we have to consider ethnic and especially linguistic conditions. The Babylonian Jews, on the basis of common Aramaic speech, remained in full community with the motherland. The Jews in Hellenistic territories did not, a fact which exerted a characteristic influence on the fate of the Christian mission with the twofold proselytes. For the first time, and exclusively, the sacrifice took on the character of a community sacrifice. This was of capital soteriological importance through the establishment of the monopoly of sacrifice of Jerusalem in connection with the diaspora of Jewry. Daily sacrifice in Jerusalem was paralleled by the fact that the individual henceforth ceased to sacrifice at all, that Shabbat and Asham, at least for the diaspora Jew, continued to exist only in theory. The individual paid a fixed tax to Jerusalem instead of sacrificing by himself. In practice, however, the victory of these Babylonian conceptions was very advantageous for the international diffusion of Jewry. It was essential for the diaspora Jew that worship in Jerusalem was ministered as commanded by Yahweh. However, as a guest people in foreign lands they naturally won uncommon freedom of movement, if they were not burdened with the duty to construct temples of their own in foreign lands. According to principle, the Gola rejected any other temple as illegal. Henceforth the opposition to the Samaritans gained increasing sharpness. Even in the times of the Ptolemies we find Jews and Samaritans in Egypt bitterly competing against one another. We shall not be concerned here with the fate of the Samaritans. In religious history they are, nevertheless, quite interesting in that one may study their fate in comparison with that of the Jews in order to establish negatively what the exclusively Torah-oriented religion of the Israelite priests lacked for becoming a world religion. The Bnei Yisrael, as they called themselves, remained pure ritualists. They lacked, 1. the linkage to Judaic prophecy, which they denied, their hope for a Messiah remained, therefore, the hope for an inner worldly prince, the Ta'ibi, second coming, without the tremendous 362 pathos of the prophetic theodicy and social revolutionary hope of the future. 2. Despite the existence of synagogues, they lacked the development of the law through this plebeian stratum of popular authorities as represented by the rabbis, and they lacked their contribution, the Mishnah, the significance of which we shall examine later. They failed to develop Pharisaism, which gave birth to the Talmud. They rejected the hope for resurrection. In this, too, they were related to the party of the Sadducees in Jerusalem, with whom they also shared friendly relations to Hellenism. Thus, one may say they lacked the confessional development which was anchored to the content of prophetic and rabbinical soteriology and the particular Pharisee rationalism. They experienced revivals still during the Middle Ages, 14th century, and still in the 17th century they had colonies diffused in the Orient, to India, but they failed to develop a national religious ethic which could have won the Occident. They exist, to this day, as but a tiny sect, and notoriously as the sharpest cheats of the Orient, whose falsifications have even victimized serious scholars. We may state the result of the development as follows: the Jews, as the community henceforth was also officially named, became a ritualistically distinct confessional congregation which was recruited by birth and the reception of proselytes. For ritualistic segregation was paralleled by the ready reception of proselytes. The true prophet of proselytism was Trito-Isaiah, is 56:3, 6. While the priestly code speaks only of equality for the Ger and old stock Israelites, but expressly excludes the foreigner, Nitcher, from the Passover, ex 1243, Trito-Isaiah summons the foreigner, Nitcher, who above all things observes the Sabbath and the other commandments of Yahweh, to join the covenant and therewith share the good fortune of Israel. Proselytes were, apparently, made even during early exile times. Proselytism must have increased during Persian times when the Jews ascended to court offices. The story of Elisha and Naaman appears to have been included in the revision of the king's legends as a paradigm for what was, at the time, a presumably permissible, later in reaction against the Roman and Hellenistic emperor worship, a strictly tabooed, and very lax practical attitude 863 toward the gods of foreign kingdoms on the part of Jewish courtiers. The admission of previously excluded eunuchs in Trito-Isaiah was perhaps tailored to suit the personal case of Nehemiah. Post-exilic times then imported into the Torah the general principle that foreign sibs, through accepting the duties of the law, after 3 generations would be fully equal to the old Jews and might only not have connubium with priests. As later to be discussed, one applied the old principles for handling of Jerem to those strangers who attached themselves as friends to the community without assuming the full obligations of the law. Within Jewry the chronicler recognized only the status group of the Kohanim, priests, that is to say, the descendants of the Aaronites, the Levites, and the later vanished caste like Declassade Nethinim, temple servants alongside other categories of menial temple service. The privileged status group stood in full connubium and full commensalism with all other old Jews. They were originally only required to observe relatively simple and specific purification duties which were expanded for the high priest. It must be reserved to a later discussion how the distinguished priestly sibs became socially differentiated from the ordinary Aaronites and how ritually the concept of the Amhares changed its meaning. After the exile, it was identified first with inhabitants standing beside the Kahal Hagolah, the community formed by the observance of ritual duties, above all, the Samaritans. All in all, the Jews, by virtue of the imposition of the ritualistic law, as brought about by the Babylonian community of exiles and by the formation of the Gola community, became a pariah people with a cult center and a central congregation in Jerusalem and with international affiliated congregations. Its most consequential social peculiarity from the beginning was found in the fact that a truly correct observance of the ritual was made extremely difficult for the peasants. Not only because the Sabbath year, the dietary prescriptions per se were difficult to observe under rural conditions. But above all, because the increasing casuistic development of the practically important commandments made instruction in ritual indispensable for correct conduct. The priestly Torah, however, naturally, extended only slightly into rural areas. b. 364 sides, we shall see later that the observance of the true Levitical purity commandments which the exemplary pious propagated increasingly were well nigh impossible for the peasants in contrast to the city people. This impediment for the peasants was not balanced by a compensatory appeal. The calendar of festivals of exile priests, which Ezra imposed, had robbed the old festivals of their earlier relation to the cycle of work and harvest in rural life. Moreover, Jews living among foreign peoples could hardly maintain a ritually correct way of life in rural areas. The center of gravity of Jewry had to shift increasingly in the direction of a transformation into an urban pariah people as, indeed, came to pass. 2 Ezekiel and Deutero-Isaiah. Without the promises of prophecy, an increasingly civic religious community would never voluntarily have taken to such a pariah situation and gained proselytes for sharing it with world-girdling success. It is a stupendous paradox that a God does not only fail to protect his chosen people against its enemies but allows them to fall, or pushes them himself, into ignominy and enslavement, yet is worshipped only the more ardently. This is unexampled in history and is only to be explained by the powerful prestige of the prophetic message. This prestige rested, as we saw, externally on the fulfillment of certain predictions of the prophets, or more correctly, on the construction of certain events as the fulfillment of prophecies. The stabilization of this prestige can clearly be recognized in the very midst of the exile community of Babylon. While the Egyptian party abducted Jeremiah by force and hated him allegedly, stoned him in spite or, perhaps, because of the frightful fulfillment of his oracles, the Babylonian community in the beginning had ridiculed Ezekiel as a fool, but with the shattering news of the fall of Jerusalem, changed its attitude completely. Whoever did not despair completely, hereafter found in him an adviser and comforter and sought his advice. And while the Samaritans understandably rejected a prophecy which consistently predicted only disaster for the old kingdom of Samaria and had an exclu 865 of concern for Jerusalem, prophecy within the exile community won its definitive place through the fulfillment of those predictions which enunciated the return from the exile, to which one clung during the exile in Babylon, and which were considered fulfilled by the establishment of the Gola congregation in Jerusalem. This congregation appeared as the remnant, the saving of which, since Amos and, above all, since Isaiah, was promised. Its future in exile had become the topic of prophecy which no longer held out doom, but hope for salvation. Immediately after the fall of Jerusalem, the complete fulfillment of the frightful threats of Yahweh, this transformation of prophecy into that of hope was consummated by Jeremiah and, above all, by Ezekiel. And if for melancholic Jeremiah warm-hearted consolation and modest hope for another opportunity peacefully to till the soil of the homeland, basically constituted the substance of all expectation, the ecstatic Ezekiel indulged in dreams of a frightful doomsday of the enemy, unheard of miracles and a glorious future. He could not dare to proclaim threats against Babel as ecstatic prophets of hope still had done up to the very fall of Jerusalem. Such threats had called forth the sharp intervention of the government, and Jeremiah's admonition for patient obedience. The Persians had not yet made their appearance. Hence, Ezekiel was engrossed in obscure intimations of hope. Oracles of disaster against the neighbors who maliciously enjoyed Israel's misfortune, namely, Tyros, Sidon, Ammon, Moab, Edom, the Philistine cities, and against Egypt, which had proven to be an undependable ally, made room for hope to see Israel restored through the power of Yahweh alone. The threats against Egypt utilize mythological themes of a world catastrophe. Gog would seem to represent the figure of a barbarian king, a construct departing from the person of a petty prince of the interior of Asia Minor, of Tubal and Meshech 38:2, fantastically built up into an overlord of the Northland, the ancient source of all migration of peoples. In days to come he would lead all savage people against the restored holy people of Yahweh. And Yahweh would prepare doom for him and for all enemies of Israel, whom Yahweh himself has called near, in a horrendous massacre, leaving to Israel but the task of mopping up the Holy Land, which 366 has been turned into a defiled field of corpses, chaps 38 and 39. And then what? Originally, Ezekiel had thought of a second coming of David or of a Davidian, 34-33. But the incorrigible behavior of the royal Sib and the knowledge that priestcraft alone could keep the community together, transformed his ideals. He was himself a Tzadikite, and thus after 25 years of captivity, his final hope turned to the image of the aforementioned rationally ordered theocracy. The hope for a king was buried, but those who remain faithful are assured of great prosperity in this world, and as already with Jeremiah, Yahweh will conclude a new eternal covenant with the people, endow it with a new and living heart of flesh and blood instead of stone that leads them to ruin, 36:26, 27, and secure them a high place of honor before all nations in honor of Yahweh's name. The wild ecstatic visions and auditions of his earlier years have died away. Ezekiel paints a panoramic image of the good society and with artful, pedantic skill mints his visions into an intellectually constructed utopia, chaps 40 ff. He is the first prophet who has turned into a writer. Registered Ezekiel was, as mentioned, not only a writer but a priest engaged in cure of souls. He was also, so to speak, a religious political counselor of the individual exiles as well as the elders who in exile were the prominent representatives of the faithful. He saw himself as a watchman of the people, 8:17. And in the experiences of his curing of souls, the questions of guilt for the disaster of Israel were certainly brought home to him. Above all, he faced the question of collective guilt and joint liability, which had been a concern of Torah teaching. One may observe, plainly, how he seeks to define his stand. In the torment of his pathological impediments he felt himself, 4:5, occasionally destined to atone for the old collective guilt of the people. On the other hand, like his predecessors, he often in the frantic wrath of his oracles of doom accused the people as a whole of hopeless corruption and seemingly prophesied general and final doom. But this to him was unbearable and, in view of the at least partially undeserved suffering of the exiles, in contrast to the political incorrigibility and economic selfishness of the Jerusalemites, the Gola was the exclusive vessel of all hope and future welfare, 11:16, while those at home were responsible for 867 all the disaster. After the downfall of Jerusalem this too was superfluous for the needs of theodicy, however greatly this conviction has since supported the determined religious self-consciousness of the exile community. Among the exiles economic differentiation existed and sharply increased, and, on the one hand, the well-situated were inclined to greater indifference and adaptation, on the other, the resentment of the pious poor mounted. The thought of having to atone collectively for the sins of the fathers in bygone times proved unbearable and insupportable. There was an urgent demand for seeing faith in Yahweh rewarded. Like the school of the Deuteronomists before him, Ezekiel, too, resolutely made a clean break with the old idea of joint liability, chaps 18 and 33, and at the same time with the idea, presumably suggested by Babylonian astrologry, that Yahweh inexorably brings home to us that our sins be upon us, 33:10, like a fate. This view necessarily led on to magics or to mystagogics or to fatalistic conclusions detrimental to cure of souls. The individual is not at all irretrievably burdened with guilt, neither with his own nor with hereditary guilt of the fathers. Yahweh forgives the individual according to his conduct. The righteous, who abide by the mishpatim, the charity commandments, and chakot of Yahweh will live. Sincere conversion washes away even severe guilt. This furnished a religious support for the mood of penitence, since prevalent in the Gola. At the same time it prepared the difference between the solely chosen humble pious in contrast to the frivolity of the rich and mighty which later stamped Jewish religion, above all, in the Psalms. However, the need for distinguishing signs in order to retain the community firmly in the hands of the priests to whom Ezekiel himself belonged turned Ezekiel's positive demands for good conduct in the direction of cult and ritual, as has been shown above. Thus ethical absolutism, the beautiful image of the transformation of the stony heart into a heart of flesh and blood, and priestly formalism apparently stand unmediated side by side, the first a legacy of the old prophecy, especially that of Jeremiah, besides being the fruit of the personal religious experience, the last representing the prescription of the practical interests of the priest. 868 Among the prophets first in post-exile times the case was similar. Haggai and Zechariah, the prophets of hope of the short period of hope under Zerubbabel, orient themselves once more quite nationally to kingship and temple. The night visions of Zechariah, a cultured priest, are artistic compositions, the planetary spirits in seven eyes, 3:9, the accuser and the angels in heaven show Babylonian influence, the citing of old prophets, 1:6, as authorities and the angel of Yahweh as bearer of the divine imperatives, in place of the direct inspiration, correspond to the derivative nature of the writing, and he shies away from the old naturalistic corporeality. In substance everything is centered around the temple construction, after the completion of which the day of hope will be fulfilled. The very reverse is to be found in the oracles of Trito-Isaiah, 66:1f. The temple is rejected since heaven itself be Yahweh's temple, which represents a modified reminiscence of the relative indifference of the early prophets to cult, likewise the strong emphasis upon social and humanitarian duties, 58:1f, as more important than all fasting. Idolatry and foreign cults are, as before the exile, the decisive sins. On the other hand, it is precisely this prophet who placed strong emphasis on the fulfillment of the external codes of the ritualistic way of life, which now became the single sign of community membership. He once more gave expression to the hope of a day of Yahweh, 66:12f, as the day of consolation for Israel, of misfortunes for the enemy, and frightful thirst for revenge against the enemy dwells in the grandiose image of the God who, like a vintager reddened with the blood of the Edomites, best rides the mountains, 63:1f. Similarly there is found in Joel, 2:20, the by now stereotyped appearance of the enemy of the north and a fantastically elaborated judgment of all nations, 3:1f. But on the whole the shift has been consummated, which was determined by the situation of the petty bourgeois congregation opposite the inimical or indifferent patriciate. For Trito-Isaiah, as for other prophets of the time such as Malachi, 3:18, the pious in contrast to the godless were the champions of hopeful promises, and God is a God of the humble, Trito-Isaiah 57:15. According to Deutero-Zechariah, 9:9f, the future king rides upon an ass, because he is a prince of the humble and the 869 poor. The justice by faith with Habakkuk, 2:4, corresponds to the Isaiahic conception, without attaining to its timely utopian grandeur. For all is transposed into petty bourgeois terms. A severe locust plague gives Joel, 2:12, occasion for a peculiarly conceived penitential sermon, which after all ends in mere sacrifice and a day of fasting and prayer. Whereas Malachi attributes Yahweh's wrath to mixed marriages. Indeed, Yahweh loves his people, Mal 1:2, however, the pious expects pay, Trito-Isaiah 58:6, 9, and Malachi, 3:16, borrows the Persian idea of divine bookkeeping of the acts of men. On the other side, Deutero-Zechariah would seem, 11:4f, to have borrowed the theory of the four kingdoms of the world. With Joel the old, even pre-prophetic utopian hope of a final paradise is quite realistically portrayed as luxurious prosperity in the manner of the old popular expectations. Large parts of this latter-day prophecy represent predominantly the peculiar mixture of literary education with at times impressive religious warmth, but on the other side adjustment to the homespun mores and needs of the bourgeois members of a congregation which on the whole lived a peaceful and comfortable way of life in, to be sure, modest circumstances. Expressly documented is public political activity of prophets for the time of Nehemiah, who fought hard against the prophets of hope of his time. Many oracles and prophetic poems of this epoch are purely literary in nature, as already in exile times since the late period of Ezekiel, and like numerous psalms which often by mere accident are not counted among the prophetic songs, and vice versa. This is not to say that they were unimportant for religious development, though not always for that of their own time. Literary exile prophecy had, above all, produced the most radical and one may say the one truly serious theodicy of ancient Jewry. It represents at the same time an apotheosis of sufferance, misery, poverty, humiliation, and ugliness which in its consistency is not even second to New Testament prophecy. The author named at present Deutero-Isaiah, Isaiah 40-55, who created these conceptions obviously wrote anonymously in view of Babylonian censorship registered which he certainly had to fear b. 370 cause of his exceedingly passionate, and vain, hopes of seeing Cyrus destroy Babel. The religious attitude of Israel toward poverty and suffering in general went through various stages although the later never completely displaced the earlier. As elsewhere it was originally assumed that the well-to-do, healthy, esteemed man stood in the full grace of God. The patriarchs as well as Boaz, Job, and other pious men were wealthy people. Loss of wealth, sickness, misery were held to be signs of divine wrath. This is self-evident to Job's friends. The prophets also hold out this fate as divine judgment. We saw, however, a shift in attitude to the various social strata in agreement with the transition to urban culture. The military Israelite peasant and herdsman increasingly became a pacifistic periakoi and poor man, Ebion, threatened with debt bondage. Pious seers displaced the war prophets, the king, forced labor, the knight, the patrician creditor and landed rentier took the place of the patriarchal rural princes. Charity ethic of neighboring kingdoms influenced the religious exhortation of the Torah teachers. Obviously, the way of life of the rich and eminent was neither ritually nor ethically immaculate. Moreover, their prestige decreased with the waning power of the state. Even in Zephaniah the poverty of the remnant of the people after Judgment Day is connected with their piety. The attitude of pre-exilic ethic entailed no such positive esteem for the poor as the pious. The poor, sick, infirm, the waif, widow, medic, wage worker were objects of dutiful charity, but not themselves representatives of a superior morality or a specific religious dignity. Plebeian rule was held as a punishment. Nevertheless, under the influence of the Levitical exhortation, Yahweh was increasingly viewed as the God who helped the miserable and oppressed to get justice without, of course, any overtones of natural law demands for equality. To be sure, the prophetic and Deuteronomic conception of Yahweh as a God who, above all, hated arrogance, hence the specifically plebeian virtue of humility was increasingly made the exclusive value. Departing from these representations, Deutero-Isaiah, in the misery of exile, drew the final conclusions from his consistently universalistic conception of God. With him the wealthy man per se in one place, 53:9, to be sure, of uncertain 871 reading, is so completely identified with the godless, that the servant of God is simply said to have died like a rich man in spite of his righteousness. Precisely the pious of the exile were often the people whom enemies oppressed and abused. As the explanation in terms of ancestral deeds was no longer accepted, Deutero-Isaiah formulated a new theodicy. Yahweh is for him the God of the universe. The existence of other gods is not absolutely denied, but Yahweh will call them before his seat and destroy their arrogated worth. Yahweh alone is the world creator and governor of world history, the course of which fulfills his hidden designs. The ignominious fate of Israel is one, and indeed the most important, means for the realization of his worldwide holy plan. For Israel itself it is a means of purification, is 48:10. Yahweh does not purify his faithful as one refines silver but he makes them his chosen people in the furnace of afflictions. This, however, not for the sake of Israel alone, as in all other prophecy, but also for the sake of the other nations. The theme is developed in the much-discussed songs of the servant of God, Eved Yahweh. The peculiar conception of this figure obviously vacillates at least in the final textual version between a single figure and a personification of the people of Israel or, rather, of its pious core. Besides all sorts of unacceptable personalities, the figure has been interpreted as that of King Joachim, who as a youth was abducted to Babylon, pardoned after long years of imprisonment, and invited to the royal table. The Book of Kings concludes with his liberation from captivity. But, unless one wishes to relate the various songs to distinctly different representations qualifying as servants of God, neither this nor any other assumption is truly compelling, and also the question whether an individual person or collective personification cannot be consistently answered. The author would seem to have linked fates and woes, well known to his public as a matter of course, above all, the pierced ankles of the prisoners, with features of an eschatological figure of unknown derivation. Obviously it is deliberate art form when he moves to and fro between the personal representative of fateful suffering and the suffering collectivity in such a manner that occasionally it is hard to tell even in a single instance which possible meaning was guiding the artist. Israel is the servant of Yahweh, it. 872 is said, 49:3, and even before, 48:20, it is said, that Yahweh redeemed his servant Jacob. However, immediately after the first passage, 49:5, 6, the servant of Yahweh is called upon to convert Jacob, to restore the tribes of Israel. For Yahweh had given him the tongue of a disciple to speak in time to the weary, 50:4, and further, 53:11, to be sure, in an uncertain reading, his knowledge is viewed as the source of hope. This was the customary way of speaking of prophets or Torah teachers, hence one may be inclined to see in the servant of God a personification of prophecy. This the more so as the predictions of the author who knows and rejects the magic and astronomy of the Babylonian sages, issues in the statement that the servant of God be destined to be a light to the Gentiles and salvation unto the end of the earth, 49:6. That it was the powerful self-confidence of the prophet who, in view of the coming fulfillment of the old promises through Cyrus, experiences prophecy as a supranational universal power, is suggested also by other passages and by the very nature of case. On the other hand, some passages sound undeniably as if a ruler, not a prophet, were speaking. But Moses, the archetype of prophet, had also been a hierocratic and popular leader, and precisely in exilic times one had unearthed again the figure of the wise priest prince, Melchizedek. With the universalism of God went the world mission. Although Deutero-Isaiah is not concerned with it in detail, it is no accident that the later compiler of the present book of Isaiah directly joined to his writings those of the post-exilic anonymous writer, Trito-Isaiah, the most energetic advocate of the religious world propaganda and of the religious equality of all proselytes who accept Yahweh's order. Is 56:6, 7. The task and honor of the world mission is in fact already argued by Deutero-Isaiah, and among the prophets of hope it is he who speaks relatively least of a social superordination of the Jews over other nations as the goal of salvation or promises of revenge on the enemy as does Trito-Isaiah, 60:10, 14, 15, who holds out the subjection of the Gentiles in compensation for the long shame of Israel. Deutero-Isaiah, 2, proclaims in detail the judgment of Babel, chapter 47, and the humiliation and retribution against the enemies of Israel, 49:23, 26, and elsewhere. This, however, is not the core of his prophecy of hope. Also for 878 him, God has hidden his countenance before Israel because of the godlessness of the fathers, and he admonishes the seeking of the Lord, the return from godless ways and thoughts, 55:6, 7. However, this evaluation of misery as punishment for sins as well as the, only occasionally indicated, admonitions to do penance, are far surpassed by an entirely different and positive soteriological meaning of suffering per se. Precisely blameless suffering is valued in sharpest contrast to pre-exilic prophecy. Again the manner of expression oscillates, now Israel, now prophecy, now a single eschatological figure seems to be thought of as the vessel of significant suffering for salvation. People who know righteousness and the doctrine, Torah, are admonished not to fear the abuse and threats of the world, 51:7. The prophet extols in the first person that he who has been endowed by God with the gift of teaching, 50:4, has given his back to the smiters and his cheek to them, that he has plucked off the hair, that he does not hide his face from shame and spitting but set, his face like a flint, 50:6, 7, since he knows the Lord was with him and would not let him perish. Evidently the servant of God here is meant to represent prophecy per se. In further songs, however, the figure receives again a plainly personal and soteriological turn. Many are horrified by the servant of Yahweh because he is uglier than others, 52:14 by many scholars viewed as a gloss. He is the most despised and rejected of men, full of pain and suffering, 1, before whom one hides one's face, because one counts him for nothing, 53:3, 4, and because one holds him stricken, smitten of God, and afflicted. We considered him thus, it is said, so that here, either scorned Israel or its prophets, abused by their own people, might be personified. It is no new thought for prophecy that the servant of God, 53:11, pleads on behalf of the wicked. Jah 15:1, Ezek 14:14. That he gives his life for bearing the sins of many might possibly, though with great difficulties, still border on what was also believed of the early Israelite men of God, such as Moses, who offers his own life, if his people not be forgiven, Ex 32:32. Substitute sacrifice for sins in itself was also a native concept in Old Israel. For Ezekiel's ecstatic states of convulsion already the representation once, 4:5, is to be found that the many years of 874 shameful deeds of Israel must be atoned for by an equal number of days of lameness for the prophet on behalf of his people, which will be exposed to the taunts of the Gentiles, 5:15. Deutero-Isaiah, however, places all emphasis, 53:12, on the fact that the servant of God, for the sake of his sufferance, was numbered with the transgressors and buried with the wicked, although he did not belong to them. Thereby he bore the sins of many, he was pierced and bruised for our iniquities, and Yahweh laid on him the iniquity of us all, 53:5, 6, and his redemptory accomplishment was found in the fact that under torment he opened not his mouth. He is brought as a lamb to the slaughter, and he made his soul, that is, his life, an offering for sin, 53:7, 10. As later for Job, the climax of suffering is not that he was a sacrifice or sacrificed himself, but that in addition he was considered a sinner under the rage of God. In the light of the intellectual context once taken up by Deutero-Isaiah, these conceptions are in no way so heterogeneous that one were somehow compelled to assume foreign derivation. They appear in themselves only as the consistent summary and rational reinterpretation of already existing points. The purely external descriptions, especially the piercing per se, suggest only the thought of a Jewish martyr type. But it can surely not be deemed impossible that an eschatological figure of a popular myth was involved. If that were the case, it would be derived from one of the broadly diffused cults, be it of Tammuz, as is often assumed, be it of another dying god such as Hadad-Rimmon of Megiddo, who is mentioned in Deutero-Zechariah, 12:10, 11, in connection with the same image of the pierced one. But if actually such borrowing or influence were the case, which remains quite doubtful, the fundamental change of meaning would only be the more impressive. After all, the dying deities lacked all relation to sins of a community and to the soteriological end of their expiation. Quite otherwise here. The God or Son of God who dies for mythologically constructed, cosmic or theogonic reasons has, in agreement with the nature of Yahwism, become a servant of God who offers himself as a redeeming sacrifice. The Redeemer is not the dying servant of God, but Yahweh himself, is 54:8, who now, in agreement with the promises of other prophets, concludes a covenant 875 of peace with his people, more lasting than the mountains, 54:10, renewing the mercies of David, 55:3. The guiltless martyrdom of the servant of God is for Yahweh the means allowing to do this. This is indeed strange to the traditional conceptions. Why is this means recognized? My thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, 55:8. Hence we face a mystery understandable only to the circle of initiates, which is in turn based on the assumption that the prophet's imagination has been influenced by some sort of eschatological myth registered as has been often maintained. However, the ethical turn of this soteriology was lacking in all known mythologies of the dying and resurrected vegetation or other deities and heroes. Usually they were quite unethical. Hence, to the best of knowledge, this turn was the spiritual property of the prophets. Its form and nature must be rightly viewed. It was not or only quite secondarily implied in the function of suffering as a punishment for previous sins. In agreement with the prophetic tradition, this function is also mentioned by Deutero-Isaiah. Rather, the more the figure of the servant of God appeared in the foreground, the more it is expressly emphasized that his suffering was unmerit. In fact, the other nations and the godless were certainly not superior to Yahweh's suffering, chosen people. Besides, this very prophet places less weight on the breach of the old Berith than others. In contrast, he used the promises for Abraham, 51:2, and Jacob as points of departure, which the earlier prophets did but seldom. But this, too, is peripheral. His problem is neither the promises nor the Berith, but the theodicy of Israel's suffering in the universal perspective of a wise and divine world government. Granting such questions, what constitutes for him the meaning of his glorification of sufferance, of ugliness, and of being despised? Of course, it is not an accident but design that the prophet makes the eschatological person repeatedly shift from a personification of Israel into one of prophecy and vice versa, and that Israel consequently appears now as the champion, now as the object of salvation. The meaning of it all is plainly the glorification of the situation of the pariah people and its tarrying endurance. Thereby the servant of God and the people whose archy he is, become the deliverers of the world. Thus, should the servant of God even have been conceived as a personal savior? 376 Then he qualified only by voluntarily taking upon himself the pariah situation of the exile people and by suffering without resistance and complaint misery, ugliness, and martyrdom. All the elements of the utopian evangelical sermon resist no evil with force are here at hand. The situation of the pariah people and its patient endurance were thus elevated to the highest station of religious worth and honor before God, by receiving the meaning of a world historical mission. This enthusiastic glorification of suffering as the means to serve world deliverance is clearly for the prophet the ultimate and in its way supreme enhancement of the promise to Abraham, that his name in days to come shall be great and that he shall be a blessing. The specific ethic of meekness and non-resistance revived in the Sermon on the Mount, and the conception of the sacrificial death of the innocent martyred servant of God helped to give birth to Christology. To be sure, it was not this conception alone, but in connection with later apocalyptics, the teaching of the Son of Man registered of the book of Daniel and other mythologies. Nevertheless, the words of the cross, my God, why hast thou forsaken me, form the beginning of the 22nd Psalm, which from beginning to end elaborates Deutero-Isaiah's thesis of meekness and the prophecy of the servant of God registered, if actually not first the Christian community but Jesus himself should have applied this verse to himself. This would certainly allow us to infer not intense despair and disappointment, a strangely frequent interpretation of the word, but on the contrary, messianic self-reliance in the sense of Deutero-Isaiah and the hopes expressed at the end of the psalm. In Jewish canonical literature, however, this psalm is the one product which is completely oriented to Deutero-Isaiah's soteriology, while single quotations from the allusions to him occur repeatedly in the Psalms. The mood of Deutero-Isaiah, the worm feeling, 41:14, and the positive evaluation of self-abasement and ugliness, has had broad ramifications in Jewry as well as in Christendom up to Pietism. Whereas the conception of the innocent servant of God offering himself voluntarily for the sins of others at first fell into complete oblivion in Judaism. This was due to events. According to Deutero-Isaiah's opinion, redemption, or compensation for suffering obedience was near at hand. He was 877, 45:1, the anointed of the world god, Cyrus, before the gates of Babel, which he would destroy. But Babel remained standing and Cyrus behaved like its legitimate king. To be sure, the return from exile was realized. but conditions did not permit to experience the return as a redemption. Besides this, intellectual theodicy could not become the common property of a believing congregation, no more than could the redemption conceptions of Indian intellectuals. Certainly the unjustly pierced righteous one, who at the end of days is rewarded, is to be found as an image of Israel in Deutero-Zechariah and in the Psalms. The book of Daniel, 11:33 and 12:3, and especially the apocryphal book of Wisdom made liberal use of Deutero-Isaiah. According to the author's status position, the predictions of suffering and the recurring elevation of the servant of God, here were related to the Torah teaching or the righteous people of Israel. But the adaptation is quite imperfect. In particular, nothing indicates the acceptance of a martyr who by his voluntary and uncomplaining sufferance expiates the sins of the people of Israel, not to mention those of the whole world. Job is totally ignorant of the Deutero-Isaiahic form of theodicy of suffering and its God-pleasing nature. Moreover, the naive Messiah hope of folk belief has never taken this as its point of departure. The same holds for early rabbinical literature. It, indeed, visualizes a Messiah dying in combat, but not one suffering as a redeemer. Only in the Talmud is such a figure, B-San 98b, to be found, and only since around the 3rd century AP the teaching of the suffering Messiah and of suffering per se. These came to the fore again under severe oppression. 1 degree. Until then only the substantive mood of Deutero-Isaiah towards silent suffering exerted lasting influence. This mood was transmitted and reinforced by several psalms. Deutero-Isaiah's attitude was well known as evident in repeated quotations. The lasting pathos of the pariah situation and the peculiar perspective of the Jews had, in this extraordinary book, their strongest inner support, until this product of the exile constituted one of the strongest influences in the emerging belief in Christ. Not only the stylistic form, but also the conception of prophetic charisma have been influenced by the fact that the exile prophets and many of the post-exile religious writers were no longer Dema. 378 Gogs oriented toward contemporary religious politics. Older prophecy generally 1. Did not employ the terms of the Old North Israelite ecstatics concerning Yahweh's Spirit, Ruach, taking possession of the prophet. This was an alien conception. The corporeal voice of God spoke to them, or out of them as it were, through them as instruments. They could not resist his words. Where God himself is called a spirit, this serves to emphasize his great distance from men. The hand of Yahweh directly grasps the prophet and he speaks, like Isaiah, the Torah of God. They were characterized, in variable degrees to be sure, by an emotional ecstatic attitude and addressed themselves to timely events. Their interpretations, of course, were controlled by definite ideas concerning man's interrelation with God. With the elimination of contemporary political concerns a change occurred. Even in his late oracles, Ezekiel has lost all original ferocity. There is no trace of emotional ecstasy in Deutero-Isaiah. With Trito-Isaiah, 61:1, the prophetic spirit of the Lord, Ruach Adonai Yahweh, is upon the prophet as a lasting condition and impels him to teach. Actual emotional states always recur when it mattered, exerting an influence on timely political decision, or expressing and discharging the thirst for revenge against political enemies as in Trito-Isaiah's vision of the vintager. But even in the prophecy of timely hope of the Zerubbabel time, prophetic style differs from that of the pre-exile period. Night or dream visions, denied by that latter as, at best, inferior, came to the foreground as with the old seers. Zechariah simply was a priest rather than a demagogue. And the Spirit, which again played a role for Haggai, Joel, and Deutero-Isaiah, has become in part a prophetic hope, in part a theological construction, avoiding the old corporeal representation felt to be embarrassing. Above all, the congregation is the vessel of this Spirit. Yahweh's explanation in Ezekiel, 39:29, perhaps to be ascribed to the revision that he has poured out his Spirit upon the house of Israel and therefore in the future after the advent of salvation will no longer turn away. This explanation with Deutero-Isaiah, 44:3, is transformed into a promise for the future. God will pour out his Spirit, that is to say that of prophecy, as 42:1 states, upon the seed of Israel. The entire people in the land is the 879 vessel of the Spirit. Trito Isaiah, 63:10, 11, speaks of the Holy Spirit imparted by Yahweh to the people in Mosaic times, as being vexed by its transgressions. Even Haggai, 2:5, promises the return of the Spirit of Yahweh with reference to Yahweh's pledge during the Exodus. According to the text, there is no thought in all this of the 70 elders being seized by the spirit of ecstatic prophecy, number 11:25, but of the specific holiness of the covenant-abiding people, ex 19:5, as a lasting state of mind. To be sure, the anti-priestly, Korahite, theory of pre-exilic times had deduced from this the equal holiness and charismatic qualification, not only of the priests, but of all members of the congregation. With the prophets of post-exile times, Joel, 2:28f, and Deutero-Zechariah, 12:10, the conception of the Spirit assumed again essentially different forms. Deutero-Zechariah, indeed, held out only the spirit of prayer for the day of Yahweh to the community, to the citizens, Joshab, of Jerusalem headed up by the Davidians. This spirit, however, should manifest itself in the passionate bewailing of the pierced one modeled after the laments of the vegetation cults. Thus the eschatological figure of the pious servant of God and martyr of Deutero-Isaiah appears again in ecstatic outbreaks of penance. With Joel, however, it is the old ecstatic emotional prophetic spirit. Before the advent of that day of Yahweh, when only those will be saved who appeal to Yahweh's name, this spirit will be poured upon all community members, their sons, daughters, servants, and bondswomen. It will evoke dreams among the elders, visions among young men, and prophecies among children. Doubtlessly here the prophet goes back to old traditions of lay ecstasy, and the final hope is linked to the universal return of the gift of prophecy. The conception became important for the development of Christianity. The Pentecost miracle is reported with express reference to this passage, which is quoted at length, Acts 2:16 ff. Obviously the Christian mission placed great weight on this miracle only for the sake of this return of universal prophecy, because afterwards the advent of the Christian conceived day of the Lord, as Joel had prophesied, seemed certain. For early Christendom, the Spirit as a phenomenon of mass ecstasy, a characteristic feature of it in contrast to pre-exile prophecy, was 380 legitimized by this and only this passage in Jewish prophetic literature. 3. The priests and the confessional restoration after the exile in the development of Judaism. Such passages indicate only that the genuine spirit of the old prophecy was in eclipse. It did not disappear because of an imminent psychic law of mysterious sort. It vanished because the priestly police power in the Jewish congregation gained control over ecstatic prophecy in the same manner as did the bishopric and Presbyterian authorities over pneumatic prophecy in the early Christian congregation. The charisma of ecstatic prophecy lived on among Jewry. The visions ascribed to Daniel and Hanok were ecstatic in nature, as were many experiences of other apocalyptics, even though the psychic states as well as their interpretation differ sharply from those of ancient prophecy. Above all, literary art forms one dominance over actual emotional experience. However, of all these later writings only the Book of Daniel won official recognition and compelled inclusion in the canon. All others were tolerated, but were considered unclassical private works or even heterodox. The activities of these seers became therewith an affair of sex and mysteries. Likewise, prophecy of timely religious policies lived on into the last period of the Second Temple. Popular opinion firmly upheld the divine nature of the gift of prophecy, and all prophets were popular figures. The priests always opposed them. The representatives of political prophecy sharply opposed the priestly reform of Ezra and Nehemiah. Nothing has been preserved of the oracles of such prophets. The priests accepted only what furthered the priestly organization of the congregation. A certain disparagement of prophetic charisma was facilitated by the mutual contradictions of the oracles. The contrast of the oracles of Isaiah and Micah, Isaiah and Jeremiah, and Jeremiah and Ezekiel must have already shaken the belief that each prophetic ecstasy per se offer the intrinsic guarantee of being the vehicle of divine pronouncements. How then were one to recognize true prophecy? 881 According to experience false prophets too, Deuteronomy 13:3, had miraculous powers. Since the Deuteronomist, 1812, this question was answered by reference to the fulfillment of the prediction. But that was no criterion for the meantime, hence the time which mattered. Therefore Jeremiah, 23:22, offered a second criterion: the prophet was a true prophet only when he criticized the sinners, hence, bound the community to Yahweh and his law, otherwise he was a false prophet. This again is paralleled by the increasing role of the ethical criterion in the early Christian community. The firmly structured respect for the accomplishment of the Levite Torah here bore its fruit in the Jewish congregation, as did later the reception of the Old Testament in the Christian congregation. In the post-exilic congregation the priests succeeded completely in destroying the prestige of the ancient Nabi ecstasy. We see the result in Deutero-Zechariah's scorn for the prophets as representatives of the spirit of uncleanness, 13:1 ff. In the day of Yahweh the prophets would be driven from the land with the idols. Whoever conducted himself as such, will be debunked and stabbed by his parents as a betrayer. He will be ashamed of his dream visions, no longer wear the rough garment, prophetic mantle, will admit that he is a peasant and that his alleged stigmata were caused by the fingernails of harlots. In the form of this contemptuous self-ridicule of prophecy the priestly revision compelled this dangerous competitor to take his own life. As in the Christian office church, so in official Judaism, the age of prophecy was held to be closed, the spirit of prophecy was extinct. This development always sets in with the complete unfolding of priestly hierarchy in defense against religious innovators. The expression Ruach HaKodesh, in the LXX of Et Paten Gy Love Holy Spirit, appeared first in one of the most emphatic sermons of penance of Trito Isaiah, 63:10, 11. It is similarly conceived in a profoundly pessimistic psalm of penance, 51:11, as a state of mind of man standing in Yahweh's grace. The dove, the symbol of persecuted Israel, Psalm 74:19, was, at the same time, utilized by the rabbis as a vessel of this attitude. Inwardly it differed as profoundly from the Christian emotional pneuma as from the prophetic spirit of old which, according to later 382 teaching, since Malachi has been imparted to no one. Yet if God wills it a mysterious heavenly voice, Bath Kol, can be heard as a loud call or a soft whisper. But it is no prophetic gift to hear it. For it speaks, according to the circumstance, to the wicked as well as to the righteous and teacher, announcing good or evil and greatness or summoning to conversion quite in the manner also to be found in the New Testament. To hear it is no privilege of an individual, for one cannot possess it or be possessed by it, as the prophets were once possessed with the Spirit of Yahweh. To hear the voices, Yoma 9b, indeed a gift of grace for Israel but inferior to that of the ancient prophetic spirit. The increasing bourgeois rationalism of the people integrated in the relatively pacified world, first of the Persian kingdom, then of the Hellenic, had given the priests the opportunity to suffocate prophecy. To this must be added the fixation of the standard tradition in writing and the ensuing change in teaching and moral discipline. Hence, when the political events of the Maccabean period again called leaders of the demos to the fore against the gentile priesthood and the Hellenistic indifference of the rich and learned, these demagogues were of a stamp quite different from the prophets of old. As the Nehemiah account permits us to see, the social structure again substantially co-determined the form of piety of the Jewish community, which then was stripped of prophetic charisma. The pious, the Hasidim as they were called especially in early Maccabean times, the Anawim as they were also named in the Psalms, now became the main champions of a newly developing Jewish religiosity. They represent primarily an urban demos of town farmers, artisans, traders, and as typical of antiquity, often stand sharply opposed to the wealthy urban and landed civs, both secular and priestly. This was not in itself new. New was only the form and intensity of the struggle. This was essentially due to the urban character of the demos. Whereas the pious in pre-exile prophecy still represented a mere object of charity as preached by the prophetic and Levitical and especially Deuteronomic circles, they now became vocal and came to feel themselves to be the chosen people of Yahweh in contrast to their opponents. In our sources their religious mood is brought to clearest expression by the Psalms. Chapter 15. Sects and cults of the post-exile period. 1. Pharisaism as sect religiosity. In Maccabean times Pharisaism developed significant characteristics which left their eventual imprint on Judaism. The forerunners of the Pharisees appear even during the national uprising of the Maccabees. The core motive was found in a reaction against Hellenism to which the upper strata succumbed. The Psalms mention the Hasidim as the pious, i.e., those who adhered to the customs of the fathers. They were the followers of Judas Maccabeus. On the one side, contrary to the strictest interpretation of the law, they even fought on the Sabbath; on the other, they emphasized especially the old obedience by the law. It seems a mistake to see in the saints of old times, Hasidim Harishanim, as they are named in the Talmud, a specially organized sect, though some passages suggest this. Probably the Ovyod of the Maccabean books is, simply, the Kahal Hasidim of the Psalms, the gathering of the pious, anti-Hellenistic people who supported the movement. It does not matter whether their direct military contribution was slight as Wellhausen assumes. Beside the Tzad Kim, the Hasidim are thought of in the 18 blessings, a fact which already speaks against their character as a sect. Certain peculiarities such as the practice of synagogue Hasidian equals Hasidic synagogue. 385. 386 Meditating for an hour before ritualistic prayer is ascribed to them. The movement died. Usually its end is dated with Joshua Katnuta, when the Maccabean rule out of necessity accommodated itself to the needs of a small secular state, borrowing the traits of a petty Hellenistic kingship. The realization that this was politically unavoidable had, indeed, led the pious to the conviction that foreign rule was preferable to an allegedly Jewish king who enjoyed national prestige but invariably failed to abide by the law. This conviction was still expressed by the pious after Herod's death in their request to Augustus not to make the Archelaus the ruler. Since that time the Pharisee movement took the place of the Hasidic *. A man was called Parusha, plural Parushim, Aramaic, Parexeia, and its Hellenic derivation registered Agioio, when he segregated himself from impure persons and objects. This was the meaning also of the old Hasidic movement. However, the Pharisees gave the movement the form of an order, of a brotherhood, chabura, which one could join only by formally obligating oneself to most rigid Levitical purity before 3 members. Not everyone, of course, who actually lived as a Pharisee joined the order as a chaber. But the order formed the kernel of the movement. It had branches in all cities where Jews lived. Since they lived in the same purity as the priests, its members claimed holiness equal to those who lived correctly and superior to that of incorrect priests. The charisma of the priest was depreciated in favor of personal religious qualification as proven through conduct. Naturally, this was brought about only gradually. As late as the 2nd century, in the time of the composition of the Book of the Jubilee, the scholars and teachers were the religious leaders of the citizenry and, as a rule, belonged to priestly and Levitical sibs. The behavior of the aristocracy radically transformed the situation. In the face of the national and religious attainments of the pious, its attitude was vacillating and often scandalous, for it was both inclined and forced to political compromise. The aspect of the Brotherhood movement decisive for Jewry was that they segregated themselves not only from the Hellenes, but also precisely from non-observant Jews. There developed the contrast between the Pharisaic saints and the M387 Haaretz * the countrymen, the ignorant who did not know nor observe the law. The opposition was greatly intensified, bordering on ritualistic caste segregation. The chaber, brother, had to obligate himself not to have recourse to the services of a priest or Levite unless he be a ritualistically observant Jew, hence no Haaretz. He obligated himself not to share the table with pagans or Haaretz, to avoid connubium and association with them and, in general, to minimize all intercourse with them. This rigidity was an innovation. Of course, frequently a deep hatred resulted between the Chabarim and the Amhares. The wrathful speeches of Jesus of Nazareth against the Pharisees are sufficient evidence. Thus, we are faced here with the sect, indeed the interlocal sect. It permitted the Chaber coming to a strange place with testimonials of his brotherhood at once to become a denizen in a community of like-minded persons. The community favored him socially, and unintentionally though actually, also, economically, as sects have always done, most strongly in the area of the Puritan and Baptist sects in modern times. Paul learned the technique of propaganda and of establishing an indestructible community from the Pharisees. The powerful rise of the Jewish diaspora since Maccabean times and the complete unshakability of its communities by the foreign environment from which they segregated themselves was largely the work of their brotherhood movement. Its historical significance precisely for the diaspora and for the peculiarities of the Jewish religion will become clearer when we examine the accomplishments of the Pharisees. The opponents of the Pharisees were the great patrician aristocratic Sibs and, above all, the priestly nobility, the Zadokites, Sadducees, and their connections. This opposition did not express itself in form and outer bearing. Indeed, the pious Pharisee insisted precisely on everything being tithed in accordance with the priestly law. In actuality, however, the opposition is already evident in the demand that the priest live correctly in the Pharisaic sense if he is to serve his function. To this picture must be added the community institutions partly created by the Pharisees in their official capacity as a brotherhood, partly created under their influence. For the Com. 388 munity now became the bearer of the religion. This was no longer the function of hereditary charisma of priests and Levites. Apart from a series of small ritualistic differences, this appeared most clearly in the following innovations. The Brotherhood instituted its Eucharists, love feasts, which were quite similar in nature and certainly models for the later Christian institutions of the same type. Even the blessing of the meal had a similar form. Moreover, the Pharisees instituted the very popular water procession, similar to the procession of Sharitanite gurus of India. They created, above all, the synagogue, the central institution of late Judaism, which for the diaspora Jew substituted the priestly cult. Finally, they created high and low instruction in the law, which was to make a permanent impression on Jewry. Slowly, but profoundly, they transformed the interpretation of the Sabbath and the festivals. In place of the priestly temple festival appears the domestic or synagogical festival, and there with an inevitable devaluation of sacrifice and priesthood even before the fall of the Second Temple. The process compares to the same symptoms of emancipation from the Brahmins in India. Above all, now one consults the teacher learned in the law rather than the priest if one is in external or inner need or in doubt concerning ritual duties. The decision of the Sopharim, educated in Pharisaic terms, are held by the Jews as law. Death is the consequence of its transgression. However, the Sophar also claims the right, in the given case, of granting dispensation from law and vow, an understandably highly popular function. The manner in which the Pharisaically learned Sophar rendered his decisions accommodated itself for all the rigidity of ritualistic purification requirements quite essentially to the interest of the civil strata, especially to that of the petty bourgeois. The brotherhoods here, as always, were primarily rooted among these. Philosophical speculation, naturally, was rejected as dangerous and quite Hellenistic. The reasons for ritualistic prescriptions were not to be pondered, but they were simply to be observed, for the fear of sin surpasses wisdom. However, the rejection of philosophical rationalism was correlated with a practical ethical rationalism characteristic of petty bourgeois strata. 889. Practical everyday needs and common sense dominate the discussion and resolution of controversial issues. During the time decisive for the formation of Jewry, i.e., in the 2 centuries before and the 2 after the beginning of our era, the issues were hardly dogmatic in nature, so that the existence, the very possibility and religious permissibility of Jewish dogmatics has remained controversial in principle until today. Rather, the controversies occurring were bound up with questions of everyday life. As, in the Talmud, the prophets are highly valued for their understandability by everyone, so all Talmudic teaching is directly understandable, adjusted to the mind of the average burgher and, in this sense, rational. Sadducee practice always clung to the letter, for example, the literal fulfillment of the talion, an eye for an eye. Pharisaic practice, however, as represented, for instance, by R. Simon ben Jacques, dealt with the ratio of the prescriptions and eliminated senseless prescriptions or reinterpreted them. For example, penance after an agreement instead of the talion was admissible. In practice, the Pharisees met the economic interests of the pious halfway who adhered to them as representatives of a more inward piety. The reception of the Ketubah prescriptions and other protective measures of the law of family property appeared to have been their work. Ethical rationalism is obvious in the handling of tradition. The Book of Jubilees, a specifically Pharisaic work, retouched the entire story of creation and the patriarchs, expurgating what was shocking. On the other hand, adaptation was made to the original belief in spirits found everywhere in the world. The common Oriental angel and demonology, partly subject to Persian influences and also known to Judaism in late antiquity, was accepted essentially under Pharisaic influence and completely contrary to the educated gentile strata. Besides accommodating to the given mass belief, this occurred also on rational grounds. The supreme God was thereby at least partially absolved from responsibility for the imperfection of the world. The enhancement of the belief in providence and strong emphasis on the mercy of God stem from similar though redirected motives and correspond to the ubiquitous religious tendencies of plebeian strata. The civil character of the strata primarily supporting the re. 890 religiosity explains, also, the significant intensification which the expectations of a Savior and a beyond reached under the influence of the Pharisees. The messianic hope and belief in the resurrection of the dead to a better life were throughout borne by the Pharisees. This last, at least, was absolutely repudiated by the distinguished Sadducees. To be sure, the demands of the Pharisees on pious Jews were considerable. The heavenly kingdom was to appear, and whoever wished to share it had to shoulder the yoke. Ol Malchus Shamajim of the yoke of the commandments Ol Hamiz with. This is possible only through strict training, characteristic of the endeavor of Pharisaic rabbis in the teaching institutions of late Judaism. Holiness of life was demanded. Solely for God's sake His commandments should be observed, not for pay and advantage. Above all, those laws should be observed which served strictly to separate the pious from the Gentile and quasi-Jews. Circumcision and Sabbath rest were considered central for this special character of differentiating the pious from all others. Judging from the severity of its violation, the Sabbath obviously became much more strict. Obviously, in our context, it is important to assess the direction of these demands. Pharisee Ehud was primarily urban in nature. Of course, this is not to say that all Pharisees were urban burghers. On the contrary, quite a few of the leading Talmudic rabbis were landowners. But the form of holiness which they practiced and the weight given to education, Hebraic, hence increasingly foreign language education, as we shall see below, not alone by authorities, but everyone increasingly prevented the point of gravity of its adherence from being found among peasants. It is no accident that Amhares, the non-Pharisees, originally were the countrymen, and that, also, small Judaic towns could not be important. What good can come out of Nazareth? The Shevra, the Pharisaic order, was indeed a substitute for the rural neighborhood for landless city dwellers, and as such it corresponded to their external and inner interests. The transformation of Jewry into an interlocal, essentially urban, landless, at least, no longer predominantly firmly settled, guest people was essentially consummated under Pharisaic leadership. 391 This strong shift in Jewish religiosity was brought about by the Pharisees, only in part by virtue of their control of traditional forces. Under John Hyrcanus they constituted a powerful party. Salome Alexandra, 78-69, delivered the Sanhedrin up to them, Aristobulus expelled them again, Herod sought to win their goodwill. Their final rule began with the fall of the temple, then all Judaism became Pharisaic, the Sadducees became a heterodox sect. Even before this the transformation of religious authority had begun, a transformation decisive for their rule. The hereditary aristocracy had to give way before the aristocracy of the learned. Descendants of proselytes often have been the best leaders of the Pharisees. Above all, the rise to power of the rabbis was a product of the urban Pharisaic development of Jewry. The rabbis were, in the decisive time of the development of Jewry, a stratum to be found again in primitive Christendom and in the Christian sects. The similarity, to be sure, is but remote. To the rabbis. The rabbis were not in any way a Pharisaic institution. Formally they had nothing to do with the brotherhood. Only in the initial stage of their development, they had the closest relation to that movement. The eminent teachers of the epoch in which the Mishnah developed were Pharisees in spirit if not in form, and the spirit of Pharisaism informs their teaching. It may be noted in advance, the name rabbi, from rab, great, hence rabbi, my master, so far as Jewish sources attest became a fixed title registered only after the fall of the temple. Registered previously the sofer was a man learned in scripture, a designation with fixed content. The teacher, however, was the person of respect. Nevertheless, we need not scruple to use the term even for the time before the downfall of Jerusalem, for the scriptural authorities of the community. Even at that time, this appellation was applied, though not exclusively. What, then, are the rabbis? Formal legitimation as rabbi appears only with the establishment of the patriarchate after the fall of the temple. At the time, the rabbi was required to be formally ordained. The development of the Mesopotamian and Palestinian academies estab. 392 lished a fixed curriculum. All this was previously out of discussion. As far as it known, there existed no official legitimation of rabbis whatsoever. The tradition of the Sopharim was the sole criterion. They were distinguished and recognized for their religious learning and their accepted interpretations of scripture. Hence their personal disciples and theirs in turn were primarily considered as qualified scholars. The personalities, quoted for wisdom of the Talmud, are by no means only Sopharim or trained rabbis. On the contrary, with a certain studiousness tradition occasionally places especially subtle interpretations of Torah and moral teaching in the mouth, for example, of a rabbi's ass driver, Jonathan, and makes learned rabbis seek counsel with a pious, hence acknowledgedly wise, field worker, like Abba Chilkijat. To be sure, this was viewed as something quite special. It proves that the separation was not sharp, but said ass driver was expressly distinguished from the rabbi as an ignorant man. He is no rabbi. The conditions presupposed by the Gospels indicate, likewise, that at the time no firmly exclusive organization existed, but one consulted men who actually legitimized themselves through charismatic knowledge of the law and the art of interpretation. Intervention, obviously, was only negative repression, be it on the part of the priests, be it by self-help, lynch law, of the masses under the leadership of individuals, or, and most likely, the Pharisaic community when the manner of interpretation was offensive and found sufficiently strong opposition. The accounts of the Gospels indicate what great consideration was given to the popularity of a teacher. The authorities are hesitant to intervene even against the obviously false doctrine, if the people adhere to the person of the teacher. 1 degree The formally charismatic authority of the rabbinical teacher was supported solely by education and schooling and found its analogies in many similar phenomena from the Roman jurisconsule, before the time of the obligatory license, to the Indian gurus. There were, however, important differences between these types. It is the peculiarities of the rabbis that we must now consider. In the main they were a stratum of plebeian intellectuals. There were, of course, genteel and wealthy men among them. 393 But, even a glance at the personalities recognized in the Talmud as authorities or exemplary rabbis indicates that the plebeian down to the day laborer in the field is the spokesman, and that among the rabbis themselves the wealthy and genteel men form a small minority. This holds without doubt for the time of the composition of the Talmud and before. As we have seen, numerous mystagogues and sect leaders of other religions were also plebeians. However, the old rabbi differed from them particularly in exercising his function as advisor and counsel in matters of ritual avocationally, that is, alongside his secular occupation. That was no accident, but a consequence of the rigid prohibition against teaching, and interpreting, the law for compensation. Asterisk. This prohibition, which found its sequel in the Pauline if any would not work, neither should he eat from the beginning, completely prohibited the development of the rabbis into mystagogues of Indian imprint. It explains also in quite important points some peculiarities of their teaching. The occupational positions of leading rabbis have often been listed. Understandably, one finds numerous landowners among them. Certainly many land rentiers, for these had the leisure to devote themselves to study. It is striking, however, that among the preeminent older Talmud authorities hence before the time of the fall of the temple one finds, besides a few merchants, especially artisans, blacksmiths, sandal makers, carpenters, shoemakers, tanners, architects, boatsmen, wine testers, woodmen. Also, the first two famous founders of schools and sharp controversialists, Hillel the Elder and Shammai, were artisans. Thus, they are men of the same social stratum which produced Paul and the personalities mentioned in his letters. It is quite correct that the Jewish municipal law of Talmudic times privileged the rabbis, by granting them exemption from taxes and from most, not all, corvées, and by giving them the right of selling their products in the market before others. 1 asterisk. But apart from the question as to whether these privileges already were in effect in the time of the Second Temple, it was also later considered in order that the rabbi earn his livelihood through work. He should work a third of the day, study the rest. Or he worked in summer and studied in winter. Later there were all sorts of circumventions. It was permitted, at least for judges. 394 to receive compensation for lost time, lucrum sessens, and gifts naturally always existed. Nevertheless, until about the 14th century, the Jewish rabbis fulfilled their obligations in principle without payment, originally as a secondary occupation. To earn money by working with one's own hands is better than the wealth of the Rashgalu, the head of the church, who lives off other people's money, held for the old rabbis as a maxim. Thus, we meet here as intellectual champions of a religiosity, gainfully employed persons, and among them a considerable number of artisans. Aside from the few beginnings in medieval India, we meet this phenomena here for the first time. We assess its significance by a comparison with other strata. The rabbis 14 were, first of all, no magicians or mystagogues. This differentiated them from the Indian and the East Asiatic plebeian soul shepherds of all types. The rabbis worked through teaching as speakers and writers, the mystagogues through magic. The rabbi's authority rested on knowledge and intellectual schooling, not on magical charisma. This resulted in the first place, from the place of magic in general in post-prophetic Jewry. The idea that one may coerce the deity through magic is radically eliminated from Jewry. The prophetic conception of God, once for all, precluded this. Therefore, magic in this primitive sense was indeed held by the Talmud as abominable and blasphemous. Ultimately, all forms of sorcery were considered dubious or suspect. This requires qualification. Magic continued to exist in two forms, exorcism and healing through word magic. Partly it was tolerated in practice, partly it was even viewed as legitimate. Here not coercion of God, but of demons was involved, and the latter, as noted, played an acknowledged role in Pharisaism. This management, however, did not belong to the normal occupation of the rabbis. For the rest, Judaism, including Pharisaism, did not deny the charisma of the miracle. The Gospels had the Jews and also, expressly, the scholars and Pharisees, demand a sign from Jesus. However, miraculous power is attached to the prophet who legitimates himself as God sent, namely, if he actually has this gift from God and not from the demons. 395 With prophecy, however, the scripturally learned rabbis naturally lived in a state of tension, which is characteristic of any stratum of learned men who are ritualistically oriented to a law book as against prophetic charismatics. Indeed, the possibility of the appearance of prophets was not denied, at least, not originally. With this admission, the more urgent were the warnings against false prophets. Decisive for this was the fact that Jewish prophecy was once for all committed to be emissary, pronouncing its message at the order of a superworldly God, not by virtue of a godliness of its own or divine possession of the prophet. Such a prophet is one who teaches and speaks without commission. How can one tell this? What is the sign of the falseness or truth of a prophet? Above all, Jeremiah's 23:9f criterion was authoritative for rabbinical interpretation. Not only is the prophet self-evidently false if he teaches false gods or whose prophecy remains unfulfilled degree, but every prophet is bound by the law and its commandments, and whoever seeks to estrange men from them is a false prophet. Hence only one who converts men from their sins can be truly God-sent. Not visions or dreams, but devotion to God's commandments as laid down in the law is proof for truth of the prophet, for his being no dreamer. Visions and dreams had already been discredited by the old priestly tradition, because it was obvious that there were also, and precisely, visions which had turned the people to orgiastic Baal service. Likewise, miracles could be performed in the name of demons. Therefore mere miraculous power is no proof of genuine prophetic charisma. And even if the prophet in his teaching seemed to bear the signs of a divine mission, the charisma of working miracles per se offered no definite proof of its actual truth. On the basis of mere miraculous power, the true prophet could, at best, be granted power of giving dispensation from the law in single cases as also claimed by the rabbis, no more. What interests us essentially here is that the conservatism of the correct legal ethic and the struggle against sins was the ultimate and unconditional standard for measuring the authenticity of prophecy. The rabbis did not derive their authority from mysteries practiced in their circles. A whole series of cosmological, mythical, 896 magical views and practices were borrowed from Babylonian and here and there perhaps from Egyptian priests. These borrowings were more or less refashioned for ritualistic calendar purposes. However, decisive is that the supreme, esoteric substance of Babylonian priestly wisdom was not borrowed, neither astronomy and astrology nor divination, by means of livers of birds. The last was expressly forbidden, though it certainly occurred among the populace. Once astrology was to be found among Talmudic occupations, and horoscopes occasionally were cast here as elsewhere. However, rabbinical teaching expressly prohibited the consultation of the Chaldeans. For Israel there are no prophets. The Jewish priesthood had successfully eliminated these competitors, and the old rabbinical group decidedly rejected this pagan science, particularly astrology, at least in old Talmudic times, as insults to the majesty and freedom of decision of God. Neither the scientific traditions nor implements were available for the rabbinical pursuit of such learning. The rabbis were not magicians, prophets, esoteric philosophers, astrologers, or augurs. Neither were they bearers of an esoteric salvation doctrine, a gnosis. The special form of Mideastern gnosis with its demiurges and normlessness, anomismus, was rejected and forbidden. Furthermore, at least in classical Talmudic times, all gnosis in general was forbidden. Decisive was the fact that Gnostic mystic pursuit of salvation tends to devaluate law and ethically correct conduct. Suspicion was cast on every sort of purely mystical pursuit of salvation, not only forms of mysticism characteristic of genteel intellectual strata. All mysticism was held as dreaming that implied the danger of being led astray by demons. This held particularly for states of God-possessed ecstasy and corresponded to the old struggle of the prophets against orgiasticism. As the Talmud considers understandability of the prophets as an index to their value, so the rabbinical interpretation tacitly, but consistently, denied all enthusiasm and the use of irrational means to achieve God. This is not to be explained by class situation, for the great mass of mystagogues in the Orient and Occident had as their public precisely the small burghers whose predisposition for mystical ecstatic religiosity has always been ambiguous. It resulted rather from the character of the Jewish 397 tradition established through priestly law on the one hand, through prophecy on the other. This held, in any case, for the Jew who did not wish to renounce the attachment to the law, hence for the Pharisee. The dutiful and continuous study of the law, per se, deflected him from the irrational forms of seeking salvation. This was due to the ethical rational content of the Torah and the prophets. Moreover, the scriptures compensated for the deficiency, if he experienced it as such. The tremendous pathos of the great prophets, the inspiring forcefulness and enthusiasm of the national historiography, the plain but passionate earnestness of the myth of man and creation, the strong emotional content of the Psalms, and the legend of Job and others, and the proverbial wisdom these provided a framework for religious experience of almost all conceivable emotions. And in its way it is second to nothing. The uniqueness did not rest in the substance of the experiences per se. For their elements and problems one can undoubtedly find parallels in the most varied writings of the world. Its uniqueness, rather, lay in the compression of this content in such narrow compass, and especially in the popular character and absolute understandability of the holy text for everyone. What matters is not that Babylonian mythical and cosmological themes have been borrowed in biblical accounts, but that they have been transposed from priestly back to popular tradition. It was the directly understandable and, at the same time, heaven-soaring prophetic conception of God which determined also this aspect of the specific understandability not only of the related events, but above all of their ensuing morale, understandability for everybody, even for a child. 1 Understandable to the Hellenic child, as to any child, were the Homeric heroes, to the Indian child the related parts of the Mahabharata. But the ethical content of the Bhagavad Gita will not be comprehensible to any child, not to the Indian child either. The same applies to the true salvation teaching of Buddha and also to Indian cosmology and anthropology, which are products of intensive thought. Against this, the Jewish scriptures represent a rationalism, moralistic as well as pragmatic cosmological, which is immediately popular and precisely in the most decisive parts addressed to childlike understanding is no. 398 other holy book in the world, with the possible exception of the stories of Jesus of Nazareth, or for quite different reasons the Chinese teaching of youth. The paradigm of the one superworldly God constructs him in part as a father, in part as a now gracious, now ungracious king controlling the vicissitudes of the world. To be sure, he loves his people, yet when it disobeys he punishes it sternly, but can be won again through prayer, humility, and moral conduct. Among all cosmogonic and anthropological mythologies this construction makes all of the events of the world and of life rationally understandable in agreement with the naive, philosophically unsophisticated mind of the masses and children. This rational understandability was characteristic of the religious pragmatism of the myths, hymns, and prophets as known to the community through teaching, preaching, and reading. It forced rabbinical thought in its course. An esoteric gnosis of aristocratic religious virtuosi could not readily grow on such soil, or, if it developed secondarily, it could not easily expand. Esoterics could emerge at best when joined to the visions of the prophets which partly were obscure and the original contextual meaning of which had been partly forgotten and which promised a better future to his stricken people. Religio-philosophical speculation in fact took this as a point of departure. Of this later. Two things, however, belong to our present context. First, there were speculative eschatologies proper. They originated in connection with the Daniel and Hanok literature and through borrowing of Persian and Babylonian speculations about the Redeemer. The teachings of a Son of Man, of Metatron and similar figures were generally known in circles of Pharisee rabbis proper, but remained strange to them. These doctrines were extensively elaborated, though not exclusively, in the conventicles of the MHRS. Also Jesus or his followers doubtless took their Son of Man representations therefrom, not out of Pharisaic and rabbinical teaching. For these, the Messiah remained an earthly king of the Jews promised for the future. This king, with the help of the reconciled God, was to raise his people to its exalted place of old, either destroy its enemies, or as in the Psalms reduce them to servants, again finally turn 399 them to the belief of Israel. Or, in connection with the resurrection, the idea was that a king would emerge in the kingdom of whom the resurrected pious persons would again lead a new and pure life. But all these hopes which so readily led to metaphysical, hence esoteric, speculation, were simply hopes, expectations of the future. It is clear that these expectations whenever they came to mind had to impart a tremendous pathos to the piety of the Jews. One of the basic differences from all Indian savior religion rests in the presence of such expectations of a last day. Moreover, if in view of unusual signs and revolutions, or under the influence of eschatological prophets, these expectancies seemed to come true, they could and did lead to the mightiest and under certain conditions wildest enthusiasm. But, in workaday life or when circumstances deflected attention from them, they were inevitably reduced to a soulful longing to be saved from suffering and distress. The order of the world, the Jewish people and the pious alike were accused as insufficient, and such longing contented itself again and reconciled itself with its fate. This benefited the character of Jewish religion as a religion of faith. This was especially true in Talmudic times after the fall of the temple under Hadrian, when messianic hopes were postponed to faraway times. Conduct could be influenced in practice only by the question what kind of behavior might entitle men to expect the timely advent of the Redeemer and to enter personally the resurrection. The rabbis answered in terms of the priestly paradigm of the Holy History and the prophets, and, naturally, the law. Its emotional significance was thereby greatly enhanced. The sins of the community, of the authorities, the falling away from God particularly, were, in the eyes of the rabbis, doubtlessly also the severest of all sins, because they forfeited the coming of the Messiah for future times and thus betrayed all the pious and their hopes. On the other side, the universal promises of the Torah and the prophets, according to which all nations were to be brought to God and to Israel, certainly became one of the decisive motives for proselytism, as we shall show below. For the individual only the law and its fulfillment came into consideration. Indeed, there was no other holy path. The prescribed path, however, was open to every man, for, in 400 the last analysis, the rabbis rejected asceticism as well as the intellectual mysticism of a salvation aristocracy. 3. Teaching and ethic of Pharisaical Judaism. Pharisaic and older Judaism were unfamiliar with the dualism of spirit and matter, or spirit and body, or spirit and flesh, or divine purity and the corruption of the world, dualisms which Hellenistic intellectualism had elaborated. Neoplatonism developed this into the idea that the body be the dungeon of the soul, a pudendum. Individual circles of Hellenist Judaic intellectuals, Philo, took it over. Paul's Christian teaching made it the fundamental conception of his ethical world image. All this is alien to Pharisaic Talmudic Judaism. Certainly God is creator and Lord of the world, and men are his creatures, not his shoots or emanations. He has created them, including his chosen people, not generated them. For prophetic Judaism this followed from God's universalism and, interconnected with this, his mighty power, which gave him sovereignty also over his own people. He is the God of world history. This dualism has been alleged to be characteristically Jewish or Semitic respectively, in contrast to those other conceptions. For practical ethics, however, a decisive accent rests upon it only insofar as it dispensed with all theodicy. Besides, the absolute weakness of men against God had to be realized. Above all, magic compulsion of God was absolutely excluded, and faith inevitably received the specific coloring of childlike obedience to the world monarch. That was certainly important enough. However, rejection or devaluation of the world followed in no way. The Jewish God is a patriarchal monarch. He proves to be the merciful father of the children, who were created in his image. The world is not evil but good, as the creation story indicates. Man is weak, as a child, and therefore inconstant in his will and amenable to sins, that is to say, to disobedience against the fatherly Creator. It is not only the individual this is stressed but precisely, also, the collectivity, the people. And thereby the individual as well as the people as a whole spurn his love 401 and mercy for themselves and their descendants, and often for long times, and in some respects, permanently. Thus Adam and Eve through disobedience have caused for all their descendants death, the pain of birth, the subjection of woman to man, and the necessity and fatigue of work. But precisely the rabbinical outlook was inclined to judge more strictly than Adam's fall the disobedience of the people, the worship of the golden calf and of Baalim, which were responsible for the downfall of the Jewish people. However severely the disobedient people are scolded, there was no thought of original sin or creatural corruption or depravity of the sensuous. Moreover, the idea was quite remote that withdrawal from the world be prerequisite to religious salvation. The prohibition of pictures and likenesses was certainly a highly important source of the negative relation of Jewry to sensuous artistic culture. Like the horror of pronouncing the name of Jehovah, this prohibition was magical and anti-idolatrous in origin, then it was placed into the context of the ideas of the majesty of God and his omnipresence in his creation, and Pharisaism experienced it as a significant and, above all, distinctive characteristic over and against the idolatry of foreign peoples. But this, for its part, was no result of anti-sensuousness or withdrawal from the world. Pharisaic Judaism was also far from rejecting wealth or from thinking that it be dangerous, or that its unqualified enjoyment endangers salvation. Wealth was, indeed, considered prerequisite to certain priestly functions. For the rest, the prophets and Psalms had chastised the unbrotherly exploitation of economic power as shattering the old neighborhood ethic sanctioned by Yahweh's commandments, and the brotherliness of the compatriots. In this, the petty bourgeois ethic of the Pharisees of course agreed. As we shall see, the old stipulations against usury and in favor of debtor and slave, and the priestly construction of the week of the Sabbath year and of the debt remission in the Jubilee year were casuistically elaborated. However, there was lacking precisely any point of departure for an economically ordered methodic or inner-worldly asceticism as well as for a sexual asceticism. To be sure, occasionally the question was posed whether it be not better for the rabbi to 402 remain single to allow him to devote himself untroubled to his studies. But this had nothing to do with asceticism. However, it is noteworthy that the duty to work, important for the good of the community, was here sufficiently strong to shatter the old commandment to produce progeny. However, otherwise the cultic and magical purity duties known from Jewry and outsiders betrays no scruples against sexual intercourse and against the enjoyment of women. Candid open-mindedness is evident in the injunction that one should leave the old Israelite warrior time to enjoy his wife. This would also hold for the Talmudic Jew. The relentless struggle against whoredom, besides murder and idolatry considered the third greatest sin, stemmed from the old priestly struggle against Baal orgiasticism, and the strict confinement of sexual intercourse to legitimate marriage corresponds throughout to Indian and similar commandments. The sharp struggle against every form of onanism, including onanism matrimonialis, corresponds to the biblical curse which was determined by the struggle against the onanist Moloch orgiasticism * registered. The quite emphatic recommendation of early marriage delay beyond a certain age made one a sinner, as with Luther, springs from the conviction of the frankly sensuous people that otherwise sins are unavoidable. Sexual phenomena continued to be considered plainly natural. The old taboos against exposure and all nakedness may well have emerged from the struggle against orgiasticism and were perhaps sharpened through the opposition to the Hellenic gymnasium. These taboos went hand in hand with blunt speech and, later, regulation of sexual behavior in the interests in part of Levitical purity, in part of hygiene. As is known, both phenomena are also to be found in Islam and other purity-oriented religions. Judaism, in this respect, goes further than Catholic confessional literature and practice, and is shocking and often disgusting to modern erotic feeling and to a sense of dignity of a feudal or intellectual aristocracy. To be sure, such dignity was foreign to Jewry as well as Catholic chaplainocracy. Abstinence from alcohol and meat, as upheld by the correct Hindu and practiced, indeed, by the gentile strata, was unknown to the rabbis and pious Jewish laymen. Obviously, the 408-old Baal orgiasticism, contested by priest and prophet, was mainly sexual, hence fertility, and not alcoholic orgiasticism. As women and wine please the human heart, so wealth, and all ritually permissible enjoyments of this world. On the whole, the basic attitude of the old rabbis toward the world may well find its expression in the Talmudic saying that paradise belongs to him who makes his companion happy. In any case, we must by no means seek a principled, ascetic way of life at the basis of Pharisaic Judaism. It required strict ritualism, as did the official religion of India. For the rest, Judaism was a religion of faith based on trust in God and his promise of living in fear of sin as disobedience toward him and in fear of its consequences. Judaism certainly did not represent an ascetic way of life. To be sure, in one point its way of life resembled the rational ascetic principles, in its commandment of vigilant self-observation and absolute self-control. The indispensability of the first unavoidably resulted from constantly measuring one's correct deportment by the law with its innumerable ritual commandments, and especially prohibitions to be observed. 613 prescriptions were counted as given by Moses, and rabbinical casuistry multiplied them greatly. The second was partly connected with this, partly bound up with the old opposition to orgiasticism. While the old Israelite Jehovah was a God of passionate wrath, more than any other, the rabbis, as happened in China, considered any excitement as of demonic origin and as dangerous to salvation, hence as sin. The dominant attitude of the Talmud, at least externally, differs greatly from and contrasts to the religiosity of the Psalms, which, as we have shown, often are permeated by passionate wrath and hatred, or to the sharp resentment toward the godless who are well off, to the reveling in fantasies of revenge in the Book of Esther, and also to the Ebionite hatred of riches of the Gospel of Luke, as it appears, for instance, in the prayer of Mary. Such religious rationalization of the need for revenge of the enemy or fortunate ones assigns second place to one's own revenge against injustice, because God will then consummate it the more sharply in the here and now or in the beyond. A still further sublimation unreservedly forgives the enemy in order to shame him and scorn him before others, or, and above all, before himself. These rationalizations, 404, were not only known to the Talmud, but their nature was distinctly recognized and sharply rejected by the rabbis. For nothing is more impressively emphasized than the commandment, not to will the shaming of others. In family relations, great praise is given to the most beautiful act of piety, namely, to have avoided the shaming of the parents who have wronged the child. However, the same applies to the wrongdoer, particularly in the course of quarrel and discussion. The hopeless downfall of Jewry through the destruction of the temple clearly led the rabbis to focus attention upon the ethical problems of the resentment of repressed and sublimated revenge. Early Christendom was less sophisticated and has given less thought to these facts. As is known, it shows some examples of a rather open ethic of resentment which was fought in Talmudic Judaism. To be sure, the struggle of the rabbis against the religious internationalization of revenge is ethically impressive and indicates, indeed, a strong sublimation of ethical feeling. But it proves essentially that it did not remain hidden to them how strong a factor the need for revenge, condemned to impotence, actually was in Judaism of late antiquity. Chapter 16. 1. Essenism. In relation to the teachings of Jesus as indicated above, alert self-control was strongly developed by the Jews even in antiquity. However, it was not founded in an ascetic way of life. Certainly ascetic institutions are to be found among the Jews. Aside from cult prescriptions of abstinence and purity for priests, there were, in particular, the ritualistic fasts prescribed at definite times. But they were throughout cult prescriptions, intended primarily to appease God's wrath. The same is true of individual fasts. In fact, anyone fasting was without further ado considered to be a sinner. Undoubtedly asceticism might have found a point of departure here. The thought and the sermon of the need for penance is indeed specific to ancient Judaism as important consequence of its conception of God. With the increasing devaluation of priestly sacrifice, the individual readily came to view a life of penitence as a path to salvation. The few great fasting men of Jewish religious history, properly authenticated only by Arzena, must doubtlessly be viewed as great penitents. Vows such as those of the old Nazarites persisted as a means of pleasing God or of warding off his wrath. Paul, too, as is known, made a vow, for a certain time, and redeemed it when he was a Christian. Presumably it was intended as a means of preventing his epileptic attacks. An ascetic sect developed on similar foundations only much later among the mourners for Zion, the followers of Korah. This is of no interest to us here. Seeming ascetic phenomena 405. 406 among Pharisaic Jewry actually stemmed from the pursuit of Levitical purity decisive for Pharisaism. This pursuit of purity could vary in intensity. Normally it led the Pharisees to become increasingly exclusive and systematically ritualistic. This correctness as mentioned did not require separation from workaday life. But the principle could also be pushed beyond the demands of inner-worldly morality. This was the basis of Essenism which, from this point of view, was merely a radical Pharisaic sect. The Essenes extend back to the 2nd century BC, but their age and possible interrelation with the Rechabites is doubtful. Moreover, some important questions concerning their teaching are only hypothetically answerable. Nevertheless, the striving for absolute Levitical purity, externally and spiritually, can be plainly recognized as a fundamental element. The Essenes were, like the larger Pharisaic Brotherhood, an order. But their affiliation prescriptions were far stricter and comprised, above all, a solemn vow, a novitiate, and years of probation. The organization of the order was quite strict and monk-like. The head, mishmer, of the local chapter had unconditional authority. Excommunication lay in the hands of a council of 100 full members. The apostolate among the Essenes, as with the official Jewish community, presumably served mainly to raise funds on behalf of the order. The fact that the apostles always wandered in pairs as did the early Christians probably served the purpose of controlling ritualistic correctness. The Essenes segregated themselves from the less pure by excluding not only connubium and commensality but all contact. They, too, rejected incorrect priests, and this led them, not only to a devaluation, but to strong distrust of priests in general, a fact which was certainly co-determined by their special attitude toward the sacrifice. Besides the strong accent on baptism of novices and on purity baths, constantly repeated on all conceivable occasions, the radical striving for purity was ritually expressed in the strictness of the specifically Pharisaic commandments. The fear of ritualistic defilement and all purity prescriptions were extremely intensified. All study, except of the law and scriptural cosmology, was held to be pagan, hence dangerous, and purely secular enjoyments were objectionable, hence had to be avoided. The SAB 407 bath, for the Essenes, was no day of joy, as for the ordinary Pharisee, but a day of absolute rest. Copulation was restricted by the Essenes to Wednesday, allegedly lest the child come into the world on the Sabbath. Dress prescriptions, tzitzit, were held to be absolute. The morning prayer was preceded by a period of contemplation. Not only killing, but any injury to the neighbor, even out of negligence, was held to be severely self-defiling. The commandment not to steal was tightened, one was not to burden his conscience with any sort of gain. The legitimacy of all gain seemed problematic. The Essenes, therefore, shunned trade even as war, they rejected the possession of money and slaves, they restricted permissible possessions to the necessities of a handicraft or tillage livelihood. Correspondingly, they pushed the old social commandment of brotherliness to the length of an unworldly love communism of consumption. In this connection is mentioned not only the agape, the love feast the means of which were furnished by the propertied, but Philo also reports common houses and magazines, and a common treasure. Presumably surpluses over personal needs were deposited there for the sake of a highly developed charity. Whether complete communism actually developed and whether even these institutions were actually fully developed among all Essenes is uncertain. For the Essenes lived mainly in Palestine, but apparently did not always possess settled places for meals. Besides the support of the poor, the obligation to receive and support traveling brethren, hence, probably journeyman artisans, was one of their basic institutions. The common treasury probably served primarily this purpose. The Essenes considered rage and all passions as demonically instilled states. They viewed them as more dangerous even than did the ordinary Pharisees. Presumably from this point of view the pious were expressly exhorted to use prayer as a radical counter means toward those who had wronged them, that is, to love one's enemy. The holiness of the name of God led them not only to reject the oath, but to develop a secret doctrine and arcane discipline. This discipline required ritualistic chastity for those interested in the promised gifts of grace, hence strict sexual continence and a strong disinclination toward marriage, which was controversial for them insofar as it led to complete 408 rejection of marriage. Marriage, as we saw, was also considered undesirable by some of the Pharisaic rabbis. The true motive for the special Essenean way of life is apparently to be found in the gift of grace conveyed by the secret teaching and the quest for this reward. For this contains an element which can be distinctly recognized as alien to Pharisaism and Judaism generally. The secret doctrine, according to Josephus, was contained in carefully guarded holy writings. In the reception as full member, the individual had to obligate himself by oath to silence toward outsiders, but to candor with brethren of the order. The substance of the secret doctrine appears to have consisted of an allegorical reinterpretation of the holy legends, a pronounced faith in divine ordainment, and a more than usually explicit angelology, various acts of sun worship. The most striking foreign element, and in place of the Pharisaic belief in resurrection, was posited a promise of immortality with conceptions of heaven and hell. With regard to rituals, the rejection of animal sacrifice is characteristic of the Essenes. Therewith they excluded themselves from the temple cult, but they retained the relationship to the temple through sending of gifts. The charisma which the arcane discipline was to provide was, to all appearances, the gift of prophecy which Josephus ascribes to them. Probably it correlates with their belief in ordainment. Besides this, their therapeutics is praised, especially their knowledge of the powers of minerals and roots. Their religiosity, essentially, was one of prayer characterized by intense devotional attitudes. Evidently these elements of Essenean doctrine and practice were no more than an extreme extension of Pharisaic purity ritualism and did not stem from Judaism. The angelology also of the Pharisees was of Persian origin. The sharpened dualism in the doctrine of body and soul points in the same direction, though here Hellenistic influence is conceivable. Quite Persian, or Persian Babylonian, is the veneration of the sun, which in contrast to the former appears indeed to be non-Jewish, and its tolerance by correct Jewry seems strange. The inclination toward celibacy, the ranks of the order, and the rejection of animal sacrifice may represent Indian influence through some sort of mediation, but, like washings and sacraments, these elements could also stem from Hellenistic Oriental mysteries. Probably 409 the elaboration of secret doctrine was derived from the same source. In fact, the order of the Essenes represents a fusion of sacramental mystery religion with Levitical purity ritualism. It was differentiated from the usual Mid-Eastern savior mysteries in the lack of a personal savior as an object of worship. The intense messianic hope for the Essenes, as for the Pharisees, was a hope for the future. Thus the sect, in rigorous judgment, should have been heterodox. Judaism, however, by virtue of its ritualistic character, circumvented this, as did Hinduism in similar cases. The Jewish congregation overlooked the obviously heterodox inroads because communion with the temple was retained and the Mosaic law was observed, to which Pharisaism attached the greatest value. Observance of the law in the sense of the Pharisees was even especially emphasized. The sect was tolerated like a Jewish fellowship which was specialized by indifferent special vows and teachings, in the way followed as long as possible in the face of the similarly conditioned Nazarene community of Jewish Christians who adhered to the Jerusalem temple and observed the law. The boundary between Pharisaism and Essenism, however, was fluid, at least with regard to way of life. No closed corporate organization of this form with the prohibition of profitable pursuits is known to have existed on the basis of ordinary Pharisaism of the time. On the contrary, the Gospels represent the Pharisees as covetous. However, numerous phenomena suggest a similar mentality. First, the acosmism of love. Well-to-do people were designated as Hashina, the secret ones, who on principle and in a grand manner gave secretly to the poor, who likewise accepted them in secret without their persons being known, and not only occasionally and in an unorganized fashion but out of a common treasury established for the purpose. According to the Talmud, such funds would seem to have been established in almost all cities. In this, the characteristic trait of Talmudic caritas finds expression in agreement with the rabbinical commandment to shame no one and the later principle stressed by Jesus, let not thy left hand know what thy right hand doth, because only then can the gift merit heavenly reward which otherwise would be preempted. This trait is also characteristic. 410 of modern Jewish philanthropy, in contrast, for example, to the Puritan but also to the usual Christian charity. The striving for absolute purity motivated the withdrawal from all worldly pleasures, as practiced by the Kadosh, saint, in the manner of the Essenes, and also hermits, Barname, peasants, of hermitages, are occasionally to be found. These phenomena of an actual rejection of the world were, however, just as alien to ordinary Pharisaism as were the respective rules of the Essenes, and in turn may well be explained by non-Jewish influences. Ritualistically, there are certain overtones of old Hasidic and Essenean practice to be found with the Wadakim, who regulated the morning prayer with formal strictness so that its end coincided with the sunrise, to mention but one of many similar phenomena. Despite all its ritualistic correctness and strict segregation from paganism, Pharisaic Judaism remained exposed to the most varied invasions of heterogeneous ritualism, for example to sun cult ritualism. Although the development of a genuinely secret teaching was quite alien to Pharisaism, it could not possibly hinder the diffusion of apocalyptic, eschatological, Messiah expectations and prophecies. In the nature of the case, these functioned similarly and were in the air, as is indicated most plainly in the environment of the Gospel stories and myths. The organization, religious conduct, and ethic of the Essenes have often been related to original Christian practice, especially by Jews. The Essenes, like the Christians, had baptism, the love feast, agape, the communism of a cosmic love, the support of the poor, the apostolate, in the Jewish sense of the term, the aversion toward marriage, for the sanctified members, gifts of grace, above all prophecy desired as a holy state. Also the expression ex synao was used for their community meetings. Their ethic, like the early Christian, was strictly pacifistic, commanding love of enemies. It gives a favorable estimate of the hopes for salvation of the poor, an unfavorable one of the rich, even as the Ebionite elements of the Gospels. To this come the elements of common Pharisaic ethic which are related to the early Christian. Essenean ethic, like the early Christian, in many points represents Pharisaic ethic intensified. The nature of this intensification, however, differs between the cases. For precisely 411 with regard to ritualistic, Levitical, purity, even Jesus' message took quite a different course. The monumentally impressive lordly word, not that what goeth into the mouth defileth a man, but that which cometh out of the mouth and out of an impure heart, Matt 15:11, 18f, meant that for him ethical sublimation was decisive, not the ritualistic surpassing of the Jewish purity laws. And the anxious segregation of the Essenes from the ritualistically impure is contrasted by his well-ascertained unconcern in having intercourse and table community with them. The ethical conceptions to be found on both sides, however, were diffused in most varied forms in the original area of both communities, and the identical institutions were shared partly already by the Pharisaic Chevra, partly, as must be assumed, by manifold cult communities. What matters more than all else is that the epiphany of a present personal Savior and his cult, as well as the tremendous and specifically early Christian significance of the Spirit Atefpa as far as known, remained alien to the Essenes. The pneuma, as charisma and indicative proof of an exemplary state of grace, was indeed no strange concept to Jewry, nor to the teaching of Pharisaism. The Spirit of Yahweh as berserk charisma came over the hero, Samson, and king, as a fierce wrath over Saul, and particularly as the charisma of vision and prophetic pronouncement, possibly of miracles over the seers, prophets, and miracle workers. The high priest is in need of Yahweh's Spirit in order validly to expiate the people. The Spirit leaves him, Phinehas, it forsakes the king or hero if he is sinful, and it is also mighty in every teacher, as the prophet sees and hears through the Spirit, so the teacher teaches through it. In the Talmud it is called Ruach HaKodesh, in the Septuagint translation of Psalm 51:11, and Isaiah 63:10, 11 Vavuatu and Yof. Its demonic counterpart is the teaching of the impure spirit. In the Gospels the scribes call it the spirit of Beelzebub, the prince of the devils, Math 12:24. The rabbis, for fear of using the name of God, use instead of Holy Spirit often the name Shekinah. There developed the doctrine that the divine spirit, which in the beginning of creation moved upon the face of the waters, was created on the first day. The 412 dove, the symbol of persecuted Israel, was also in the Talmud occasionally treated as the harbinger of the Spirit. Also in Talmudic literature is to be found the representation that the Holy Spirit intercede with God for men as synagogue, that is to say Paraclete, one intercessor and helper. The teaching of the closure of the prophetic age, however, led to the assumption that the Holy Spirit, since Malachi had vanished from the world, one can no longer obtain it, but only Bat Kol, the Spirit which the rabbi requires for the correct interpretation of the divine law. On the other hand, Joel 2:28f had conceived the purity and holiness of the select after the coming of the Messiah in this manner. The Holy Spirit would be imparted to all, it would permit the sons and daughters to prophesy, the elders to have dreams, and the young to have visions, and the Spirit would be poured out, also, upon servants and maids. The revival of the Holy Spirit in all men accordingly would be a sign of the advent of the Messiah and of the kingdom of God at hand. This representation has been decisive for the early Christian conception of the Pentecostal miracle. The Spirit in this specific sense of an irrational godly prophetic gift, the rabbis could neither claim for themselves nor could they consider it a sign of the state of grace of the community members. The rabbinical teacher, however elevated his authority, could never think of claiming the place of a spiritual superman. His authority always rested on the word scripturally fixed in the Torah and the prophets. All development in the direction of the worship of the sole shepherd, in the manner of guru worship in India, in Asia, and in Christendom was completely precluded. Also, it was excluded by the nature of the Jewish conception of God, which compelled the rejection of all deification of creatures as pagan abominations. Neither did the rabbi come into consideration for veneration as a saint or mystagogue in the manner of Christian or Asiatic phenomena of this sort. He pursued a religious calling, but did not dispense grace. To do this, originally within limits, was the charisma of the priest and remained characteristic only of the Kohanim qualified by Ceramitic descent, but essentially formalistic as they alone were qualified to say the priestly blessing. First, the Hasidic movement in Eastern Europe created in the 418th Tzaddik, the virtuoso of Hasidic mysticism, a form corresponding to the Asiatic type of helper in need and mystagogue. Therefore the Tzaddik's claims stood sharply opposed to the authority of the rabbi, and were rejected by the latter as heresy. The Jewish rabbi dispensed neither sacramental grace, nor was he a charismatic helper in need. His special religious possession was knowledge. This, however, was extraordinarily cherished. His honor surpassed that of his seniors and even of the parents, knowledge above all. His personal authority rested above all in serving as a model by leading an exemplary way of life. Its characteristic, however, was merely the strict orientation to the divine word. Also in his workaday duties, the rabbi was a servant of the word, no preacher, to be sure, but a teacher. He taught the law in the closed circle of his disciples and did not publicly exhort the community through preaching. Indeed, he taught also in the synagogue. However, in ancient Judaism, so far as is known, he taught publicly only on the Sabbaths before the great festivals and on the Kol-Laban days. Then the purpose, too, was to teach the pious community the ritual duties in those times, just as, in case of doubt, he assisted the individual by advising him in matters of ritual duties. Besides the systematic education of the disciples in the law, the professional work of the rabbi consisted mainly in giving responsa in the manner of the Roman jurist. Besides, he functioned as an arbitrator, and the rabbis, called especially in the Bet Din, functioned as judges proper. The public religious ethical sermon on Sabbath afternoon was, in Jewish antiquity, quite unorganized. As far as preaching existed, which may well have been the case to a considerable extent, the sermon, then as later, was handled by personalities other than the local rabbi, namely by the Maggir. This rabbinically schooled itinerant teacher of later times is certainly a very old phenomenon. A wandering sophist, guest of the well-to-do community members, he journeys from one community to the other exactly as did Paul, who preached throughout in the synagogues. Certainly, not only itinerant speakers appeared, but the very extensive freedom to teach and preach allowed anybody to preach who thought himself qualified and was thus considered by the community. Also the scribes did. 414 So who actually presupposed evangelism ritualistically, though obviously not as part of their normal vocational duties. On the other hand, the rabbi was concerned only with tasks of a non-priestly and purely technical ritualistic nature. In ancient Judaism this meant, above all, the conduct of the ritual bath, mikveh, and shechita, the ritual butchering, shechtin, which he had to supervise and perform personally under certain conditions. In all this the authoritative interpretation of the law was and remained the main business. The technical nature of legal interpretation corresponded to the social nature of the petty bourgeoisie. This stratum, to which the early rabbis largely belonged, was its main champion. As emphasized above, common sense and that practical ethical rationalism, an attitude always close to bourgeois strata, has strongly influenced the way in which the rabbis handled the law. Thus the ratio of the stipulations instead of the letter on the one side, the compelling needs of everyday life, above all, of the economy, on the other, came into their own. But there was no opportunity at all for genuinely constructive rational thought, hence, juristic thought proper, as has been practiced by the Roman responding jurists and by them alone. In practice, this means capacity for the formation of rational concepts. The rabbis were no exclusively secular and above all no status group of gentile jurists like the Roman jurisconsuls, but plebeian teachers of religious ritual. The rabbi was inwardly not only more strictly bound to the positive divine commandment than the jurist can ever be to positive law, but there were also the typical forms and limitations of all petty bourgeois rationalism. Word interpretation and descriptive analogies take the place of conceptual analysis, concrete casuistry takes the place of abstraction and synthesis. The responsa of the early rabbis were, after all, largely oriented to practical rational needs, but they were addressed to the concrete individual case. This practice underwent a sort of theoretical broadening when, after the fall of the temple, the great rabbinical schools in Mesopotamia and Palestine became organized centers of responsive practice, a position which they retained for the entire civilized world till the end of the Carolingian times. Meanwhile the position of rabbi was tied to Ordina 415, laying on of hands, by the patriarch or his legitimate representatives, and a regular academic curriculum was prescribed with lectures, questions, and discussions with the teacher, with study prebends, and boarding schools. The special organization of the Pharisaic Brotherhood had apparently disappeared. Chaber later referred to a man who studied the law with particular zeal, the typical late Jewish notable, and Perushim is found as a designation for students. The spirit of Pharisaism was all dominant in Jewry. But it was no longer the spirit of an active brotherhood, but the spirit of literary study per se. According to occasional notions, God himself studies the timelessly valid law in order to abide by it, somewhat in the way in which the Indian world creator practices asceticism, enabling him to create the world. Now systematic thought detached from the single case could develop. Its peculiarity, however, was in part determined by its ties to the tradition of the early rabbis and in part by the social structure of Jewry. Pharisaic purity ritualism brought about higher ritual barriers against both outsiders and in-group members. The barriers precisely against in-group members were important. The Essenian community segregated itself out of fear of defilement from intermarriage, commensalism, and any close contact with the rest of the Jews, and it is questionable whether they were the only conventicle of this kind. The Pharisaic Brotherhood segregated itself likewise from the Mahartes. Jerusalemite Jewry and those influenced by the Jerusalem priesthood segregated themselves from the Samaritans and all other survivals of the old Yahweh faith, anchored to local shrines and not influenced by the prophets and the Jerusalem priesthood after the Samaritans had been formally excluded from the sacrifice in Jerusalem which they were inclined to honor. Thus there emerged a firm and, due to its ritualistic condition, a caste-like structure of the old Yahweh believers. Alongside this, the hereditary privileges of the priest and Levite sibs continued to live on within Jewry. They were not completely excluded from intermarriage with other Jewish sibs, but were, indeed, under the commandment of hypergamy. To this was added the ritualistic rejection, in part 416 tabooing, in part disapproval of certain occupations as an element of religious status formation. As despised and despicable were held, alongside ass and camel drivers and pottery dealers, freight carriers on land and sea and warehousemen, all of these doubtlessly because a ritualistically pure way of life seemed impossible for them. The first category, naturally, also because they were originally foreign-born guest workers. To this came the deuteronomically accursed occupations of sorcerers and soothsayers of all sorts. But the ritually pure considered as dubious also trades such as those of peddlers, barbers, veterinarians, certain stone workers, tanners, milkers, wool combers, weavers, and goldsmiths. The reason given for some of these trades is the fact that their pursuit brings one in ever dubious contact with women. Besides traditional social evaluations, the decisive factor was the general distrust in the possibility of combining the occupation with ritualistic correctness. In addition, the descent of some of them from immigrants, thus the goldsmiths, may have mattered. A high priest may not be taken out of a family which has dedicated itself to these trades. However, not all of these trades seem to have stood outside the Pharisaic order, or, at least, not during the entire Talmudic period. At least, a tanner is to be found among the better-known rabbis, Ar-Hosei, and, as already noted, even an astrologer. Special synagogues for some of the old royal handicrafts, for coppersmiths and cashiers, are mentioned in Talmudic literature. Separate seats according to trade in the common synagogue were frequent. Actually, the occupations precisely of the royal artisans, beside these, also, others, were to a large extent hereditary sib professions, and the artisans were tribal foreigners, imported by the king, which may well explain their special position. Among the suspect occupations were also to be found those the Jews largely followed later, in the Middle Ages. The rejection of these trades does not bespeak a genuine caste-like segregation in ancient Jewry. Nevertheless, its internal structure shows important features of such segregation. 417. 2. Increasing ritualistic segregation of the Jews toward the outside world. Jewry increasingly assumed the type of a ritualistically segregated guest people, pariah people. And indeed Jewry did this voluntarily and not under pressure of external rejection. The general diffusion of antisemitism in antiquity is a fact. Likewise, this only slowly increasing rejection of the Jews precisely kept step with the increasingly rigid rejection of community with non-Jews by the Jews themselves. The ancient aversion to Jews was far from constituting a racial antipathy. The tremendous scope of proselytism, soon to be discussed, is sufficient evidence against this. It was, rather, the negative attitude of the Jews themselves which was decisive for the mutual relation. Deviant and absurd appearing rites were known in antiquity in richest measure. The reason was certainly not there. The pronounced indifference toward the polis deities whose guest rites they enjoyed, must, of course, have been felt to be godless and insulting. However, that also was not decisive. The misanthropy of the Jews was, if one goes to the root of the matter, always the ultimate and decisive reproach, the principled refusal of connubium, commensality, and every sort of fraternization or closer community even in business life. And what is not to be underrated, this went together with the opportunity, offered by the Chevra, for every Pharisaical Jew to fall back on the strong support of the brotherhood. The economic effect of this factor could not escape the attention of pagan competitors. The social isolation of the Jews, this ghetto in the intimate sense of the word, was, indeed, primarily self-chosen and self-willed, and this to a constantly increasing extent. First, the influence of the Sopharim was decisive, then that of the Pharisees. The former, as shown, endeavored in principle to preserve the pure faith of the Jews. Quite otherwise with the Pharisees. They advocated, first and foremost, a ritualistic doctrine, a confession, not at least not primarily a nationality. For them, proselytizing, the most zealous propaganda endeavor on behalf of their community, went hand in hand with the inconsiderate segregation from the ritualistically impure. Jesus 418 called to them, hypocrites, for ye compass sea and land to make one proselyte. Matt 23:15. The most zealous Pharisees considered it indeed as God-pleasing possibly to make a proselyte each year. 3. Proselytism in the diaspora. In the main, Jewish propaganda, like early Christian of post-apostolic times, advanced through voluntary and private endeavor, not through official authorities. The attitude of the latter and also that of official literature was vacillating. The old tradition of the law, EX 1248, still bore the traces of the time when the Yahweh religion of the Confederacy expanded through the reception into full citizenship of neighboring tribes and sibs of Jerim, that is medics and clients, who dwelt as protégés within Israel. The legal position of the medics was regulated, and it was also defined which ritualistic rites they could win only through circumcision. Prophecy, is 14:1, predicted of the strangers who came to Israel restored to its landed possession and would cleave to the house of Jacob. This passage, in connection with the promise to Abraham and the numerous references which held out the coming of all peoples on earth to Israel to worship its God, appeared to prove propaganda as pleasing to God, possibly as a very means to prepare the time for the coming of the Messiah. However, the views of the Holy Literature differed in this point. The Ruth and Jonas legends were decidedly favorable to proselytism. An authority as significant as Ezra, however, was averse to propaganda. The familist organization of the priesthood as well as of the newly constituted polis of Jerusalem, for which he deserves credit, stood in the way, at least, of individual affiliation, and Ezra placed decisive importance upon purity of blood for the sake of the desired segregation of the holy people. All this was quite different for the Pharisaic petty bourgeois and tipped the balance again in favor of propaganda among its representatives, especially those in the diaspora. Most teachers considered it as decidedly meritorious to bring a pagan into the Shekinah, divine presence. Soon so much so, that by use of 419 the old Medic concept also such propaganda was held as valuable, which under certain conditions renounced the demand for the prompt and complete assumption of all ritualistic duties, above all, circumcision, through the proselytes, and promoted the provisional affiliation as mere friends, i.e., half-Jews. For the demand of circumcision was understandably a very serious handicap for the propaganda among adult men. Women, therefore, were far more numerous among the full proselytes than men. 3. Not only 2 steps of affiliation were distinguished: 1. The Ger Tashav, the friend, the half-convert. He accepted the monotheist belief in God and the Jewish ethic, of the Decalogue, but not Jewish ritual. His ritualistic behavior remained quite uncontrolled and he had no formal relation to the congregation. 2. The Ger Shtar, proselyte of the gate, was, according to theory, the old Medic under Jewish jurisdiction. He vowed before 3 members of the Brotherhood to honor no idols. The 7 Noachitic commandments, the Sabbath, the taboo against pigs, the ritualistic fasts were binding on him, but not circumcision. he was a passive member of the community with limited rights of participation in festivals and celebrations of the synagogue. 3. The Gert Tzedek or Gerberith, proselyte of righteousness, who after circumcision and assumption of ritual duties was received into full community. His descendants became first fully qualified Jews in the third generation. The expectation in this practice was that the Ger Tashav and still more the Ger Sha'ar, even if personally avoiding circumcision, still might decide to have his children circumcised and thus become full Jews, and in a great many cases the expectation certainly came true. For this practice met more than halfway the interests of the environment, above all, of the Hellenes. What attracted them to Judaism was, of course, not its ritual. According to the whole character of Hellenistic religiosity, this could have been the case only if Judaism had offered sacramental or magical means of redemption, and promises in the manner of the mysteries, hence irrational holy paths and states, and precisely these were out of the question in Judaism. What was appealing were the conception of God which appeared as grandiose and majestic, the radical elimination of the 420 cult of deities and idols felt to be insincere, and, above all, Jewish ethic, appearing as pure and vigorous, and besides the plain and clear promises for the future, hence rational elements. Jewry attracted people who found their religious satisfaction with the purity of the ethic and the power of the conception of God. The fixed order of life per se, offered by the ritual, exerted a great appeal which must have been especially strong in times which after the collapse of the national Hellenic states witnessed the decay of the traditional militarist structuring of the citizens' way of life in the polis. The age of intellectual rationalism with its increasing bourgeois rationalization of Hellenic religiosity, especially during the last centuries of the Roman Republic, was also the great epoch of Jewish proselytism. Whoever by nature or experience was disposed to irrational mystical quest for salvation will have remained aloof, and the age of an increasing pursuit of irrational holy states did not benefit Judaism, but the mystery religions and Christianity. The full Jewish ritual was presumably adopted mostly by persons on their own behalf or on behalf of their children among strata interested in affiliating with the Pharisaic brotherhood. The available evidence shows that this was indeed the case among the petty bourgeoisie, especially the artisans and retailers. Although the Jewish belief was religio licita still, according to Roman administrative law, the full convert forfeited the Jus bonorum and the Jewish law disqualified him for office, because it would not permit him to take part in the state cult. The Jewish diaspora, on its side, was greatly interested not only in increasing its membership but also in winning friends on the outside, especially among influential and office-qualified circles. Hence, from its standpoint, too, the way of meeting the problem was quite expedient. In practice it signified a compromise between confessional loyalty and ethnic exclusiveness. The born Jew and those observing the law for 3 generations enjoyed privileged status in the community before converts, their children and grandchildren. The non-circumcised, but oath-bound proselytes and mere friends stood outside the community, somewhat in the manner of the laity over and against the bhikshu in India. The ritual was absolutely binding for the Jewish-born and the circumcised converts, in part for 421 the oath-bound proselytes, not at all for the friends. Occasionally, however, far more liberal views were to be found. Doubts were even raised as to whether circumcision prescribed for the Jewish people actually was indispensable for the conversion of the non-Jewish born and whether a ritualistic purity bath, hence, baptism, would not suffice. Mixed marriages with non-circumcised proselytes appear to have occasionally been legitimized by rabbinical responsa. These views, however, were isolated opinions. For propaganda of the Christian apostles, the conditions actually prevalent came out in the struggles which the Pauline mission unleashed in the early Christian community as well as in Judaism. In this the New Testament accounts bear the stamp of full trustworthiness in the decisive points. They show that it was not the beginning of the mission among the pagans, and non-circumcised proselytes, as is still widely held, which called forth storm and strife. The leaders of the Jerusalemite congregations which strictly adhered to the ritual and the temple cult had taken quite a realistic stand and at the same time favored the traditional handling of non-circumcised proselytes. They had formulated a minimum ethic for these and had sent it through 2 emissaries to the missionary community in Antioch, Acts 15:23 ff. They were admonished to abstain from idols, from blood, and from things strangled, and from fornication, but should otherwise not be bound by the ritual. If they observe this, they are what the cited writing calls them brethren which are of the Gentiles. That was quite inoffensive also from the Pharisaic standpoint. Then, however, the news reached Jerusalem that Paul was also engaging in missionary work among full Jews and misleading them not to observe the ritual. With reference to this letter, James and the elders, on behalf of the congregation in Jerusalem, made him answer for this, Acts 21:21 ff. They demanded that because of this suspicion he undergo the usual purity probe in the temple and that 4 oath-bound penitents be called in. Paul accepted this. However, the numerous diaspora Jews present got 422 sight of him in the temple and sought to lynch him because he, 1. allegedly agitated against the law and temple cult, hence, preached apostasy toward the law, among Jews, and because he, 2. had brought a non-circumcised, Trophimus, into the temple, which Luke disputes. The uproar over this occasioned his arrest. Missionary work among the Gentiles or uncircumcised proselytes was not utilized to reproach him, but rather was expressly praised by James and the elders, Acts 21:20. Almost without exception Paul preached in the synagogues, and it is clear and often emphasized that the mass of uncircumcised proselytes formed the core troop of his missionary congregations. Judaism had through them feathered the bed for the Christian mission. To be sure, the proselyte compromise of the Jerusalemites did not solve even externally all difficulties of the Christian mission. Both sections, the Jerusalemite elders as well as Paul, veered and took uncertain steps. The question of commensality with uncircumcised proselytes had apparently been settled affirmatively between Peter and Paul in Antioch. Then, however, under James' influence Peter retracted, Gal 2:11 f. Paul, for his part, in contrast to his behavior in the case of Titus, Gal 2:3, circumcised Timotheus in order to secure for him the commensality of the Jews in Asia Minor. The Jerusalemites acceded to Paul's standpoint only step by step and in part, Peter, apparently after the death of James. The old Ebonite congregation of Palestine, however, which continued to observe the law, treated Paul as an apostate. The decisive reason which compelled the leaders of the Jerusalemites to meet Paul halfway was, as the sources indicate, Acts 10:45-7, the experience that the converts from the Gentiles were just as well seized by the Spirit and showed the same symptoms as the Jewish Christians. According to Peter's view, during whose preaching in Caesarea this occurred, one therefore could not deny them baptism and equality. Regardless of the historical value of the details, the basic fact is certainly correct and highlights the great transformation. In Judaism, the prophetic spirit would have been controlled by measuring its predictions by the law and rejecting or accepting it accordingly. For early Christianity, the Spirit, its signs and gifts for their part, were standards determining the requisite extent of the tithes 423 to Jewish ritual. Obviously the Spirit, the pneuma, had an essentially different dynamic than the Ruach HaKodesh of correct Jewry. The competition of Judaism and Christianity in their proselytizing mission came to an end with the first and definitively with the second destruction of the temple under Hadrian. After, particularly in the last war, numerous proselytes had perpetrated treason against the Jews. Doubts against the making of proselytes had never been completely silenced among the Jewish congregations. Now they increasingly won the upper hand. The reception conditions for proselytes were regulated and the reception bound to the consent of a full quorum of a rabbinical court. The opinion emerged that the proselytes were as troublesome for Israel as leprosy. The number of conversions diminished under the pressure of anti-Jewish sentiment. The emperors intervened, as conversion disqualified from office it could not be tolerated. Dio Cassius relates of severe laws even under Domitian. Circumcision of non-Jews was forbidden and treated like castration. Not only full conversions but likewise and perhaps still more the half conversions quickly declined. Already in the 3rd century the Ger Tashav seemed to have been rare, and later the assumption held that their existence had been in agreement with the scriptures only so long as Israel had been a state. It goes without saying that under the Christian emperors the propaganda, 398 AP, even as the holding of Christian slaves, exposing these to the temptation of making proselytes, were strictly forbidden. The prohibition laws of Domitian must certainly have benefited Christian propaganda, which everywhere entered on the heritage of Judaism. The strongly increasing tension of Jewish-Christian relations, as shown by the different attitudes of the Gospels in accordance with their time of origin registered, and still more by the later literature, has first and essentially been brought about on the part of Jewry. The Jews, as religio licita, exploited the precarious situation of the Christians who, unlike the privileged Jews, were not exempt from obligatory emperor worship by denouncing them in order to mobilize public authorities against them. Hence the Christians considered them the originators of the persecution. The barrier raised by both sides now became insurmountable. 424 The number of Jewish converts to Christianity swiftly declined, and about the 4th century was practically nil, above all, among the broad strata of the petty bourgeoisie, even before the financial interests of the medieval princes made the conservation of the Jews desirable in their eyes. The goal of the conversion of Jews has been pronounced very often by Christendom, but, as a rule, it was mere lip service. In any case, the missionary endeavor as well as the compulsory conversions have always and everywhere remained equally inconsequential. There are the promises of the prophets, the horror and disdain for Christian polytheism, above all, however, the exceedingly stable tradition created by an incomparably intensive education of youth for a ritualistically quite firmly structured way of life. And there is the strength of the firmly structured social communities, the family and the congregation, which the apostate lost without the prospect of finding equally valuable and certain affiliation with the Christian congregations. All of this makes the Jewish community remain in its self-chosen situation as a pariah people as long and as far as the unbroken spirit of the Jewish law, and that is to say, the spirit of the Pharisees, the rabbis of late antiquity, continued and continues to be on. SS.